to arrive when I need to, which was conveniently right then because I was making myself some whiskey.
Whiskey, okay. Well, it's gonna be
Why?
interesting to have drunk tin.
I'm not gonna
Should we
get drunk.
actually?
It's just.
Oh, I
the
should
kind
grab
of
an
like the-
alcoholic beverage myself.
I'm just drinking coffee because I'm a responsible adult. I'm not gonna get
I'm
drunk
about to
during
have
my own
dinner
stream.
during this.
I'm even more responsible. I drink water. Okay, nerd.
I'm eating
I have
during
water
this.
and coffee, so how about that, Zod? Do I win?
No, shut up.
Fuck off then.
Let me just post it on the ECUM server, but fucking someone's spouting it now. Alright.
What did
yeah.
just happen?
We're live. Hello people who are watching us currently. How you
Goodbye.
doing?
Hi,
Of
Jim.
course. We have
It's
a
a nice
few
stream.
things
We're doing
to tackle
good.
today, so I'd say we
Hey,
just
get
get
down,
started. I think we should start firstly with something to like lighten
Yeah.
the mood, to show our respect
Hey.
for our favorite. Oh shit.
Yo, Barry Allen's in the chat.
Oh, he is?
Yo,
I was about to say,
our
because
biggest
fan.
one of the tweets I got from him was deleted. I didn't. Was his account deleted again? Because that'd be so funny. Hold up.
That would.
Hold up. I'm checking his
Maybe
account.
someone reported
Oh,
him.
he blocked me. He blocked me.
Wow.
Oh my
Wait,
god. Why
please
would
tell
you
me I'm blocked.
don't do this to
What a
me,
pussy.
Barry Allen? I love you so much. You're our favorite
and he-
person. Why would you do this to me? Ah, man.
And he said if I ever blocked him, I would be a coward.
Well, that's
I think I've been blocked.
Brilliant.
Oh.
Wow, how
I
the
think-
turntables.
Yeah, I'm calling you out like live on stream, man. You should unblock me. Like, look at this. You can't do this to me. Like,
I tried following you on twitter.com to get a follow back and then you blocked me.
but anyway, yeah. Barry Allen. Even though you block me, you're still my favorite person. All right. The comments you left on the latest ECUM were just precious. You saying that you're gonna dislike the ECUM with all your alt accounts. It's just brilliant. I thank you. I like the support and the dedication, because not many people go through the trouble of doing that. But you just you're fighting the good fight, keeping people from hating Flash, and that's all that counts, really, ultimately.
Yeah, he has to make sure he's the #1 ECUM hater and the #1
Yes.
Flash fan.
Of course. And also we got to, I'm glad he affirmed very vehemently last night that Tin is indeed a woman. And so, I think that's something that is worth bringing up,
Yes.
because, thank you for supporting trans rights, Barry Allen.
Yes, he affirmed that I was a woman pretending to be a man.
Yeah, it's because you're not out everywhere yet, so you're indeed a woman who sometimes has to pretend to be a man. So Barry Allen was just like, you gotta stop, man. You gotta come out and just be the woman that you are. And I think that's very, very honorable.
Yeah.
I love you,
He said
Barry
he
Allen.
supports our rights.
Exactly. Supports
can't-
trans rights. Thank you, man.
I can't make permanent guilt to Elon Musk transactions. I don't know what to tell you. It's not being completed. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. Barry Allen, I just want you to know, even though you've blocked me, my heart hasn't blocked you. Okay, that's very cheesy, but yeah. And so the next thing on the agenda, while people are still joining the stream, is the recommendation corner, which this time I think we should just kind of go through it quite quickly instead of
Come to me last time, Ian.
Okay, so Tin, what do you have in the recommendation corner? Considering your profile picture, I think I can guess, but
And actually, I wasn't going to go for our king because I still
Oh.
haven't finished it yet. Because I'm focusing on Better Call Saul as of a minute.
Ooh, very
Like,
based.
In terms of recommendation, I've got like 3 fucking things because I finished Breaking Bad, then I did El Camino, and now I'm on Better Call Saul, and I finished season 1 of that.
So what are you going to recommend of those things?
Don't do Breaking Bad. You've done that 2
Yeah,
weeks
already
in a row.
done Breaking Bad. Just
Yeah,
El Camino or Better Call
that's
Saul.
fair enough. Yeah, that's been like 1-3 times in a row. So I guess I'll do Better Call Saul for now because like It's for sure that I knew the least about because, like, I know like a little bit about Breaking Bad because of the fucking memes. Like, I knew about the Ozymandias fucking fall over and cry scene. Like, I knew about all them bits, but like with Better Call Saul, I knew nothing. And like, I've fallen in love with the characters. Like, I've fallen in love with the way that Vince Gilligan's managed to do like both a proper sort of crime sort of show, which is a character analysis of like spiraling out into madness, and now a lawyer show about like a guy trying to just achieve what he wants and fucking up in a lot of turns, which I appreciate his variety, but
El Camino
it's
is
very good so
underrated.
far.
I
And,
agree.
and I've heard Sky and Zod say that it's better than Breaking Bad and
Yeah.
genuinely fucking amazing. So
Oof.
I'm hoping to get to season 6 by the time that the last episode comes out in August, I think.
Yeah, you still have a lot of time. If you keep going the speed that you're going, it should be fine.
Yeah, so
Sky blocked
it's
you
a
because
recommendation.
you tweet politics, and if I follow politics, the Chinese government will censor my account. Oh, thank God! I thought it was because you hated me, Barry Allen. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I forgive you. You did it for
Yeah.
pragmatic
You're
reasons.
so brave.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
you had to do it. Obviously the Chinese government forced you to block me. It's fine. Once Elon Musk finishes the purchase of Twitter, it'll all be fine. So. Wait, this is a live stream. I just clicked on Madvocate's community post. Yes, welcome everyone who's coming from Madvocate's channel. This is ECUM. It is live, and sometimes we react to Flash with Madvocate. So subscribe if you want to see our reactions to season 8. But yeah,
It's so funny. It's a really funny show.
It's it's a fun family show that
Yeah.
it has very
It's
good
really
heart.
testing our mental skills with how we can predict everything on it.
Yeah. Are you done by the way, Tin? I kind of interrupted.
Yeah, I'm done. Like you said, you want to get this done as quick as possible, so
Yeah.
I made it quick.
Madvocate, do you have a recommendation for the recommendation corner?
Well, this is hilarious because I was thinking and I wasn't like, you know what? I'm not going to recommend a movie or a show. I'm going to recommend a video. And I see that Indigo1 is saying, I hope you recommend one of the Birdman's video on the recommended corner. But I'm not thinking of the one we're about to respond to because we haven't, well, at least I haven't watched it yet.
Mhm.
I'm recommending his actual video going over CinemaSins No Way Home video because it's good, except for those 3 points. That's it. And of course, since his ego is the size of a billboard, he won't allow, even the smallest bit of criticism. He probably thinks I think his whole video is trash. I mean, some people told me that he called me a CinemaSins dick rider when I very clearly stated that his No Way Home video is dog shit. As expected, like all of his other videos. But Birdman can't seem to comprehend that tackling 3 points does not mean his entire video is trash. It's still a good video because CinemaSins did an awful job at criticizing No Way Home. So yeah, I recommend Birdman's No Way Home video tackling CinemaSins.
Yeah, that's a good recommendation.
Yeah, and I know I said I wouldn't take him seriously anymore, and that's true because apparently he doesn't just use comics as support for his defenses in that video. Apparently he's done this before, so I still stand by that. Not going to take him seriously because he thinks comics are a way of defending, shitty things that happen in the movies.
Alrighty then. Guess it's my turn. I would recommend Sex Education. Just finished season 1. Watched half of episode 1 of season 2 last night before I had to stop. But it is really, really good. Maeve is easily the best character, and it tackles some really, really interesting topics, themes, and whatnot that I think are very mature for the type of show that it is. And also it has a banging soundtrack, just genuinely amazing. Like they had a scene that played Smith song in episode 3 that was brilliant, and it's all that kind of shit, like classic or punk rock. It's really good, or post punk, and yeah, that's my recommendation. Also, Shuti Gatwa, really good. Really excited for him as the Doctor. Zod, your recommendation.
I've only watched like 2 things recently. One of which I'll save for a different stream.
Mhm.
So save that for another day. And the other one is still Doctor Who, so I've not got much new to say there. I think the era, because who was it? Robert Holmes and what's his name, Hinchcliffe. They were the script editor and producer for a couple of seasons, and I did those seasons, and they're up there with some of the best that Doctor Who has to offer, frankly. And starting to get to some more stories that have like a few more cracks in them, but it's still much better than anything you're going to get out of Chibnall. So you know, it's worth doing.
All right.
Why not?
Are you done?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, Jeb, your turn, and keep it brief as the others did.
Well, luckily I could do that. I'd recommend Stranger Things. Currently, I've only watched 2 episodes, but aside from 4 is all I've watched in terms of new. It's doing good. Great characters, especially Jonathan, Joyce, Mike, and 11.
Yes. Joyce
I don't-
and Jonathan are my favorites so far. I've watched half of season 1.
Don't like Steve. Don't like him.
Steve is the one. Oh yeah, he's the one going out with Natalia Dyer, right? The dude from Free
Nancy,
Guy.
the character.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The rapey guy.
yeah, he's a bit of
Doesn't
a cunt. Don't really have an opinion on him. Anyway, Jeb, before we move on, I want to ask: do you agree that the editing and the pacing isn't great? Because that's my only issue with the show so far.
Yes, there's a bit of points where it kind of feels like scenes are in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, there was a Hopper scene in episode 2, and he's like looking over the canyon, and then he gets a phone call to see his friend who committed suicide, and it kind of just felt like a random segue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's my
I
only
don't know
issue with
why.
season 1 so far, but it's a pretty good show. Alrighty. So our next topic, out of
Hold on, I want to answer this question in chat. Oh, you just read it.
Oh yeah, out of curiosity, what does
ECUM stands for?
It doesn't really
Stands for Educational Criticism Upon Media.
I mean, that's actually a really good acronym. But no, it doesn't stand for anything. It used to stand for something, but then we just decided, you know what, let's just have it ECUM, because the point is that obviously we're inspired by EFAP as a podcast, and what comes after UFAP? ECUM. So ECUM after EFAP. It's a very smart name, I know, very yeah. I recommend Superman and Lois season 2. See, Barry Allen, very based. Superman and Lois. Thanks for adding to the recommendation corner, man.
Thank you, Barry.
Yes, you're here in spirit. All right, our next topic, and also kind of want to keep it brief. Jeb, what do you think about Thor: Love and Thunder? Because we both watched it.
Give me a second. Let me finish what's in my mouth.
Okay, I will talk about it then. It's Thor: Love and Thunder. I thought it was pretty good. Not perfect. Is way more unfocused than Ragnarok, but it has a pretty neat story, and I quite like the main 3 characters: Valkyrie, Jane Foster, and Thor. All 3 have pretty good arcs. Wish we'd seen more of a few characters, especially Gore, but I also think Gore is like one of the best villains. One of the better villains of the MCU. Might be the best in season 4, in phase 4, unless you count Icarus as a villain. So yeah, that's what I would have to say about that. Jeb, have you finished what's in your mouth?
Yes.
Swallow the cum.
Yes. So 4 was I approve of it, but it's kind of like a mixed bag. It's like it's almost could be exceptional, and that's why it keeps frustrating me, because I personally don't think the comedy hits as well as it should. Not like Ragnarok's level.
Yeah, Ragnarok is better in that sense.
I don't agree that this is a parody at all. I think the first half you could try and make that case. Second half, no. It gets very serious, especially between Jane and Thor. Gore's great. I
Christian
really
Bale
like
as
Gore.
well. Really, really good.
Yes.
In the role.
I wanted more of him. And a lot of things I was concerned about hearing before this film, they kind of explained it quite well. So like the city, I was very nervous about that,
Yeah,
but they
the
gave,
City of Gods
yeah,
in terms of world building,
uh,
but it was dealt with pretty well. So
exactly. So yeah, and also it explains why Thor's the way he is, and I like it's tried to do that, but I think that means now you can't go into the same territory for the next film. You have to progress.
yeah, have to have a very different tone for the next film if you're gonna continue his story. At least what I say. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's not really like a fantastic film. It's just like it gets a pass from me.
yeah, I can understand why people don't like it, especially if they want a serious Thor. Like Infinity War Thor, that's my ideal type.
Yeah, same.
I feel like this kind of went too off the deep end at points.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
it's serviceable.
Yeah. Alrighty. Um, can you please watch Jody's Corner spoiler review of No Way Home? Don't react to this response to Madvocate. Jody's criticisms are the best. I don't think we're gonna change our
Yeah.
plans just like 17 minutes into the stream, but maybe next time, Barry.
I think he's just telling everyone on the stream to go do that,
Oh, if it is, then
which
yeah,
makes
just
sense because I'm sure it's a better video. I don't know who Jody's Corner is, but
Oh, he's
it's
an
probably
absolute
better than
penis.
this Birdman video. All right, so before we get into the video, there are two things I want to talk about. So firstly, we got a bit of history with Birdman, and people in chat, you're gonna find this very, very, very funny. So Jeb, you're the person who has this history with him. Would you like to have a I guess explain the context for it?
Yes. So, shortly after No Way Home came out, Jay did a tweet, and I think it was like rank the Spider-Man films or something,
Mhm.
something like that. And obviously, you would expect spoilers in this thread because people are explaining their rankings and why that's the case.
Yeah.
You don't click on it. So I said my thoughts, and I included a spoiler for No Way Home. Along comes Birdman charging in like a train, losing his complete shit, saying, "Oh, you can't do the spoilers here," and I'm like, "Well, no, I can, because you're expected to see spoilers in this thread. The film's come out for some time, and if you click on this thread, it's on you at that point." And we kept having a back and forth on this. He called me a sociopath because I just didn't care. Because the truth is, I don't care. Like, if you click on a thread and get yourself spoiled, I don't care that you're upset. That's your fault. Harsh as it is. So he called me a sociopath, and because I'm saying it's the person's fault because they clicked the thread.
Yeah, wait. We're jumping ahead. I want to show the thread. I just wanted you to get the
Okay,
context building up to it. So yeah, that was that
okay,
thread.
Mhm.
And then Jab saw a tweet from Cosmonaut Variety Hour that said, that he muted a bunch of words here so that, he wouldn't be spoiled. And it's like, wow, well done. And then Jab was like, look, Birdman, a magical concept of avoiding spoilers. Wowee. And then Birdman, in all his wisdom, said, hey, ladies, don't dress provocatively. You might just get assaulted. The assaulter. Lol, you can't make this up. So he compared Jab to someone who victim blames rape victims. It's not a thing you do when you're talking about spoilers for a film in a thread in which, people are talking about the said film. And then Jeb said, obviously, not remotely the same, but go off. And then Berman says, you fail to grasp the concept of an analogy. Again, what you are doing is victim blaming, suggesting that the victim, i.e., the person being spoiled, because that person is a victim, didn't do their due diligence to avoid you victimizing them. It's a one-to-one analogy, dummy. Then Jeb said, well, okay, let's just delve into this. In sexual assault for women, what they wear has no correlation that has been proven. It's used as an excuse pathetically. So again, it's just not the same. Then Birdman says, Wage completely missed the point. Yeah, no shit that what they wear has no correlation to the assault. The point is that the victim blamers say that, genius. Jeb say, if you read my tweet, you maybe see where I acknowledge they do and why that's wrong, but too busy on the gotchas again. And Birdman said, it's only a gotcha if I gotcha. Jesus Christ, he's so dumb. You're engaging in victim blaming. The victim should have taken steps to avoid being a victim. It's what you want. Sorry if you don't like it, but it is what it is. It's just not, though. Yeah, definitions also escape you. Been a trend lately. And then he posted a definition of victim blaming, which is victim blaming occurs when the victim of a crime or any wrongful act is held entirely or partially at fault for the harm that befell them. And then Jeb said, there's no victim, so there's no victim blaming. You're not a victim because of a film spoiler, actual childish behavior. And then the beautiful, amazing moment is when Birdman says, doesn't know the definition of the word victim either. See, you can't even understand that what you did was wrong. That is a form of sociopathy. You don't think the people you spoiled were wrong, and you have blamed them for being wrong. You're legitimately a sociopath. So, yeah, this is the person we're dealing with.
And
You know you fucked up when Cosmonaut Variety Hour is being smarter than you, and this is the fucking excuse you give.
and I want to expand on this. Not only did he do this, he gets worse. Later on in the thread, he starts gloating about how I'm a lesser person because I have less followers. He has more money than me, apparently. He has a great community. He's a great person. It's basically circle jerking himself. He's like, come join my community. I'm like, no, what? Why? After all that, and the cherry on the cake, Neb did some research on Birdman with his videos. Birdman did Hawkeye shorts, now deleted conveniently, where he said spoilers without telling anyone, despite claiming he would tell people. So I just spammed epoxy at any point he made. And then he ended up blocking me after saying I won't give up ever. And I'm like, okay, let's try that. So yeah, that's the story
What a
of Birdman.
fucking coward.
He is.
I know.
Man, reading this thread is so funny. It's a wild ride because this is back when No Way Home came out, so like over half a year ago. That day was fun. But yeah, that's our history with the Birdman. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, and now before we get into the video, one thing I
also love the profile picture in that Twitter thread.
Oh yeah,
definitely doesn't scream.
Let me get
fuckboy
his
vibes.
Twitter profile pic on screen. Give me 1 sec. Take the cover off. Here, look at this amazing profile picture. See that of him sitting on a car, just like it's calling Jeb a sociopath. It's a very funny image.
That's a man I trust.
That is a man I trust. Before now we get into the video, there is an account from someone who wishes he could be here, but unfortunately he couldn't because of work. But this person, a friend of our channel and a friend of Madvocate's, has watched this video, and I would like to share his thoughts on the video because he actually watched the entirety of this video we're about to watch. He left some comments on it. Well, one comment on the video. And I would just like to share his experience, this experience he had with the video, because I think it's worth having our bit of shandy on the stream. Madvocate, would you like to read the comment? I think your voice will fit this very nicely.
Sure. So hopefully people joining in don't think this is a comment from me. This is a comment from
this
our
is a comment
pal. I don't know. Do you have it on screen?
Yeah, I have it on screen. I shared it on the Discord as well.
So I can't fully agree with this comment because I haven't seen the video yet, but Shandy says, Birdman, your video is fucking terrible, and I'm baffled you are this inept at defending your own points. You've backtracked your own arguments twice and acted like Madvocate was the idiot because you needed to redraft your scripts. Trash ass video is an ironic description to use here considering the sheer lack of effort you put into making this. Not just from an argument standpoint, but also a production one. I'd ask you to do better, but considering your entire channel identify, I think you meant to say identity.
Yeah.
Entire channel's identity is to be the anti-CinemaSins. I fucking doubt you possess the ability to improve. Where am I?
It's the second.
I get defending yourself. Yeah, I get defending yourself and countering points you think are unfair, but the fact you exceeded my expectations on what I can consider stupid points while radiating smug like you put a stick of plutonium in your shorts easily makes this one of the worst videos I've ever seen. You are an embarrassing waste of protons, and I hope you drink orange juice after forgetting to brush your teeth.
I forget you brushed your teeth because that's yeah. And then there's one more thing that Shandy said that I think is funny. And then we get into the video. But yeah, I just wanted to get this account from Shandy because he would be here if he could, and to honor his memory. That is
Before we start the video, should we read his pinned comments?
Oh yeah,
the Birdman's pinned comments, because
yeah,
it's fucking trash.
We'll get to that. I just want to read this that
fucking
Shandy
bad.
told me as he was watching the video. Sky, I'm getting unbearably angry. This is worse than anything I've seen Cosmo make. And Shandy has made a response video to Cosmonaut, just so you're aware. And then he says, the dude is fucking splitting apart atoms at a molecular level with the amount of idiotic radiation emitting from his body. So that's the level I expect the video to be at. So expectations aren't very high. But, who knows? Maybe it'll surprise us and Madvocate will be wrong all along.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Madvocate is often wrong. And now, what we have to do, I'm going to open the... Do you have the comments sent on the group chat, or do I have to go get it?
It's on Twitter. I don't know if you want to go there, but I don't have it saved.
I opened the video. I'll just take a screenshot then, and then we can... show it. Alrighty, here. Let me.
Oh, there's two of them, but
yeah. Apparently,
he made a reply.
Yeah, he made a reply
to his own in comments because.
Yeah, I'll get the reply after we read this.
Because he needed to move the goalpost after people let him know that I actually do like the video, or the movie.
The movie, yeah. All right. Who would like to read this comment he left on his own video?
Where's the comment? Is it what I'm looking at?
I think I just sent it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
the last
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, the last thing I sent.
Are you ready for my rendition?
Sure.
Put on your sociopath voice.
I can't do that because that's my normal voice. You fucking
Ah,
retard.
drat.
I might interrupt you just to rebuttal this comment
Mhm.
because
Okay.
it's fucking garbage.
Yeah,
So is his
Well,
reply.
I also got the
When you
reply.
interrupt me, do an autistic screech just so I can hear. Anyway, this was very clearly a waste of my time, as just like all the other stands, weird image, that attempt to correct me, they either fail to understand what I'm saying, don't know what they're talking about, or just hate the thing I'm making a video on.
Really, I fail to understand the definition of Strange played around with the time gem. What could you have possibly meant by that? That isn't just him fucking around like he doesn't know what he's doing. I would love to know what you actually meant by that. Apparently that's a very nuanced statement, I guess.
Okay. It's obvious to me this kid has an axe to grind with this film, as do a lot of the recent going against the grain MCU haters. And that's fair enough. Nobody can.
Correction, I'm not an MCU hater, I'm a bad writing hater, which is why I've done videos on DC. And, fuck, is there any other universe I've covered? I've covered the Invincible verse, but I didn't say anything negative about that one.
Arrowverse is technically separate from the DCEU, so...
Oh, and Star Wars. Yeah, there you go.
There we are.
Also,
Nobody cares.
You just told me that you were rewatching Avengers recently, that you were really liking Coulson's dialogue in that. It's like you're not just an MCU hater. I'm fairly sure you like quite a few MCU things. So
I like plenty of MCU things, even some of the bad ones.
Yeah.
But apparently that's not permitted. As soon as you criticize something negatively at length, it means there is no possible way there is even an ounce of enjoyment that could come out of that movie.
Mm-hmm. Go on, Jeb.
Nobody cares, but they just have to explain why you are wrong for enjoying something they want to hate.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me go to my about section. 11,300,517 views would say otherwise.
Yeah, I think a few people care. But
Just a
Yeah,
handful.
well,
and
yeah.
119,000 subscribers. I guess that's pretty much meaningless. I don't know.
Yeah,
a
those
vocal
are no
minority.
bunch of nobodies. Everyone watching the stream, all Jesus, 90 of
It's
you.
just a bunch of bots
Yeah,
who don't care.
yeah. Madvocate paid the bots to be on the stream. This is why it's our
It
most
just
watched
carries
stream.
all accounts.
Amazing. Anyway, Jeb, go on.
Yeah. This is shown in their overly anal approach at criticizing these things, where they refuse to suspend their disbelief for the sake of a narrative. I mean, I see this all the time in my own comments section. Cinnamon Sins was right because I think this movie sucks.
Well, it's
Weird, you know.
interesting. When Madvocate and I were discussing some of his points for his No Way Home video, Madvocate was actually more willing to suspend his disbelief than I was when we were talking about the cures, because
Fabricator.
because the
Oh, and the
fabricator,
cures.
yeah, because there was a few weird things about like the logistics of the cures. Madvocate was willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the film more than I was. I imagine it's more because I really dislike the film, while Madvocate likes it more, and was also making a video that's more willing to just be fair to the film rather than just criticize it for no reason. Because the film does deserve
Yeah.
to be criticized. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bot as well, just saying things.
So I was actually thinking about the section I made about the Iron Spider. I was thinking about just changing it to technology and talking about the Fabricator and the cures, because it's pretty nonsense. Like, everything about it is just so, like, we need something. It's literally just to move the plot along. Even though, like, just thinking about the Fabricator, it's like it's a miracle machine.
Yeah.
Apparently, not only does it have like 3D printing capabilities and whatnot, but it has like chemistry elements to it. Like, it can just make fucking cures for the lizard.
Yeah,
I think he was the only one who had. Oh, and
No,
Goblin.
Well, Sandman's cure
Like,
was
it could-
also made. It was a little like flask with some gas in it.
Yeah. Oh, was it? I thought it was
Yeah.
just like an electronic, because
No,
when
there's
Toby
it-
used
it
it at the end,
releases a
it like
gas.
emitted light.
It uses a gas inside it when it's being made. I think I remember sharing the screenshot with you. It shows in the background for like 3 seconds, but yeah, it's a little gas that it makes.
Yeah. So I was thinking like maybe I should talk about how broken the Fabricator is and how easy it was to make the cures, but I was like, I feel like it'd just be too much. It's too much to think about. I'm just gonna accept that it's a thing that exists. So I am willing to suspend my disbelief, to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's
But the minute that rules are starting to, yeah, the minute rules are starting to be broken and characters start acting out of whack, that's not just me not suspending my disbelief, it's noticing a flaw.
Yeah.
Most of them are very apparent.
I just really need you. Barry Allen, I love you. Because I was going to read this comment, I was just waiting for Madvocate to stop talking, but Barry Allen had to remind me, just saying, Sky, respond to my accusation against Madvocate, it proves me right. But anyway, I need to read this because I think it disproves everything Madvocate just said. Barry Allen says, Madvocate is not a bad writing hater, he hates Flash, but Flash doesn't have bad writing. Madvocate is hypocrite confirmation. So I think that's
and yet Barry Allen hasn't disproved a single point I've ever made in those videos without saying it's meant to be entertaining. Logic doesn't matter.
No,
that's all your defenses, man. You gotta go beyond that.
Don't worry, Barry.
Because I find it
I'm
entertaining when Barry is smart.
Yeah. I mean, the episode we liked the most this season was the Goatface one, because it's the one with the least like dumb stuff in it. Because Goatface is actually mostly competent, and there's that one instance of Barry being retarded, where he can't grab the fucking gas bomb. But after that, because he doesn't have his powers throughout the episode, it's fairly easy to keep him competent. But anyway. Anyway, getting back to the comment, Jab, if you would.
Yeah. This is my first and will be my last response to Sky. No, this is a response to Birdman, but okay. Please stop asking me to respond to stupidity, guys. If he responds, he can have the last word. I took an L, even acknowledging this. At least he won't respond to this stream. So, we're untouchable.
We're untouchable. We win.
And I mean, he doesn't have to worry about not having to respond to stupidity anymore because that's exactly what we're doing today.
Yeah, we're already doing his job for him. I think we're
Yeah.
very honorable people. Anyway, he also made a reply to that comment that I sent right after. So Jeb, if you would like reading it.
Yes, more reading. In quotes, like in a movie or any media, criticizing it aren't mutually exclusive. Did say it wasn't. I don't know. Did he say it was? I don't know.
Well, it's the
I thought
fact
he
that
was about to.
Yeah, it was the fact that people like people are like, oh man, like Madvocate said he liked the video when you're saying like he hates, he's an MCU hater.
Wait, he edited his comment.
Did he?
That's why he said that. Yeah, it's different on Twitter. Someone sent me a different screenshot on Twitter.
Can you find it and send it then? Jeb, keep reading, but we'll get the original.
Yeah, just finish this one.
In quotes, if he or anyone claims he likes a movie or any other media, I have no reason, outright doubt, or believe right away. I just say, if you say so, roll with it until evidence to either outcome becomes apparent. He says, and when would that evidence become apparent, I wonder? Could it be an hour of shitting on something, would it?
In that 1 hour of shitting on something in which Madvocate did say that he liked the film, not only in the beginning but at the end where he praises some aspects of the film actually, but whatever. I think this might be just like a fully different comment because he replied to a few people in that thread.
Sorry, I didn't listen to what Jeb just said, so let me see if I have anything to say.
Yeah. Let me see.
So he's saying, oh well, it's not mutually exclusive, but if you saw someone shitting on something for an hour, then isn't it kind of apparent that they do hate the thing? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Things like, oh, well,
okay, so he still doesn't understand.
Yeah.
He acknowledges that criticizing and liking aren't mutually exclusive, and then he backtracks on that by saying, well, he criticized it for an hour. Doesn't that mean he probably hates it if he went to extensive lengths to criticize it?
Mm.
And the answer is no.
I can't seem to find.
Why does the length matter
in this video? But there's another comment that I just saw that is he says
he might have edited it into this one. But no, why Birdman? Why does length matter? I guess
I found it. Yeah.
I have a friend who makes Spider-Man videos too. He went almost 3 hours criticizing Far From Home, absolutely shitting on it, and I think he says it's one of his favorite Spider-Man movies, just because it's enjoyable, not because he's drooling over the writing.
Well, Shandy,
like
for one,
Mysterio,
like he's made videos about the entirety of the Raimi trilogy. I think he likes all of them, but he's very critical of all three films.
Yeah, and one of those reasons being that Mysterio is just so much fun. Like, his acting is just bonkers that you can't like not enjoy him.
Mm-hmm.
Writing is still shit, but his acting is captivating.
Yeah.
So there are other reasons to enjoy something that can be separate from just the structure and the writing elements.
Yeah. Oh man, Barry had to go because he's editing a video. Well, we'll see you later, Barry Allen. I hope you have a very, very good day.
We'll promote it on
be sure to send us the link.
Yeah, send us the link. We'll watch it. Yes. Anyway, Jeb, if you would like to
promote it on our community tab.
Yeah. Jeb.
So am I still reading the comment I've been reading?
Yes, you finish it and then we'll get the one that Madvocate sent because I got a screenshot of it.
Okay. Quote, I mean, I could say the same thing about you, in which, if I had to guess, I'd say that you hate CS, I assume that's CinemaSins, and the disclaimers are just sarcasm. He responds with, I mean, you could, and a lot of people try to. The difference is that I have a track record. I'm on that record as August 4 years ago, stating my EWW, everything wrong with, videos are joke videos, and that only the criticisms are real. This was way before I blew up.
Oh,
Is
so
that-
when he states something, it counts, but just because I don't have a track record or something means my time saying that I enjoyed something doesn't.
That's very disingenuous, I think. I think that's just, using a tactic to make yourself look better, where making your opposition look worse. Just play.
Yeah. How
Seems
about
quite
we pretend
convenient.
he didn't say this just now, and we went to his channel with no expectations and just see that the whole thing is just countering CinemaSin's entire channel, because that's essentially what the Birdman is. Couldn't I just say, man, this guy must have a huge gripe with CinemaSins if his entire channel is dedicated to just shitting on his videos
Exactly.
and pointing out how pretty much all of his points are wrong?
Yeah.
Couldn't I just say he has a gripe with him and that he probably hates him?
Of course, because you can just discount anything that any person says as long as it fits your narrative. So, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the
Oh, but he
precedent set
said,
by the
but 4
Birdman.
years ago, he said they started out as joke videos. Okay, so
Of course.
he gets a pass.
Jeb, did you finish the comment or?
No, there's still like 2 sentences and a paragraph. Birdman and future Birdman are very clearly characters, as are Stan and the other characters playing those videos.
Okay.
Sure. I'm also on the record in my streams defending CinemaSins, explain to those that are curious why and what I like about them, where I am being myself and not my characters. The person
Well,
we are
here's the thing. I haven't seen your fucking streams, so allow me to continue to say that you just hate CinemaSins because your entire channel is dedicated to countering all his points.
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you saying that? I think this is in the next comment, so I'll save it for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we'll
But
get that.
it piggybacks off of this point.
Go on, Jeb.
The person we are talking about doesn't have that kind of record, and thus we can only judge based on what they do. But okay. Sure. Again, I don't care what people say. I only care what they show me. No, you don't. You just ignored the advocate's points. I'm sorry. I had to refute that bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeb.
You and anyone else who wants to think I dislike CinemaSins are free to do so. I don't really mind one way or the other. That isn't the basis of my work, so it doesn't offend me. Then why are you writing this fucking comment? Can we say this video was a joke video like mine? Yours are clearly not joke videos. That's...
Well, we're about to find out if
Yeah.
it's a joke or if he's just gonna be a little baby boy,
Yeah.
salty bitch.
I sent the comment Madvocate sent, but just another screenshot. So Jeb, if you would like to read that as well. Oh, it starts with
Wait,
sigh. That's amazing.
Wait, he pays.
Well, I've never talked about what Madvocate is. Couldn't I just say he's a character too? Because he is. I see him as an alter ego. I'm here to point out inconsistencies in media, but I don't go doing that in real life.
Yeah, I mean, when we're watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and when you're in your videos, it's a very clear, difference of how you conduct yourself. Because that's just how it is. You usually put on, a character when you're making your video so that it's more entertaining.
Yeah, that's why there's the profile picture is not me in real life. That's why that's there.
They don't have the budget to end an episode in 5 minutes. What?
Yeah, Barry Allen came back to just say one last thing to Madvocate and Sky. Flash stops villains instantly. Episode will be over in 5 minutes. They don't have the budget for that. Also, Barry wasn't leveled up back then. That's
Wouldn't
so
it cost less to make a shorter episode?
No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
You're telling me they don't have the budget to make the Flash take away Captain Cold's gun?
It's too expensive. Yeah,
Oh,
the VFX
Okay,
costs too
they-
much.
Yeah, it's more expensive to make him taking away his gun, but it's less expensive to make him running around like an idiot and not do anything.
So, time for this comment. Logan Paul sigh. In order to even know if that 1 hour video said something about me, I would have had to watch it, right? Not necessarily. He doesn't timestamp the parts of the video he addresses me, nor does he even do me the kindness of linking my video in the description. Which is common courtesy of videos.
But I'm not
you
responding to the entire video.
It's just responding
Yeah.
to
I'm
a few
responding
points.
to 3 little points.
I don't think it's necessary to put.
I
the
didn't link
videos.
CinemaSins either,
Yeah.
and I defended him. I fucking defended CinemaSins in the video, and why are you not complaining that I didn't link his?
Yeah.
Why aren't you linking his Madvocate's video in this comment?
Wait, a random person
And-
clicking that video would have no idea is responding to the Birdman. He calls you out like explicitly. He says the Birdman. What are you talking about?
Wait, let me see if he puts the original Madvocate's video in his description.
I think
wanna
he
see if he's-
did. Let me check. I have
I hope
the
so.
video open. You can find the video here. Yes, he did. At least you're
Okay,
consistent.
good.
Good on you, Birdman.
Doesn't he have more subscribers too? I feel like that's
He does, yes.
also not. If I was responding to a smaller creator, I would. But I don't think you need Birdman. You clearly think I'm terrible at criticizing movies. So why would you want my audience that thinks I'm doing it right? Why would you want them on your videos? They're just going to say that you can't criticize movies.
Yeah.
Or I guess defending them when they're the CinemaSins response videos.
I've just read ahead and my brain is broken. Oh
Go
my
on,
God.
Jab. To be clear.
I need to refute this next sentence.
Alright.
Okay. To be clear, I watched that until it got to me, then decided to respond to that. Meaning, yeah, I caught Way said he liked the movie and that it's attractive to someone who likes anything, blah, blah, blah. That was it at the beginning.
Indeed.
So then, you just proved my point, you fucking dimwit. You can't have watched the 1 hour video if you were spoken about at the beginning, so you didn't see the rest or any of the context after, and you're literally ignoring where he said he liked the movie just so you could make a point. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he says he likes the movie in the beginning, and then at the end, Madvocate mentions the things he likes about the film. Because he even says, "Oh, you tricked me to say some positive shit in this channel. Well done." Maybe if you would watch that part before making your video, you would have had come to a better conclusion about it. But anyway, go on.
I want to be clear here as well. I haven't seen the video yet because of lack of time. I will see Madvocate's video, and I literally went just before that. I reckon it was in the beginning of the video, and fuck me, I was right. Now I have to wonder if you actually read this comment where I'm comparing him and his takes to those that dislike the MCU. I'll break it down for you. Quote: "It's obvious to me this kid has an axe." I've read that fucking thing before. Clearly, this is me saying he has an axe to grind. He does. I'm also comparing this with the quote, the recent MCU haters quote. I'm simply saying they have an issue with the film. I like quote the recent MCU haters quote. They blindly criticize and balk at any explanations for these things they hate in these movies.
What?
Saying the comics is not an explanation.
Yeah, it is just
I'm
not
sorry.
because using an out of universe thing to talk about an in universe thing in these films is wrong, right? For example, if you use an out of universe criticism to an in universe thing that's happening, like he says about Strange making a mistake, that would be bad. But using comics to defend these films, that's not bad because that's not out of universe, right? Wait, it is. Oh, that's interesting, Birdman. Almost like Madvocate points out that inconsistency in that video. But anyway.
Whoa. This happens quite a lot in my comment section, especially on contentious films such as Elite of Battle Age. Is Elite contentious?
Kinda. It kind of became like a cultural war kind of shit where anti-SJW people were defending Alita because it's like, see, this is the non-SJW female-led movie because it came out at the same time as Captain Marvel.
I remember that. That was back when I was part of them lot.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, but Alita's like a 5 out of 10. It's,
Wow.
yeah, it's not great.
Captain Marvel and practically any Star Wars movie. I am also not naive enough to take people at their word. Okay, that's good for you. And instead rely on their actions. So if their action is editing a video all the way through and doing a script and everything to state explicitly why they like the film, that is a very important action.
Oh, Jeb,
to prove they like the film.
continue the sentences. It'll get worse.
I have never heard of this person before yesterday, so I have no clue about taste of this person.
So
He doesn't
why
have a-
would you assume that he
Why does
doesn't
that
like the
matter?
film? No, that's the point. He just said, I have no clue. So why aren't you taking him at his words? Because you don't know what his actions are. You haven't seen anything from him besides this video. So you have no basis to base off like, oh, he dislikes the film. Like, you're saying that he is lying in his video based on watching one video in which he literally says he likes the film and praises some aspects of it. How dumb are you?
He doesn't have a track record. He in terms of No Way Home, Madvocate doesn't, but believe me, he has a track record with The Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
If you took
he-
one look at the channel, at the homepage of the channel, he would see a playlist dedicated to The Flash.
he could be lied to get the heat off of him for criticizing something extreme. But he said,
You stupid fuck. If you did the most minimum research, you would know that all of the videos, most of the videos I've made criticizing stuff, have zero to no praise about the topic. And I've been doing this for like a year and a half now. If you knew that, you would realize, oh, I guess he doesn't care about the backlash. Because I was totally expecting backlash on The Flash, just because that's such a beloved show, especially the first couple of seasons. And I didn't waver. I'm still shitting on it. Year and a half later, I don't care about if Barry Allen's like, but it's not entertaining if he takes a gun away. Also, to answer Barry Allen's question about what will we watch for the rest of the episode, don't make a Flash TV show then.
Or
Make a
just
fucking
write it
movie
so
where
that
he
you
has all
actually
the villains in the show.
Or write it so
Yeah,
that he
yeah, or-
can't incapacitate the villains in 5 minutes. Just write the villains should be
don't-
have different powers and everything.
Don't make a traditional superhero TV show about the Flash if he's so overpowered.
Yeah.
Do it like, I've been saying this forever now, do it like One Punch Man, where he deals with like trivial shit that people do every day, but for him, you know, it's agony because he moves so fast. Like have a whole subplot about how he jerks off way too fast and it's not, I don't know, doesn't feel good for him because he gets it over with. Or how when Iris gets fucked, he comes way too fast and she gets no enjoyment out of it. I don't know. It's very simple.
she gets very heavily burnt due to the friction.
The friction,
There we
oh
go.
no. It's a very, very different show. Very different show. Anyway, Jeb, continue.
He could be lying. I don't know, nor do I care. You do care. You mentioned it, and if you don't know, don't make that assumption. What he eats doesn't make me shit. That is a saying. I will follow that saying for the rest of my life.
Very
And all that
interesting.
said, to be honest with you, no, I don't believe he likes this movie at all.
So you do
How bad
care,
faith.
and you are assuming things. You could have just said, "Oh, he likes the film. I hadn't seen that part of the video," and that's all you had to do. You're trying to justify you saying he doesn't like the film, even though he explicitly says he doesn't praises the film. It's like you could just not assume that Madvocate is lying to his audience for absolutely no reason. I think that could be neat. But anyway. So those were the comments we had to read, and now we have finally gotten to the video itself. I'm excited. I also created a
boy.
second watch together because there's one point specifically
Come on.
that I think we'll have to get to Madvocate's video for. So when we get to it, I'll send the link and then we can watch it.
Ridiculous.
Oh my god, we got a super chat. Hold on, let me open Streamlabs to read it.
Thank you to whoever did this that I'm about to find out. I
Yeah.
said thank you, Ali.
Yeah, I always forget to open Streamlabs until someone donates. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the thing. So give me 1 second, but I'm going to thank you. Also, man, the GIF that plays when someone donates, that's that's a no-that's GIF. I hope you find it entertaining. Travis Scott eating a baby. Yeah, it's still that one. And it's absolutely
I
ridiculous.
forgot about that.
Oh, it was Alcatraz donated, saying, "Hey guys, you're gonna go over Birdman going nuts on Twitter over the No Way Home spoilers." We already did Alcatraz, so if you rewind the stream, I think we did like half an hour ago. I don't know. We spent like an hour before we got to the video, so you know. But are we all ready to get started with this? All 5 of us are in the watch together, so let us get started with this video.
I'm so
have to.
excited.
Woo! Let's go.
Look at his
Yeah.
VC. It's epileptic to Flash.
Alrighty.
Oh boy. Well, I woke up today and I got a few notifications about someone responding to something I said.
I forgot. To
And
take off
fuck
the-
you to the person who sent him this and didn't tell him to watch the whole thing.
Well, they might have, and
'Cause then-
Birdman just didn't. we can assume these
that's
things, you know.
possible too.
Yeah, we can assume these
Yeah,
things.
we can assume Birdman was told that and then just chose not to because he got so butthurt over the points when he went over them.
In my Spider-Man No Way Home video. Now, this person's video is not really about me, but they bring me up multiple times.
Multiple? It's twice, right? You bring up 2 points.
Yeah, I brought up 3 points, but the third one was immediately after the second, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a point about them making a mistake, which he defends by saying it's applying an out-of-universe criticism into an in-universe thing. Then there's the
second one.
The fight, right, in the mirror dimension.
Yeah, the second one was saying they are literally showing you Spider-Man defeating Strange in the battle. That's the second one. And then the third one was just a small one. It was when he said, when CinemaSin said, why can't Strange do anything when he's webbed up? And he was like, you need to perform hand gestures, which I can't wait to get into that because he doesn't believe magic should have limits or rules.
Oh, he said something even like worse than that about the head gestures.
But we'll get into that. We'll get into that because pretty ironic that he says Strange can't perform magic without moving his hands because that's a limit if you think about it.
Anyway, yeah.
And I think it would be cool to react to that and see what they have to say, and then give you my response to that. Just a bit of a disclaimer here. This person comes across as a person who dislikes the MCU in its current state. Or maybe
would you agree?
Yeah,
do you dislike the current state of MCU?
That's fair. That's fair, but it's not just the MCU. It's anything that I do end up watching that's cape shit related.
The Boys.
The Boys has been great.
I haven't seen the finale, Jeb.
Oh,
don't say anything.
Good luck. Just good luck.
Just dislikes this movie. I don't know shit about this person.
Wait. Hold up. So,
or maybe just dislikes this movie. I don't know shit about this person.
He said in the video, and you said you watched that part, so maybe you shouldn't have said that. But anyway, this is even before he responds. I guess
he doesn't believe me though.
Yeah, he can't believe you, Madvocate. I'm sorry.
So of course he's
right. Video just a little bit. It's quiet. Oh, I'll turn up the video. Sorry.
All I know is they said some shit about me, and you know how we feel about that around here. So let's go ahead and take a look at.
Oh, so you admit you have an ego, that you can't take criticism, that you have to immediately jump into it and make a response video, not even, like 2 or 3 days later?
See, this is
why I would say to be like as best faith as possible. He's just making a joke about like, oh, they're talking about me. Because if someone made a video about me, I would watch it, maybe react to it, and respond, but I wouldn't like take it at face value like, oh yeah, this video is bad. I would probably just say, oh, let's get it. Like, he made a video about me, let's see what he has to say. I imagine, but so that's what I hope he means. But he's already watched the video. The way he comes across is a bit condescending here, but you know, who knows?
And I know little about the community of Birdman, but from what I've witnessed about this community, they remind me of the typical anti-SJW crowd, but in the sense for comics and that, like they think they're superior to you in some form because they know this or know that.
Right.
Oh, goody.
What they have to say. Now, I'm obviously going to skip to the parts that I have a problem with. I don't want to, this guy's video is an hour, and me responding to it will probably be double that time. So let's just go ahead and get to the part that I have a problem with.
We're watching Madvocate's video through Birdman.
Oh, he's going to go through the entire Doctor Strange part.
Oh, that's interesting.
Strange is the worst part about this movie, with pretty much every passing second of his screen time being an insult to consistency and intelligence. Not just his character, but the magic that comes with him.
What do you mean magic inconsistencies?
I hope he likes the
nerd. There are
nerd.
no rules when it comes to magic. It's fucking magic.
Please block me if this is a hill you will die on. Yeah,
Block
I
me,
saw you
Birdman.
chuckle fucks on my WandaVision video. You just know for a fact that people who say this have their own limits stance on how magic should operate, despite declaring it's allowed to be as inconsistent as the writers want it to be.
I'm the most famous person
he
in the
doesn't-
world.
He didn't pause.
He's just not.
I thought he was gonna respond to that
Weird.
one. He just let the video play. All
Yeah.
right, we'll see.
That's
It
very
seems.
weird.
It seems like he would have already countered that. He would have been like, "Well, I'm one of those people who thinks they don't need limits."
And then he
And
blocks
whatnot.
you live on the video. That would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been
I'd
pretty
respect
funny.
that. I would respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would give it a like.
Yeah, and it's like, the thing is, I think everyone in this call would agree it's fine if you think that, like, you don't care about the logical consistency of films. It's like, that's the way you view films, whatever. The issue is when you try to counter, about the logic of these things making sense, like when he did for CinemaSins video, and then he's like, oh, but magic doesn't matter, like the logical consistency of magic doesn't matter because it's magic. Which is also discounting what stakes are, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, again, if you don't like these standards, that's fine. If you don't agree with consistency, logic, any of that, cool. Then just don't watch these videos. Don't engage in this community. You know?
Yeah. Love whatever you want, whatever. As soon as you come into our standards, we will critique you by the standards. Likewise, if we went to you.
Yeah, you'd
Work both
criticize shit
ways.
based on your standards. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess Barry Allen is a perfect example of this. That he won't stop engaging with us, even though he thinks entertainment is everything. So he should go watch other people.
I know.
Oh, so word made it to the Sanctum Sanctorum. That's
Wait, was that it? You didn't justify why magic should have hardline rules, nor how you would implement them in any reasonable way. Magic is
okay.
Because I thought it's pretty obvious that by putting limits on magic, it creates, stakes, because without any limits, then you don't know what the fuck the stakes are.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
The point is made throughout the video if you think about it, when you're like, for example, when you explain about the memory erasure spell and how that can be used, how that could have been used in other films, which would impact most of the MCU going forward after Endgame if he had used it to stop Thanos, right? After
Yeah, once
Infinity
you
War.
get into it, that should tell you
Yeah.
that should be very clear why there should be limits.
Yeah, because
and
it just
consistency.
really, really does kind of fuck with the stakes when you just have a character who can erase someone's memories and then just stop them from enacting their plan. Because going forward and, thinking about it retroactively, there's a lot of moments where Doctor Strange could have used it and just finished, like, the entire conflict of a film. So those conflicts now, they have less stakes because we just know it could have been handled very easily by Doctor Strange. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, and knowing that he could have done something far easier in Infinity War, it's like, oh, I guess he was just an idiot. It affects his character when it's revealed that there was another option and he just didn't take it.
Yeah.
Also, I want to add to this. There's something he does that's quite sneaky. He says hard rules.
It doesn't have to be
Correct
hard
me if
rules,
I'm-
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a soft magic system as long as there's like
It's
some rules in
consistent.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we
And
talk
those-
about when we talk about Eternals in this channel, usually. It's like, there's a lot of shit in that film that is, like, the limitations are based on what we don't see them doing. That just means, it's probably not possible. Because if it had rules for everything, you're going to have a lot of exposition to be done for a film that's already like 2.5 hours long. So as long as it's consistent, we're fine with it. And I think Madvocate would agree. It's just, what matters is like, is if it is portrayed consistently. Because that's like the issue with the hyperspace kamikaze in TLJ, right? How we've never seen that being done before, so we just assumed it can't be done. But once the film is like, oh no, it can, it just creates so many issues retroactively because we're like, oh, why didn't they do this in the other films,
Yeah.
right? Because it's such an overpowered move. So we didn't have to have like an explicit mention in the other films that they can't do the hyperspace kamikaze. It's just that, oh, they haven't done it, so probably it can't be done. Because if it could, then these characters are stupid, and they are portrayed as being smart characters. So that's how the consistency would apply.
Also, as someone who critiques, your role is not to go, they should have done. You can do, but Birdman expected now of a reviewer is unreasonable. It's not up to Madvocate to come up with the solutions. He has to only point out the problems and justify.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into it, Birdman.
It's not real. Therefore, it could never adhere to rules in the first place.
No, wait. Let's rewind here.
Implement them in
Yeah, I
any
didn't
reasonable
catch
way. Magic is not real. Therefore, it could never adhere to rules in the first place.
That makes no
Nothing
sense.
in these films are real.
Yeah.
So anything goes, I guess.
Yeah, it
I'd
also
like
is
to-
like magic systems, they have to have limitations. Like when you're playing a game, let's say you're playing Elden Ring and you gain like a fucking spell that you can use. And the game is like, oh no, you have limitations on how to use this. You're like, fuck off, it's magic. It shouldn't have any limitations because magic doesn't exist. It's like, well, that's kind of bad game design, isn't it? Well, exactly, because you need to have limitations so that you can implement in a game. It's the same thing as in films. You keep the stakes from falling apart. You keep the rules consistent for how magic is used. So that's why they introduce these rules. It's like, oh, once you get into the mirror dimension, you need the sling ring to get out, because that's how a lot of the
why would
stakes
any
are
of
built
this
in
be
Doctor Strange
mentioned?
1. Yeah, because otherwise it's just irrelevant. Like, imagine him watching Lord of the Rings and he watches the first 20 minutes. It's like, this doesn't matter. It's all exposition about, like, magic. Who cares? Magic
Does he watch the first Doctor Strange and he's like, this is so fucking stupid. They're just explaining how magical things work. It's not real, guys. Stop explaining everything.
Mm-hmm.
Any rules you place on magic is due to the writers, which contradicts your argument against writers using magic how they see fit. I mean, like, do you not hear yourself? Writers implementing rules is writers using magic how they see fit.
Yeah, and the
What?
issue is when they break
But they
those
need to use
rules.
it consistently.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
fine if you can have whatever magic system you want in your story. What we're gonna criticize is when it's inconsistent. It's when you contradict those rules.
Yes. The moment they say to use the sling ring, you need to clear your mind. You need to have a perfect picture of where you want to go. And you need to wave your hand in a circle while wearing the sling ring. That's the rules. They're set. The moment Ned fucking waves his hand and he just says, find Peter Parker, and it takes him to the wrong Peter Parker, that is breaking the rules. That is no longer consistent.
Yeah, and I think a very clear example is how, like, we in Flash. I want to mention Flash because Barry Allen was just timed out, so he can't counter this. In Flash, Allegra has powers, and we just learned the last episode we watched that she can teleport, which is a power that would have literally saved her in the prior episode because she was trapped in a room with Chester. And she can teleport with other people. And we're like, okay, so you have these rules about her magic. She, like, shoots laser beams from her hands and whatever. That's fine. Once you introduce this other thing, we're gonna look back and think, wait, why didn't you use it in this moment? Oh, wait, this contradicts this moment because now she could have just teleported away. It's the same thing with the magic with Doctor Strange. When you introduce, like, oh, you don't have to do hand gestures to open a portal. So why does he do it in the first time? Why do they all do it? It seems kind of inconvenient because it takes more effort. You don't also need to, like, know where you want to go with the portals. It can just bring you to a person you ask for. And then Madvocate points out in his video, well, why can't they just say find Vision? And then Doctor Strange could have just found Vision with the fucking sling ring. You know, there are quite a lot of things that once you realize that these rules aren't being followed, that they break retroactively, because what we knew, what limited these systems and what made the stakes feel, you know, impactful was because there were rules that made some things possible and others not. Otherwise, the character is just overpowered, like, you know, One Punch Man, who can just win after 5 seconds, and then the conflict of the film would be over. So you have to implement these. Limitations. Anyway.
Take J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter universe for just a quick second.
Okay.
Nope, we're not talking about the Potterverse, so why are you bringing this up? Wait, this is his first time watching my video, right? Supposedly.
No, I think he already watched it. I think from the comment we read, he said that he watched the video up until the point he got mentioned, and then he decided to react to it. So.
Oh, right, he hasn't been mentioned. Oh, so up to the point where he shows up, then maybe I haven't stated yet. Don't use other media to support your points. I guess he didn't get there yet. So we'll give him a pass this time in bringing up Harry Potter, but
Well, I want to see
if,
what his point is, because maybe it's relevant.
Yeah, maybe it's a
yeah,
good point.
all he
even
said
with
was
the
mentioning
Potter
Harry
reference.
Potter, because like I used Flash as an example of how to do magic poorly, so maybe he's gonna use Harry Potter to show how it does magic well without having limitations.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure
that's a
he'll do
thing
it.
I think we should establish. I think it's fair to bring up other media to, give suggestions or
Comparisons.
explain how it was done well in other things, but never bring up other media to say, well, it was bad in this thing, so it's okay if it's bad in this other thing.
Yeah, because that's
not
just
okay.
well,
It's
what
just a
about
shitty excuse.
Yeah, it's because like I don't even know what Madvocate's thoughts on the Harry Potter films are. I don't think he much cares for them.
I haven't. No, I don't. I haven't even finished the whole series. I've seen like the first 4, I think. What the first one's the one I've seen the most.
Right.
But yeah, one day I'll finish them.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's see what his point is. Maybe it's a good point.
Yeah, go ahead.
The rule was Accio, the summoning charm, doesn't work on living creatures. This rule was later broken a few times, but the point is there was a rule.
Yes.
Why was there?
I hope I hope you bring up how that's a bad thing.
Yeah, because it seems like he's angry about it, right? With the way he said it.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like,
so
the rule is
confused.
broken. That's not good. We'll see what he says.
Yeah,
He hasn't finished his point. It's interesting. I would agree. That's really bad if you like establish a rule about you can't do it on living things, and then later you can, because it will bring a few issues of how they could have used that one spell on living beings earlier in the series. So we'll see.
Rule? It served a narrative purpose.
Yeah.
For example, if it did work on living creatures, Voldemort could just summon Harry and kill him right then and there. But it
Agreed.
makes no sense for it not to work on living creatures.
Oh, so he's making the point I made then. Good on you. Yeah, because it's the point I made. You introduce these rules to keep the narrative from falling apart in terms of stakes, so you still have the investment in the story because you know what the limits of certain things are, and you can't just get the plot over with by a character doing like a certain spell or something like that, after 5 seconds. So yeah, this is just the point I made. So I agree with this.
I'm worried. I'm scared he's gonna lay this out explicitly.
Let's
then-
roll back a little bit.
Yeah, all right.
He's gonna explain this.
and just let it play out.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna go through it step by step.
I'm being
and then
very
go back
cheeky
on it.
because I know what point he makes because Shandy told me. So yeah, strap in.
He's gonna go back on all this. It's gonna hurt my head.
Purpose. For example, if it did work on living creatures, Voldemort could just summon Harry and kill him right then and there. But it makes no sense for it not to work on living creatures because it's magic.
Yeah, but you introduce the rules, and because it's magic, you can introduce whatever limitations you want.
Let him keep going.
All right.
Why is there a limitation on magic? What physics is causing it to not work on living creatures?
The physics of its own story. You just said that writers introduce the limitations they want because magic doesn't exist. You just have.
Yeah, you said it's up to the writers.
Yeah, that's why.
Which it is.
Yeah, it's a magic system. It's not just.
But the moment they do, you have to be consistent with it.
Yeah.
Fucking Birdman.
Shandy spoiled the video for you. Wow, what a sociopath.
Birdman. You don't need to know the physics behind a rule for the rule to be kept consistent. You don't need that. That's the whole point of. If we did this with science fiction would just dismantle because.
Oh yeah, a lot of science fiction is impossible. We would border on fantasy.
Yeah.
We just call it science fiction because it tries to be based on science, but usually it is just nonsense.
I mean, take time travel. It's literally the most contentious thing in probably quantum physics right now, I'd argue. There's so many different theories and that. By logic, the show that's doing time travel has to explain all the physics behind it to an audience member who's just truthfully not going to understand it.
Yeah.
Because you need to be a quantum physicist or a physicist in some regard. So no, you don't need to know the physics. You just need to establish rule is this, do it in layman terms, ideally. You want everyone to understand. Don't do what Endgame did. And then keep consistent with the rule you have just set. And if you choose to break the rule, explain why you've broken that rule and make sure it doesn't contradict anything in doing so.
I think maybe this kind of goes back to what I was talking about with the fabricator, because I don't think the everything that the fabricator does contradicts anything. I think I just dislike it because of it's just a
very
miracle
overpowered.
machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It
way too OP.
I kind of
Um,
think it
and
has some world building implications by being like a machine that from Tony, and the fact that he could just use it to create basically anything. If you think back on like things that have happened over the past years, how Tony could have used that.
I've got
yeah, which is why I didn't bring it up I ended up not wanting to bring it up in the video because it was just something that kind of blew my mind in terms of what it can do, but I don't think it was directly contradicting or destroying
Yeah.
characters because of its existence.
I've got an example where we can showcase where a rule is changed, but it's still intact. And I'm going to use surprisingly Phase 4, the Doctor Strange episode. A lot of people believed the episode contradicted Endgame and the time travel rule set there because Strange erased rather than creating an alternate universe. This is where it breaks a rule, but it makes sense because the former time travel that Strange does is not the same as the form in Endgame. So you have the Endgame rule, which is you go back in time, you go to your timeline. There's you in the past, and you make a change. You've caused an alternate one. In this case, Strange go back into his past self, so there is no other self to keep the branch, the trunk. So when he makes changes, it erases the timeline in the future. So there's no two Strangers, there's only one Strange, so any change can't cause a divergence because you need two Strangers. If that makes sense.
Sure.
Time travel.
Sorry, I kind of was reading a comment that I saw on the community post I made that I think is gonna apply to what he's about to say here. I don't know if I should read it or if we should just listen to Birdman first.
Let's list him first and just send the comment, the screenshot, so we can read it after.
Well, I can just read it out loud. It's not that long.
All right. So let's let him finish first then.
There is no explanation for that, and the answer is simply because magic is literally the supernatural, meaning it is beyond nature. Things that are outside of or beyond nature do not adhere to physical laws, therefore there is no way to quantify them or explain them. This means that no matter
that's not what I'm arguing though.
Yeah, it's things that are in these universes that have these magic systems. It is indeed beyond our comprehension because we don't have magic in the real world.
Them. This means that no matter what laws or lack thereof exist in magic, within fiction, we, the audience, could nitpick them to death because they don't make sense in the real world, and they never will.
That's not the point. Our point is about the rules that are established being consistent. We don't care about what those rules are. The rules can be like as arbitrary as the writer wants, and the thing is about keeping them consistent. I think that's a thing that I would say about like The Boys. Where it introduces characters who have like very super overpowered shit, but then they have like really weird limitations and weaknesses. I'd say like what's his name? The silent one.
Black Noir.
Black Noir. He is allergic to peanuts, and that's his weakness. But he's extremely overpowered besides that. Is there a reason for that to be his weakness? Not really. Oh, people can be born with that, yeah. Maybe that's not a great example, but my point being, like, you can introduce these weaknesses, these limitations, as much as you want. What matters is being consistent. There doesn't need to be a reason behind why these limitations exist, as long as they are consistent.
I mean, to even cite, this is how wacky you can get. Everything Everywhere all at once literally has you do the most obscene shit to jump into another universe, and some of those universes, for example, have hot dog fingers.
Oh yeah, Everything Everywhere all at once. They have to stick the employee of the month thing up their butt to access one of the universes so they can get to the jump point. Like, that is, you can do that as long as it's consistent, and thankfully that film does keep those rules consistent about how to access another universe and another version of yourself from another universe.
there's literally a raccoon that controls the guy's head like it's in Ratatouille.
Yes,
And none of it-
Raccoonie is the best. Yes.
Yes, and it keeps completely consistent. That is how you do it. You can be absurd as you want. Just keep consistent with your rules.
Yeah.
James Moore said, Arcane is a show that has magic that is used scientifically.
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't seen Arcane, but I want to.
Yes.
But is that true?
Oh,
Yeah, it is
Yes,
true.
it
They
is.
have the
Yeah.
hex tech, which is basically like magic, and they try to harness and control it through science. Try to understand how to use it through, like, studying how runes can control it and how it can be used in certain weapons. So like, they use it to create gauntlets for mining, and those are Vi's gauntlets that she has from like the game. So yeah, it used to power things, used to like create fast travel to other places. In episode 4 is what it showed. So yeah, it's basically that. Like they have the hex stones or whatever the fuck they're called, that they use to harness this magic, and they use like scientific method to understand how to properly like channel that magic in a way that they can control. So that's kind of it.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah. Anyway, let us continue, I guess.
One is trying to find logic in magic is one of the stupidest things you can waste your time with.
That's
Kind of-
not what I'm
Well, but we're not
arguing,
finding
though,
logic. We're finding consistency. It's very
finding
different.
consistency.
Yeah, because the consistency is we
Yes.
established X rule. Does X rule get broken? Yes, well that's an issue. Not logic because it's magic. What
I kind
matters?
of wish he didn't just stop here.
Mhm.
I wish he just went. He like actually looked at some of the examples to.
It would be good,
'cause I
if
feel like he wouldn't
made
make those points.
this scripted response, so that he could actually like include all of your point to actually understand the context for what you're saying. Because responding off the cuff like this for his video, it seems kind of like missing some context, important context for what you clarify later in the video.
Do you know
Yeah, I
what's
wish he would
funny?
just look at the examples.
So, he goes like magic can't have logic, but the MCU has always gone that there is actually logic to magic. It's just that, for example, humans can't understand the logic because it's so complex and advanced. So, the MCU's own logic, magic is logical. So, make it
Like,
up what
hasn't
you
that been,
will.
like the rules since like the first Thor film, like the line magic is just science we don't understand yet.
Well,
Exactly.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has that as well.
Yeah.
Gemma says she fits in season 1.
Well, even in the first Doctor Strange, the Ancient One simplifies it by saying magic is like a program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she even
and-
compares it to science in the way of like studying it and getting better at it to understand it more. Yeah.
It's like
And
there is a sense of logic, but it's just surrounded by magic in a sense.
And like Strange's issue was because he couldn't understand the advanced concepts because he was too refrained into one mind, one viewpoint.
Yeah. Let's just rewind a bit and keep going. Trying to rewind. Thank you.
In magic is one of the stupidest things you can waste your time with. Kind of like me with this video.
Dr. Strange gets into the
Then why are you
spell
doing
before
that?
even consulting Peter
Okay.
how it will work or asking any questions. He doesn't even ask, are you sure you want the people closest to you to forget you? Sorcery should have more considerations and barriers.
Holy shit, CinemaSins actually making a very valid criticism.
And here's where I will disagree with you, and by extension, everyone that's been trying to make this point on the internet. What you and people like you have been doing with this scene and the plot as a whole is applying an out-of-universe criticism to an in-universe character. There is no doubt that Strange and Peter are making a mistake here, but those mistakes are on purpose. They are a part of the plot and characterization of these characters. Strange has literally been characterized as a person who constantly makes mistakes with magic. His first film had him playing around with the time gem, and as a result, Mordo became a villain. In Infinity War,
Playing
he chose
around
not
with
to
the time
destroy the
gem,
gem
fuck
or
off.
avoid conflict, which led to
Can I
Thanos
pause
winning.
this?
This
Can I
is who
pause
he
this?
is.
Destroy the
He
fucking
consistently
gem.
No, this point is countered by Madvocate in the video, that's why I'm letting it play.
Okay.
Yeah. Madvocate counters the point very well. I don't think there's a need for us to counter it as well, but I think it's self-evident to anyone watching this how stupid this point is from the Birdman.
Yes.
makes questionable decisions and pays for it later.
What? What the hell is happening? These are your examples? Yeah, I guess it's easier to convince people when you simplify the ending of Doctor Strange to him playing around with the time gem.
Well, that's a weird thing to point out. my
What?
usage of the word playing?
No, it's the
So what do you
simplification.
actually
You're missing
mean?
context.
Worth pointing out.
No, it's not even just.
Why does he think that Strange using the time stone to put himself in a time loop and, you know, save everyone on Earth and bargain with Dormammu, that's his definition of playing?
Yeah, well, the thing, playing around implies that he's just doing random shit to try to get a
Yeah,
better
it
result.
sounds like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, when he had
Yeah,
a
just
very
depends on
clear
that.
plan, which is the point Madvocate makes in the video.
I mean, I would call this playing.
Oh yeah, Madvocate
Yeah,
also acknowledges
fine.
this
Yeah.
in the video.
That's fine, because he's just testing it.
Yeah. Can you?
But I digress.
Strange rewinds time and puts himself in a time loop because there is literally no other choice. The dark dimension is eating the planet. He's on a time limit. This isn't a mistake or questionable decision. It's the only decision there is if he doesn't want the world to perish.
The point isn't that it wasn't his best option. The point is that his action had a consequence.
Yeah, but you're saying it was a mistake.
That wasn't...
That's not the
that wasn't
point.
your
You said
point.
the point was that he made a mistake by doing that, not that he had a consequence.
Yeah.
You did not
Yeah,
say
like-
that. If you wanted to say that, then you put yourself across very poorly in your original video, Birdman. Maybe you should have redrafted if that is actually what you wanted to say.
Mortals-
so
Sorry, do you want to say something, Joe?
I don't know if I would even count Mordo like betraying as a inherent consequence, because it's kind of like an indirect thing. It's like Mordo's being painted is clearly wrong. For
Yeah.
his
So
actions.
Mordo, the time stone itself, using it doesn't make Mordo evil. Mordo chose to fuck off at the end because he was upset that Doctor Strange was tampering with, you know, the natural law, because Mordo is strict against using that.
Yeah.
And the Ancient One even was fucking with the Dark Dimension as well, and she even said we broke our rules just like she broke hers.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only decision there is if he doesn't want the world to perish.
The point isn't that it wasn't his best option. The point is that his action had a consequence. Mortal's philosophy is that these things should have a natural flow of events, and that disturbing this flow will have consequences. The consequence we
That's
know
fine.
of being
Yeah.
that Strange created another villain. I'm talking about saving the Earth, and I'm talking about what happens after
Bro,
the
you,
Earth.
you need
Wait,
to
hang
turn
on,
you need
hang
to
on.
turn off autofocus on your camera, because sometimes it focuses on your hands and it's very distracting.
That's a nitpick, though.
It is kinda, because like look at his face. It's not in focus. It's not. Whatever.
Strange created another villain. I'm talking about saving the Earth, and I'm talking about what happens after the Eurth was saved, which
And
Yeah.
what a villain
Yeah,
Mordo
but that's-
was, am I right, guys?
Oh yeah, but okay. So you're talking about, but that's not what you said, because you're talking about how Strange made a mistake that led to a consequence. And
Yes, he is saying this is a mistake.
Yeah, and if you're saying this isn't a mistake, then what's the point of bringing it up? Because the
Yeah,
point is to mention how Strange has made mistakes that have caused bad consequences before, and how that's consistent with him not
That's the whole
explaining the
fucking
rules.
basis of the point of
Yeah.
him saying, "Oh, but it's Strange makes mistakes, and that's why he didn't tell Peter that he could put parameters on the spell."
Yeah.
That's literally the basis of his argument to CinemaSins.
Mhm.
And now he's saying, "Oh no, I'm talking about how there's consequences to it." No.
Yeah, I'm so confused because he outright explicitly says, "This is Strange's best option." I'm like, what do you want Strange to do here? Let the entire planet get fucking devoured and Dormammu rules across all dimensions?
Yeah, that is not the mistake. Yeah, you should let.
I'd rather
them
have
win.
Mordo be a villain
Yeah.
than that.
Well, to be
I'll be
fair,
honest with you.
Mortal, great villain, paid off very well in
Yeah.
Man.
He did a lot.
we still full extent of due to our mortal
I fucking skipped around for a sec. Hold on.
God damn it, Sky.
It's,
Played around
watch
with it.
forget it's not my
another
fault.
villain. I'm talking about saving the Earth,
There
and
it
I'm
is.
talking about what happens after the Earth was saved, which we still don't know the full extent of due to our mortal not making another appearance yet. If you want to
Yeah.
criticize the MCU, criticize them for not following up on this plot thread.
Yeah, we
yeah,
do
no,
as well.
no, we're
I can
criticizing-
I can criticize more than one thing at a time. I'm
Yeah.
that good, Birdman.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't. Yeah, you just said we don't know what happens to. Well, assuming we're watching Doctor Strange for the first time, we don't know what's going to happen to Mordo. Why would I criticize a potential future movie? We're talking about Doctor Strange.
Hang on, there's something else as well. So because we don't know what happens to Mordo, we don't know if he becomes fully fleshed out as a villain or not. So the
Well,
consequence
no,
he's
no,
saying...
no. Multiverse of Madness says that he's been trying
No,
to
I'm
kill
not.
him
I'm
for
not.
7
I'm
years.
not going off Multiverse of Madness. I'm going off prior, before Multiverse of Madness came out.
But the video came out after Multiverse of Madness did, so he's taking
Oh,
it into
okay.
account. Yeah.
Okay, well, sure.
Yeah, anyway.
What was I supposed to do? Just let him die?
Maybe.
Maybe.
What?
What?
Okay.
How is that cringe?
Cringe. I don't know.
Fucking funny, man. I can't believe he didn't have a good chuckle.
It is
He's
funny.
got...
Is he going to actually counter it, though? Is he going to say, well, no, Strange wasn't actually going to let people die if he didn't use the time stone?
Mm.
I wonder if he's going to have an actual counter.
We'll
He's
see.
got a bit of an ego, but he's cool,
Same.
mostly. I'll let you have that opinion, but he's called me a sociopath and compared me to sexual abuser, so I don't think he's cool.
That's just our personal
Sounds pretty
opinion. though.
All for movie spoilers on a thread that would have movie spoilers, so...
Ugh.
And Birdman's not talking
Oh,
about.
he's not gonna counter it.
Oh,
But
he's not going to
okay.
comment
Oh,
on that.
that's happened.
okay.
Oh, holy shit.
I guess
That's lame.
he thinks he already countered by saying that what the point was is not that he was making a mistake, but that it had a consequence, which would
might-
make his
Yeah.
like original point null. But okay.
But I want to know what his solution to it is. You know, if he thinks, oh, well, Mordo is a consequence that shouldn't have happened. So what's the alternative?
I don't even know if he thinks it shouldn't have happened. I just think he doesn't realize that the point he made. He's just saying random shit.
Well, yeah, I guess he doesn't realize that there's an even bigger consequence
Yeah.
if he didn't use the time stone, which is everyone on Earth dies.
Oh, well, now
Is he not
now
aware
at
of
least
that?
he's gonna you're gonna talk about the time he actually plays with the time stone. So you know, it's the direct thing that Birdman mentioned is what him playing is. So it's interesting because I remember when you asked about this, and I said, "Oh, I hadn't even thought of that like at that moment as him, as it being the one that he played at the end of Doctor Strange because it's not at the end." But then you said, "Oh, I think I'm gonna include it because just to be thorough." And it turns out that it is what fucking Birdman was referring to as playing with the time gem. So that's interesting. But I guess his wording is really bad in the original video.
About this scene, guys, but how about we take a look at it anyway?
Tampering with continuum probabilities is forbidden. I was just doing...
But that's literally what I was talking about when I was talking about playing.
Yeah, so let's rewind a bit. We're at 623, right? Just remember that number, 623. We're gonna rewind a bit.
Okay.
We're gonna rewind
Please
a
don't
bit.
tell me he's going to try to argue what I think he's going to try to argue.
Okay. Okay, here.
Strange has literally been characterized as a person who constantly makes mistakes with magic. His first film had him playing around with the time gem, and as a result, Mordo became a villain.
So that is not what you said, because him playing around with the time gem had nothing to do with Mordo becoming a villain, because Mordo became a villain because of what happened at the end of the film when Doctor Strange...
at the end.
when Doctor Strange defeats Dormammu, not him playing around with the time gem, because by that point, Mordo was still on Strange's side.
Yeah, they fought together at the end.
So if you are saying that this is what you meant by playing around with the time gem, if you mean that it was that moment with the apple, then that means you were wrong in your
You just
video.
don't remember the movie.
Yeah, because that was not what happened to make Mordo become a villain. So I want you to play this back because it's stupid.
Holy shit.
Yeah, amazing. So let's get back here around 6. Yeah.
I was just doing...
But that's literally what I was talking about when I was talking about playing. But okay.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we already fucking talked. This is so fucking stupid.
It
Holy
is.
shit. Not talking about this scene. We're talking about the ending where Mordo literally becomes the villain, and he says, "I'm gonna fuck off. You tampered with natural law. We don't do that. See ya." That's not what happens after this scene.
Yeah, it was not this scene.
You idiot.
Like, the scene is even before Mordo has this change of heart when they meet the Ancient One in the astral plane, right? Because the point is that it's when they find her in the astral plane and Mordo sees the dark dimension thingy on the Ancient One's forehead. That's when he realizes, oh my god, Caecilius is right. You've been using dark dimension energy.
Exactly why
Which is what causes him to change his mind, and then what causes him, by the end, to go against Strange.
it said in the book.
What did the book say about the dangers of performing that ritual?
I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Temporal manipulations can create branches in time, unstable dimensional openings, spatial paradoxes, time loops.
Thank you for pointing out that Madvocate is right.
That's the same. Yeah.
Yes, the point of me showing this scene is to establish that there are rules.
Yeah, and it's also to show Doctor Strange's reaction to those rules, and that he realizes he did make a mistake and that he wouldn't do it again. But he paused before that, so let's see the point he's gonna make.
We didn't get there yet to Strange's reaction.
Yeah, because he just paused it. So let's see what he's gonna say.
Yeah.
He's showing what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, then you misremembered the film because he doesn't turn evil.
Oh my fucking god! So you don't remember the movie? You think Mordo became a villain at this very moment?
How do you see it in front of you? So, sure.
I wonder what he thinks. What happened at the end then? If this is Mordo becoming a villain
Mordo becomes a villain by this point in the film. It's
rules.
why him and Wong assist Doctor Strange for the rest of the film until the end. He just forgot he was a villain for half of the film, and then he remembered.
Wouldn't that be an inconsistency, Birdman? Mordo helping them at the end if he's a villain?
Yeah, if this is the point in which he becomes a villain.
Yeah, why is he helping them at the end?
Oh, this is so stupid.
I'm literally reading the script just to show how bad it gets. Straight after this, Mordo says that Strange was born for the mystic arts and explains what they have to do, what their responsibility is.
Yeah, he paused before the fucking bit with Doctor Strange realizing his mistake anyway. Let's see what he says for that.
I'm talking about Mordo being upset.
No, you said he became a villain.
You said he became a villain.
We just watched that bit twice.
Video.
Yeah, he said he became a villain. Not dude, if the clarifications you're making now are actually what you mentioned in your video, you have to like redraft a lot. Because, dear lord, your wording is awful. Not even awful. Your wording is a direct contradiction with what you want to say. If this is actually what you mean and not just you trying to make your point seem more valid because of your ego. But hey, who am I to judge?
With Strange fucking around, if you don't like the word playing, with time.
Those mean the same thing. Fucking around, playing around, messing around. Those three mean the same thing. I don't think the word playing isn't the issue. It's the implication.
I don't like this simplification of Strange playing because this would imply that Strange was being intentionally reckless, to be honest, and I don't like that because Strange wasn't.
I can kind of understand it in the sense that it's like he's just messing around with something he doesn't know anything about, but there were no warnings as far as he knew.
They came after.
They came after, which was the thing, yeah.
And they explain to him the issues, and then they move on.
I would say
together.
It's fine to say it's playing around for this instance, but I'd still, if it was my video, I'd make a clarification. Well, if it was my video, I wouldn't have countered that CinemaSins criticism because the criticism is valid. But anyway,
if it was my video, this wouldn't be the video premise at all.
Alrighty.
With Strange fucking around, if you don't like the word playing, with time. Okay, that then means Mordo is going to be a problem later.
Yeah, but not because of this. This scene has no consequence.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So if Strange did not use the time stone at the very end at all, I highly doubt Mordo would still barge out and say he's done.
Yeah, to be fair, Mordo would have died by then, but yeah.
Yeah, Mordo would have been dead.
Yeah, if Mordo hadn't died, the point would have been that Mordo wouldn't have gotten upset at Doctor Strange because he didn't tamper with the natural order of things.
I want to get the exact moment he switches, but you go on ahead.
Saw that at the end of this film, in the end credit scene. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't think you can trace a line from cause to
Wait,
effect
what?
of this. He's saying that this is what causes him to become a villain at the end of the film in the post credits.
Okay, you can say this is like a. I don't think you can even say this is
No,
like foreshadowing him
yeah,
becoming
no,
a villain.
this has
but
no
Wong is
correlation.
also
Yeah, because
Wong
the
is
point
also
is
upset at him, and Wong's not a villain.
yeah, the point is that he didn't read the warning. It's not that he's tampering with it.
Yeah.
To like do bad things, because like the issue he has with Ancient One is that she's using the dark energy, which is tampering with the natural law, and not just that she uses powers that are problematic. Because using these powers is fine. The issue is how they tamper with the natural law, and he thinks this will tamper with the natural law by the way Strange uses it at the end.
So this is how he like snaps. They're like, yes, we all did it, and then Mordo's like, by also violating the laws, and how there's not going to be no consequences or price to pay, and that they broke their rules just like the Ancient One, and that the bill will come due. So it's solely because Strange broke the rules and followed exactly what the Ancient One did.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to be screwed over by that.
Let's keep going.
You want to get stuck reliving the same moment over and over forever, or never having existed at all?
I really should put the warnings before the spell.
There it is.
I love them.
He realized that despite following the book's instructions down to a T, he should have read the warnings first. And that was only because they were listed after the spell, not because he made a mistake, like ignoring it on purpose. So he learned his lesson about reviewing warnings prior to casting spells, and even pokes fun at Caecilius dying from not doing this.
But you're literally making a video about Strange doing this exact thing in Spider-Man No Way Home.
And it's a problem because
he doesn't do the exact same thing. He does something much worse because he knows now he's experienced as being a sorcerer, and he knows what the dangers of the spell are, and he knows how you can only make exceptions before he starts. With the Time Stone, he didn't know that. The context makes it way worse.
There's something that that SK pointed out on Twitter that I should have put in my video because it would have gone against his point even further. That Strange he reads warnings apparently in Thor Ragnarok. I think when he's gonna
he's
gonna find Odin.
Yeah, he reads about Loki and that, and he captures him. That's a good point.
I don't remember the scene that well, but I do remember him like going from book to book, I think.
Yeah.
And reading some things.
Yeah, but Strange wouldn't read books, to be fair. He wouldn't have read the secret Sorcerer Supreme book in Multiverse of Madness, which leads to the Book of Vishanti, right? Why would he?
It's just like in No Way Home, he's literally told point blank by Wong that is a very dangerous spell to do, and he's just like,
no, but we've done it before.
I've done it. Yeah, during parties, you don't remember them, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's already an assassination, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so we now have two. Oh, sorry. I was going to say there are now two references of Strange, learning about how he should read warnings before doing anything. Both in this movie, he realizes he should, and then Thor Ragnarok, he actually does it.
And let's still man this. Let's say, okay, he believes the spell isn't dangerous, even though it's retarded. He still did not tell a kid who has no idea of any of this on what to do logistically. He just went, just watch me.
You say watch others people, Barry Allen, Sky Madvocate. You say watch other people channel with fans hate you, but then you go ahead and watch content you'd hate just to piss off the fans. Hypocrite and stupidity much.
What?
Well, I'm just I'm here to analyze consistency and logic.
Yeah,
more so consistency. That's more important.
But, yeah, we're analyzing the consistency in, like, for example, Birdman's argument, and that's usually what we do. It's not specifically to just say, oh my god, this opinion is bad. It's more to just say, oh no, yeah, this opinion is inconsistent, it's contradicted, and to use it as a gateway to talk about a jumping off point to talk about other topics. So we watch a video about a certain film, and then we end up commenting a lot on the film, like we did last week, where we talked about Kenobi. We watched 2 videos about Kenobi just so we could talk, criticize the show in using the videos as a jumping off point.
And yeah, Strange does blame Peter because it goes wrong. For some reason.
I guess because he gave Peter the warning, makes sense.
Yeah.
Way home. Apparently, he didn't learn his lesson.
Except that he should have. That's the point.
Yeah.
He did. Oh my god. Yeah. Like in Ragnarok proves, he should have learned the lesson, or Infinity War.
Ragnarok, and he's supposed to be smart. He's a sorcerer.
He's a fucking doctor. He's like the smartest doctor in the world.
Surgeons basically on the planet. I'm pretty sure surgeons can't be idiots. Concerned you have little people's lives.
I think he
in the
understands how warnings and about before doing procedures, being careful about these things, and that's kind of what he uses to be Doctor Strange, is how pragmatic he is and how he wants to control everything by knowing all the variables. Such as in Ragnarok, he says that he keeps an eye on potential threats to the world, which is why he recognizes when Loki arrives on Earth. And so if he's that careful, I think he's going to be very careful when doing a spell that could break the barriers between known and unknown reality. But that's just me. That's just the impression I get from Doctor Strange.
It's like...
Also, there's a reason I brought up how Caecilius and his 2 lackeys die at the end, and Strange even says, you should have read the warning, or something like
the warnings come after the spell.
The warnings come after the spell, and you really should have read the warnings first. He's acknowledging that these guys just got fucked because they didn't read the warnings.
Yeah, the point
I
being
think that's
that
a pretty clear indication that it's a lesson he should remember forever, because something like what's happening to Caecilius can happen again to him.
The point being that Caecilius and his gang, they made a deal with Dormammu without acknowledging what would happen if Dormammu, was defeated. And that's what happened, is them getting sucked.
Yeah, that's kind of a big fucking deal if you ask me. I don't think that's something that the fucking Sorcerer Supreme should just not learn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, to me as well, I hate that Phase 4 has introduced this concept that Strange has always been prone to mistakes, when actually his issue is his arrogance gets ahead of him, and he can overlook something due to that.
Yeah.
You're trying to make the case that he learned his lesson in his own film.
He did.
That's not true, but we'll continue, though.
What? No. You have to explain to me how he didn't. I guess his only reference is to say that in No Way Home, he clearly hasn't learned that lesson, so therefore... therefore, it means that he didn't learn the lesson in his own film, which is just like...
But with this now newfound Ragnarok reference, I guess you could use that to say that he did.
But even then, you don't have to, because it's like you said, in the end of the film, he mentions it again. It's like, clearly she should have understood that by now.
Yeah, that's...
And we do see him in 2 other films before he's in No Way Home, which is Infinity War, and... Well, he was also in Endgame, but he doesn't have character in that. I'm saying, like, in Ragnarok and Infinity War, both films have Doctor Strange being very careful when dealing with these things because he knows the dangers of them.
It's also like, you can't use the inconsistency itself to resolve the consistency. That's paradoxical. You can't do that.
We'll get to that.
Yet doesn't review the warnings with Peter. As for Infinity War, not destroying the gem wasn't a questionable decision. It's his duty as a sorcerer to protect their most valuable weapon at all costs. And if you want to parade this scene around as an example of Strange making a questionable decision that led to Thanos winning, then sure, we all thought that in 2018.
I didn't realize how fucking slow I sound. Yeah, that was not I always think I speak faster in like real time when I'm actually recording, but now hearing it back, I'm like, damn, this is pretty slow.
But now in hindsight, we know that surrendering the stone in exchange for Tony's life was, again, the only choice Strange had if he wanted a chance at undoing the blip and killing Thanos.
Pause. No, let Madvocate finish his point. He's gonna say the 1 in 14 million chance shit is bullshit. I'm certain he's gonna say that. But Madvocate also points that out. Fuck.
I did.
Let's see what he says.
Wrong,
Let's see.
wrong. All of this is, hold up. I'm going to make the screen bigger for you. Hold on. You literally show a scene of Tony Stark telling Strange to destroy the gym before they get into a fight with Ebony Maw. That is what I am talking about. In Infinity.
Yeah, but he says he's not gonna. What?
Oh my god.
What? But he said he has a duty as the Sorcerer Supreme to protect the gem. He's not gonna do it. That's not a mistake. Madvocate just pointed it out. He's not wrong. What? How is Madvocate wrong? He just countered that point before.
I feel like I need to re-listen to this. I don't know what's happening.
I'm very confused. It's the.
I want to add something after.
All right, Jeb. What do you want to say?
Okay.
So, he said it's wrong for Madvocate to use the 1 in 14 million, but Madvocate
No. He hasn't said that. That's what I assumed he would talk about. But he's talking about an even worse point. But all right, I rewinded. Let's hear what he has to say.
The warnings with Peter. As for Infinity War, not destroying the gem wasn't a questionable decision. It's his duty as a sorcerer to protect their most valuable weapon at all costs.
That counters already,
which is what he did.
Yeah, it is his duty. And then when they're in Titan, he gives the stone because that's the one way they can win. That doesn't make sense. But either way, it's what the film establishes. By that point, he wouldn't have destroyed the gem because he already knew, because he used the time stone to see the possible futures.
Hang on, I want to tackle this comment. Mordo doesn't get annoyed because filming at the end of 6-hour plan, even the multiverse of Mordo's still strange enemy for different. The problem is our universe Mordo is not followed up really, except for a throwaway line. That version of Mordo is again strange for completely different reasons, such as jealousy.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense, but whatever.
I don't care about that version of Mordo because I didn't have time to invest in that version.
Yeah, but I think he means, oh yeah, from a different world, yeah. So that's weird. But anyway.
And if you want to parade this scene around as an example of Strange making a questionable decision that led to Thanos winning, then sure, we all thought that in 2018. But now in hindsight, we know that surrendering the stone in exchange for Tony's life was, again, the only choice Strange had if he wanted a chance at undoing the blip and killing Thanos.
Wrong. All of this is, hold up. I'm going to make the screen bigger for you. Hold on. You literally.
See, he said all of this is wrong.
Yeah, but I guess he's going to counter the rest. Maybe he's being hyperbolic.
I hope so.
We'll see.
I guess Strange had another choice. Let's see.
Show a scene of Tony Stark telling Strange to destroy the gem before they get into a fight with Ebony Maw.
And then Strange says he can't because it's his duty as Sorcerer Supreme. Yes. Kind of shows.
Just let it play.
That is what I am talking about. In Infinity War.
You shouldn't talk about it because that's not a mistake, though.
Or he chose not to destroy the gem or avoid conflict. What?
Why the fuck would he avoid conflict? What? He defends the world against otherworldly threats. He's the Sorcerer Supreme. What the fuck?
Yeah, he goes into conflict.
So he thinks he made a point here, I guess. But
he literally went to Loki.
Do you understand what the Sorcerer Supreme's job is? To protect the world from otherworldly threats. He would not avoid conflict. And he has a spell to keep the fucking time stone from being taken from him or his body.
They literally explained
that's a good point.
Like, he has a contingency.
He actually takes precautions.
Yeah.
He actually takes precautions to protect the stone should it get near the threat.
Well, yeah, it's like he says, the simple spell, but quite unbreakable. You can't take it off me, and if you kill me, you can't undo the spell. Only I can undo it.
Conflict or avoid conflict. Had he destroyed the gem there, instead of trying to fight, Thanos would not have won.
Yeah, but that's hindsight bias. He wouldn't have known that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and also, this is literally just hindsight bias. It's the name of the fallacy.
Also, it's a factual tactical advantage to have the stone with the enchantment you have against Thanos. You have the time stone. You're way more powerful than without it.
Yeah.
You're talking the part of Infinity War where they're at the point of no return. Strange looks into the future at that point in time. He specifically states he looks into the future, meaning the future from where they are on Titan. If Strange knew he could look into the future, why didn't he try that when Bruce warned him at the Sanctum Sanctorum?
Because they were talking, and then after that they were attacked.
Yeah, they didn't have time, really.
Yeah.
They were quite busy.
It seems like it's something that takes a lot of time and concentration from him, because you remember how Mantis plays out, how, your friend is going crazy there. And we see like his head moving and shit, and he gets a bit overwhelmed after it.
Yeah, the first...
Yeah, because I think you're going to say something about it, aren't you?
No, I was just going to say the first point they actually get like a break is as soon as they go onto Titan.
But so
That's
then when
exactly
they're on
what I
the
was gonna
ship,
say,
yeah.
yeah.
Which I guess he could have looked when he's on the ship, but then he'd get the same outcome, right?
He was to be fair, he was arguing with Tony as well, trying to explain.
Oh yeah, and then they get intercepted by
I think there
the
was some
Guardians.
time.
Yeah.
There might have been time in between, though.
There might have been, but
I'd
the point
be-
is, by that point, they're already going to Titan. I think the futures he's going to see, it's going to get to the same logic, right? The same endpoint of what.
From that point on, probably.
Yeah. And it's also like they're on like an alien ship that belongs to like someone else. I think he is waiting to be like, he wants to be cautious, like paying attention to aliens that could attack them, like the Guardians do attack them. So I think he'd rather focus on that than doing the thing here when he can do it on Titan.
It's also worth noting, because we don't know the 14 million futures, we don't actually know if there was a future where a stone was destroyed and therefore Thanos would never have won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, as far as we know, destroying the stone is even impossible, right? Except if you use the stones, which is...
Yes.
Because that's the impression I always got from Endgame, is like, I used the stones to destroy the stones, is like, that's the only way to get rid of them. Because of how powerful they are. Because basically, like, they're basically like the cornerstones of existence. But anyway, Madvocate.
Sorry. Another thing, I think I SK might have brought it up on Twitter also, but destroying, well, I guess Age of Ultron establishes this, but destroying at least the Mind Stone could level like the city. I think they explicitly state that, because I think someone says let's destroy it, and someone else is like no, don't do that. It has the power to level the city. So they don't know if that's the same case with the Time Stone, nor do I know what kind of energy they possess that they could use against the Time Stone to destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
But Wanda
except for like Vision or Wanda.
But Wanda destroys so it is possible. But to be fair with Wanda, she is insanely powerful and she was connected to the stone.
Yeah, she gained her powers from the stone. That's how they justify it, that she's the one who has to do it. Play Fortnite now.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying in that situation, what do they use to destroy it?
Mm-hmm.
And how do they not know it's not gonna destroy the city?
Mello, the issue is, so let's set out the timeline of events. Bruce lands in the Sanctum Sanctorum. They then establish the threat. Strange has to know what's happening. As soon as it's established, there's an attack. They have to deal with the attack, protect the people. As soon as that happens, they're on a ship, and they have to try and get rid of Ebony Maw. And then as soon as that happens, the Guardians intercept. They're all arguing. It's until on Titan where he actually gets a period of time where he gets to see into the future.
Yeah, because he knows there's no threat at that point. And he has
it is beneficial. It is beneficial to have done it earlier, but you have to consider, could he have done it earlier?
Yeah.
Or would he even have the thought process to do it earlier because all these other factors going on?
Yeah. What James Moore said is interesting, though, why Doctor Strange doesn't for an hour a day look into the future and go for more positive outcomes. I imagine it's the kind of thing where, like, let's say he did look into the future, there are going to be various, like, possibilities of will Thanos attack, will he not? And he can't know for sure. He can't prevent it from where he is, because he's just Doctor Strange, and if he tries to attack, for example, Thanos alone, he would lose. So I don't think there's a way he could have like prevented it. So I would imagine the way he looks into the future for these things is like very minimal, like positive outcomes. But it is an interesting question. It could be interesting if he did that, but I don't know. Couldn't Thanos bring back a destroyed stone with the stone he already had? In theory, only this time stone can do it, but I don't know, because the reality stone should do more than it does, but the film is dumb, so I don't fucking know. Because it controls reality.
Yeah.
Mm.
What it seems to do is, although it's kind of weird because of Drax and that, it seems to project a reality within a proximity. So I
Yeah.
guess he could make an Infinity Stone, but then if he
Yeah, I
could
don't
do
know if
that,
it'd
that
be
means
like an actual Infinity Stone.
yeah,
Because I think I don't know. It's weird. The logic of those stones is very soft magic system, so you kind of just gotta assume a lot of shit, and it kind of makes some stones kind of useless, like the fucking reality stone is very, very useless if we go by what Thanos uses it for.
yes, the Time Stone is the most important stone, and he does keep it protected with the Dead Man's enchantment. He protects it instantly.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to fight instead of looking at possible outcomes at that point in time.
Maybe because they were being attacked. Doesn't that sound interesting? Like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here while these people, these aliens might kill humans instead of fighting because I want to look for more positive outcomes. Like, he doesn't have the time, that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Had he might have seen that the stone could be atomized, and that would prevent Thanos from acquiring all of them in the first place.
He might have seen that, but he also knows. But also, there's no way he could do it, which is what we said. The only way to destroy the stone seems to be with other stones or from, like, Wanda, who has the power of the stones. Which, by that point, they couldn't get to Wanda anyway, because they didn't know where she was. Unless we count No Way Home, where he could have just said, find Wanda, but that's beside the point.
I also want to address two things. One, actually, we do know that no matter what, that was the only future they ever had. Blame Loki, of course, but we do know for a fact
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah,
because of Kang, yeah, that's
yeah. So that actually wouldn't have changed anything, although we hate Loki.
Yeah.
Just to make clear. Secondly, as well, what was my second point going to be? I have forgotten it, and it hurts.
How dare you?
It might come to me, but there is a second point.
The thing you're trying to make is that
I think you just said the second point you're trying to make, right? Because it jumped around like 2 seconds for me.
Yeah, it kind of jumped.
He wouldn't destroy the gym because of his sense of duty.
Also because he can't, but yes. Please fix your autofocus.
But you're forgetting that he looked into the future on Titan.
Yes.
And saw that the gym could be destroyed. So had
What? When?
Huh? When?
Oh, when Thanos destroys him in Endgame? In the beginning of Endgame? But it is
Wait,
destroyed
what?
by all the other stones. That's the only moment the stone is destroyed. Unless he means by Wanda, by which point, as I said, it can only be destroyed by Wanda.
Second point.
What is it, Joe?
So actually, there's 2 points I need to make. Also, the second point that everyone is assuming that there would be more timelines open up if he had done it earlier. We don't know that for a fact. I want to be good faith and assume there was always only one option. Just that the film executed that poorly.
Yeah.
But my other point was going to be, remember, Strange doesn't lose the Time Stone due to being ill-equipped in battle or Thanos overpowering him. That never happens. So he would, in theory, have never lost the Time Stone in some form, unless Thanos overrid the enchantment. If that makes sense. So, which kind of contradicts the one in fucking whatever, but by consistency, he never lost it by being overpowered or anything. He had to make a choice, which is spare Tony or let Tony die.
Yeah, I imagine he looked at the outcome in which, like, everyone in the universe would still be brought back. And by doing that, he realized that if he kept the spell, Thanos would somehow eventually find a way to undo the Deadman spell.
Yeah.
It's what we have to assume because it's just 1 in 14 million, so yeah.
Willow's got a good point, I think, maybe, that instead of going straight to Tony when Bruce lands in the Sanctorum and tells him what's going on, he could have used the look into the future thing that he does then, instead of going to Stark.
I don't know, because one could argue his instant thought process is to get the smartest people in the same room
Round
together.
up,
Yeah.
the heroes first.
Because there's a threat imminent, and he doesn't know how long
Yeah,
going into
Hulk
future
just said
would take.
Thanos is coming. I think he doesn't know like how long they have until Thanos arrives, because Hulk falls and then he says Thanos is coming like instantly. So
Also, getting Tony would typically take like 2 seconds anyway, so he could do it. He might have prepared to have done it after.
Yeah, there's also, like James Morris said, we also know that he gets quite tired after he uses that look into the future spell in Titan, so maybe it takes quite a lot out of him, and he wanted to be prepared before another fight began after he used that spell. So
do you think he could look into the future while they're on the ship?
No, it's what
no.
I just said. I think he wanted to be alert in case they were attacked, or like it happened with the Guardians, intercepting their ship and infiltrating it. So,
and they could have, but I think the outcome would have pretty much been the same.
Yeah,
I know that's like
earlier,
that's a reason from like a meta perspective, but
yeah, it just changes from
like
like
you
how
said,
big
they
the
wanted
impact of the issue would be, because if the outcome is the same, then it ultimately doesn't really matter.
He did. If you want to go technically, he beat Strange, sure, but my point of overpowering Strange, he didn't overpower him to get the stone.
Yeah, the stone was given to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Had he looked into the future before the fight with Ma, he would have realized the gym could be destroyed anyway. And
how he doesn't?
But
he can't.
What's your reference though?
Yeah, all he sees
So
about the
far,
stone
well,
being destroyed is Thanos destroys
when
the stones
Wanda
in
does it.
Endgame by using the
And when
other
Wanda does
stones,
it.
and when Wanda does it, and she
Yeah,
got
so-
the power from that no, she got the powers from that stone, didn't she? Or was it the Tesseract? No, it was that stone. Yeah,
Yeah.
the specific stone that
So
she
you
destroys.
need-
Yeah.
So he would need either a witch that can, shoot energy beams, or he needs all the stones, as Thanos implies, is how he destroyed his stones. So how can Strange get either of those?
Yeah.
Strange can conjure up like shields and weapons and whatnot, but I don't think he's ever been shown to shoot like a beam of energy at it, or out of his hands or whatever.
I think what Birdman meant was like in What If and Multiverse Madness, in Multiverse was on by Pacific Thanos. But the issue with that, they either contradict what came before, or when they do, they don't have any relationship really with the time stone. So, for example, in Multiverse of Madness, it was the Darkhold. The Darkhold was an established thing in the MCU main universe up until WandaVision, so the Darkhold could never have been used. So that can't be his point. His point is explicitly destroy the time stone earlier, then you've won.
Yeah, also, I just looked at the transcript. The Strange even says, or Strange or Wong says, and this stone may be the best chance we have against Thanos. Yeah, so conversely, may also be his best chance against us. And then Strange says, well, if we don't do our jobs. So point being, he thinks he's capable enough to do his job with the stone to beat Thanos. Because of it being like their best weapon. So it's another reason for why he wouldn't just destroy it, which he even can't. But anyway, I'm trying to find the moment where they mention the one that destroying the stone gets all six. Yeah, hard to find. But anyway,
And instead of fighting, he would have looked to destroy the gym, because he would have saw that possible future. He'd have gone, oh, that gym's going to be destroyed anyway, and it's not going to be that big a deal.
What is the camera?
What?
Sorry, I was.
What the fuck just
Can
happened?
someone zoom in?
Destroy the gym, because he would have saw that possible future.
Would have seen.
He'd have gone, oh, that gym's going to be destroyed anyway.
Why did you? Okay.
Is this real?
It is.
This is part of the video.
It's a Mr. Robot framing,
Okay.
you know. Yeah. This is so dumb.
And it's not going to be that big a deal. Why didn't he look into the future before jumping into a fight with Ebony Maw? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we already countered this, so yeah. Anyway.
But no, he decided, I can fight. I'm going to go out there and fight. And
I just want to
Kind of his duty.
Yeah.
It's
You can, yeah.
yeah,
does
as we
think he
just
can
said about
fight.
the dialogue, that it may be the best chance at winning against Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
he
don't-
protects it. He's smart about it too. He puts the spell to protect it that can't even be removed off of a dead man.
I also found the dialogue I wanted. So because I wasn't sure that Wanda could destroy like only the Mind Stone or if she could destroy any stone. And the dialogue comes from Vision saying, "I've been giving a good deal of thought to this entity in my head about its nature, but also its composition. I think if it were exposed to a sufficiently powerful energy source, something very similar to its own signature, perhaps its molecular integrity could fail."
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the
there it
point
is.
being, she can only do it because her signature, the energy signature from her powers, is too similar from the Mind Stone because her powers come from the Mind Stone. So yeah.
So this person said, but I don't think that we know the multiverse works with decisions branch off to new timelines. We do know it works that way. We were explicitly shown it works that way.
But I don't think we know. Multiverse works with series of measure. Yeah, we do know. That's explicit in Loki. So yeah. Anyway,
that seems like questionable decision making to me.
not to us, but we explained why. So anyway,
As bullshit as the one.
do you have something to say, Joe?
Yeah, there's this comment. This stream is a bunch of people wishes Strange was a different character while the Birdman is arguing how the character is. You keep saying should. We can play the should game all we want. No, that's not what's happening. Birdman's not even
We're using
describing...
references.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Birdman's describing a completely different character at this point.
Yeah.
We've been actually defending Strange right now. We're saying he is behaving in character for what he does in Infinity War to look to the future.
Yeah.
Birdman
He's
is
not
saying he
entirely
should
in
do
character in that
earlier.
film, but there are certain moments where, yeah, which are the ones we're arguing for. It's these moments that inform his decision that would make No Way Home a contradiction of these moments. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and you're right. It doesn't change what he is, but that doesn't change. We will critique that because if he's inconsistent, he's inconsistent.
Yeah,
he should not be this
he
way.
should be in character, not not like how we want him to be or whatever.
Birdman thinks he should have run away.
Yeah, like
so.
So
Does this imply that Captain Marvel can destroy the Tesseract? In theory, yes, she could.
Yeah, in theory.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I meant to say he wants him to run away, but like see into the future at that moment.
Yeah, when they're being attacked, which is just something the Doctor Strange would never do because he's gonna, try to save people before he can assess the situation on a bigger scale because he is smart, theoretically.
To me.
As bullshit as the 1 in 14 million thing is, it's something Infinity War and Endgame established.
There was no other way.
Did you fucking forget that Thanos needed to win so he could
He's gonna
lose
say cringe
later?
again, I know it.
So no, your two examples do
Oh,
not
never
prove
mind.
he consistently makes mistakes or questionable decisions.
Oh, but it wasn't two examples, was it?
Was it not?
Yes, because I don't give a fuck about what if or what if.
Oh, he mentioned what if.
His
Oh
third
yeah, I
example is-
remember when we talked about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I sent it to you, but since I have no interest in what if, and I know it is it canon. It's probably canon, but like I don't give
It
a
is
fuck
canon,
about what
yeah.
if.
It's canon, but it's
Yeah,
a different
it's canon.
universe, so it doesn't matter. But anyway,
Yeah.
I remember when you talked to me about it, like it doesn't even matter because that's strange. Firstly, because that's strange. Even like that episode has two different Stranges, and one of them talks about how the other was being reckless and how he shouldn't do that. And secondly, because it's a different universe, so it shouldn't be. You shouldn't take into account the same things. And he's being reckless about the death of Christine, and it's not about like him wanting to defend the world and failing at it because he makes mistakes at random points. Like the mistake had a reason, and the reason was established earlier because that Strange was very different from the Strange we have in 616 because of how the Christine's death affected him. So yeah.
I think the point Birdman is making, we know what point he's making, but the problem is it'd be out of character if he does that.
Yeah.
He needs to tackle on the danger head on because he has always done that.
Oh, but it wasn't two examples, was it? There were three examples, and it's a wonder why you cut me off there.
Because we just
Because I don't care about it. I
Well, what
haven't
if it's
seen
a
it, and
different
it's a
universe?
different universe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm not going to say you're being dishonest.
Well, I'm gonna say you're being. I can't say the word, but you're not being a very nice person right
Why
now,
is he
are you?
Why's he doing a middle finger?
Because he thinks Madvocate is being dishonest by cutting Birdman off before he gets into his third point. The third point being about what if, which is another universe.
How wretch. Meanwhile, he's saying literal lies about Madvocate.
Well, meanwhile, he
Okay.
says that you can't apply an out-of-universe criticism to an in-universe mistake. This is the exact same point, but he uses what if, which is an out-of-universe thing because it's another universe. You can be disingenuous all you want, but you can shut the fuck up. Been a while, yeah.
But let's take a look. His first film had him playing around with the time gem, and as a result, Mordo became a villain. In Infinity War, he chose not to destroy the gem or avoid conflict, which led to Thanos winning. In What If, Strange becomes an amalgam of all the dark magic he consumes in the pursuit of saving his love interest. Of course.
Yeah, it's what if. Do you not understand how that...
The context.
What if episode 4 transcript? Oh, I'm gonna get a little one.
So as Sky does that, I'm going to just briefly explain the context. That Strange just got into a massive car crash. His love of his life died. So then he seeks how to save her. Then he goes back, sees it's failed, and he's like, "No, I'm going to try again and again and again." And it keeps failing. It drives him insane to the point where he's willing to break time just to save her. He's driven to madness.
Yeah, and that's because that Strange lost his heart. The name of the episode is "What if Doctor Strange lost his heart instead of his hands?" His heart being Christine. The point is, he cares about Christine more than he cares about keeping the world safe, which is why he puts so much at risk. Anyway, let me get the dialogue.
So
actually, Jeb, do you remember a little thing that Doctor Strange says, that Supreme Strange says at the end to, what's his name? The Watcher. There's a little line of dialogue.
No. So you're gonna have to say it.
The world shouldn't pay for my arrogance.
Oh yeah. He asked for it to be spared.
Mm-hmm. But
So well, that goes dead in the water.
Yeah. Come on, I need to see the dialogue he has with the other Strange.
I've got a cat on me. Hello, cat.
Hey, kitty.
I'm sad he didn't catch on that the two of the three examples, the two that I used were the ones that are actually from the MCU movies.
Yeah. Here it is.
You know, the same Strange.
Yeah, but once we become whole again, we can save her. We can't. You don't believe it's possible, but you'll see. The Ancient One warned us. If we save Christine, we destroy the world. I told you she doesn't understand. We love Christine. This isn't love. Look at this. This is arrogance. This is our need to fix everything. It's what drove us to study the mystic arts in the first place. And look where we are. Deranged. I will be whole again. No, your marbles are long gone. The world, however, still stands a chance. And then he fights the other Strange to save the world. So yeah, it's kind of breaks his thing because it is actually another Doctor Strange. Because the Ancient One split Doctor Strange in two in that episode. But anyway.
Of course, this supports the position that Doctor Strange often acts without thinking things through to their logical conclusion, which was my point.
Yeah, but context is completely different.
Of course, you're going to say this doesn't count because it's what if, but I would counter with it does count because what if is literally putting the MCU characters with all of their personality traits intact in various situations to see how.
Well, no, he's right. It's like, what if X thing happened to a character that we already know, and then see how it changes from that. But that's the key thing. It's how he changed from that. It was Christine dying. The change is going to be very different from him just losing his hands. And even with him losing his hands, he does learn to become way less reckless and arrogant in Doctor Strange because he learns that he can help the world in a different way. He can't save, but he can't save Christine without being reckless by that point because there's no other way for Christine to be alive. That's the point. But Doctor Strange's arc is about helping the world, helping people. As a surgeon, he can't, but he can help the world in another way.
I'd still somewhat disagree with the point because he specifically says all the aspects of that. It has to depend when the divergence is happening. Because take, for example,
until the divergence happens, the characters are supposedly the same, even if every other episode doesn't have that. But yeah.
So take if you had a divergence at birth of a character, or like when they were one,
Mhm.
they're going to be fundamentally a different character from what we experienced in the films.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fucking
Also,
Sylvie and Loki, they're supposedly
Yeah.
like different versions of the same character. But anyway, what are you gonna say, Madvocate?
I was gonna say that when the beginning of his defense was like, I would count What If because it's taking the Doctor Strange from the MCU, putting him in that, but then, branching off into a different story. But like, I don't think that even holds up because he has a different story in that his character could, and he does. He changes and goes off into a different kind of character / path, I guess.
Yeah.
So just because they took the Doctor Strange from What If, they could still be, inconsistent if they told the same, I guess, Doctor Strange.
Well, that's our
movies
problem
or-
with the other episodes. How a lot of these characters are out of character in these divergences. Because other than episode 4, the characters are really, really bad in What If. So, like, we can criticize them by how they should be from before the divergence happens, and what would change with the divergence, and how that would affect their characters as we know, and see if it's consistent. Usually, it's not.
How they would cope. The head writer of What If explicitly states What If is canon to the MCU, so
Yeah, we know.
I don't want to hear it. You cut off that part of my video because it's one of the most damning pieces of evidence that supports my position, but we can't have that when you're building false narratives about movies you dislike.
That's
Bruh!
why
I don't
Okay.
dislike it.
He likes the
I'm an
film.
idiot.
The point was irrelevant because it's another universe that you just admitted to being like a divergence. So you already countered yourself. And you're now saying that Madvocate is trying to build a narrative about something about disliking your points or something you dislike. If Madvocate actually thought that your points were like damning to his narrative, why would he include them in the first place? This just seems like really bad tactics. I guess he thinks you're
and
very
again,
dumb.
the examples, his examples that I included were just the live action Doctor Strange. It's fine if the other one's canon, but again, he's supposed to be a Doctor Strange from a different universe.
Yeah. He has a divergence. That's a point. It's like him saying fucking Sylvie and Loki are the same character. If he says that, then fucking well done. You completely misunderstood what divergence is in the MCU.
Can we?
So I'm confused now. When you say there is no doubt Strange and Peter are making a mistake, it kind of makes it seem like CinemaSin's criticism is that Strange performing a spell at all to help Peter is the mistake. But it's not. It's that he doesn't fucking say anything that would prompt Peter to set certain parameters before and just jumps into it despite not being in a hurry.
Yeah, I bet you are confused. Forget the dick sucking you're doing for CinemaSins right now.
Dick sucking.
What?
I literally say his video is shit, as expected, meaning all of his videos are shit.
Yeah, that's the point in which I wanted to get the other watch together open.
hell.
To get a clip from
Oh,
your video, Madvocate.
To be fair, he hasn't gotten to that part yet.
Oh no, you already said it.
If he stopped, no, I
Well,
no, I didn't.
You did because there are 2 points in which you say CinemaSin's video is bad. There's one that he already passed, which is when you say like oh my god, he made a good point, and then there's the other where you say later, as expected, the video was shit, but those 3 points were valid. Let me get. I copied the link. I did.
So yeah, why are you a dick sucker for CinemaSins?
Yeah, fucking Madvocate, known fan of cinema.
Because I defended 3 points of his entire video, which was terrible.
Alrighty, this is when there's another watch together, so you can join and we can see what Madvocate said here, and then we can watch out also the other bit.
You know what? It's almost as if I saw Birdman's No Way Home video on my recommended page, and I clicked on it, excited to see him, destroy CinemaSins because I already knew his video was going to be bad. And yeah, the video was good, but then there were these 3 points that are pretty indefensible that I was like, I feel like this is a defense that most people would have, so I'm just going to take it from Birdman's video and implement it, since I feel like he's those 3 points are a voice for most people to defend Strange's fucking stupid ass decisions in the movie.
Have you all joined? There's one person missing.
Oh, it's probably me. Where
it is you.
Wow, what a
Discord?
cunt.
Oh wow.
You dick sucking.
I'm trying to find the other part. But anyway, yeah, we're all here. Let us watch what Madvocate says in his video, which is a thing that already passed by Birdman, but anyway.
Yeah, fucking no, he won't.
Doctor Strange gets into the spell before even consulting Peter how it will work or asking any questions. He doesn't even ask, are you sure you want the people closest to you to forget you? Sorcery should have more considerations and barriers.
Holy shit, CinemaSins actually making a very valid criticism.
And here's where I will disagree with you, and by extension, everyone that's been trying.
So, holy shit, CinemaSins actually making a very good criticism. Doesn't that mean that...
Maybe me sounding surprised means that, like, oh, he's actually capable of making valid criticisms, kind of implying that he's terrible at them.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the other bit where you mention it. Do you know around where it is? Because Will breaks the fight entirely.
It should be the entire video for being such a dick sucker.
Yeah, let's just show Madvocate's entire video. It should be it's a very good video. Let me try and get this.
Why are you at Sky for?
Why do people keep adding me? Well, is it
It's Barry Allen, you know who it is.
Reverse Flash Zoom 7 already OP. Oh, they're doing it wrong. They are not that okay, I don't care. Fucking can't find where in the video you say it, Madvocate, my brain.
The main villains are the OP villains.
Of course.
Yeah, not the standard.
Birdman, seriously. Hold up. Yeah,
What are y'all looking for?
I'm trying to find the moment in your video where you say that as expected, CinemaSins video is shit, but he had a few good criticisms. I remember if that's before or after you point out that last criticism from him.
Oh, well, let's just keep going and see if he even points it out.
Oh yeah, I would just want to I guess counter it, but yeah.
Let's see if he actually cuts it off before I say that, because that might be the last thing I say in the section.
Interesting.
My explanation is that both these characters are fucking up here. Strange's mistake is jumping into a spell without consideration for precisely what the other character wants, and Peter's mistake is asking Strange for this spell in the first place. This spell never happens without Peter going to Strange to ask him to reverse it.
But the multiverse shit doesn't happen if Strange actually reads the warnings to Peter.
Yeah.
Literally, the spell is so fragile that if you interrupt, it can become unstable.
Oh, I found what you said.
That's kind of fucking important.
I think he's picking the wrong part for Peter's mistake. Aside from the fucking MIT thing, we'll ignore that.
Yeah.
Peter's actually reasonable to request this. Peter's mistake is not listening when Strange says, stop interrupting the spell. That's where you could go definitively there is a mistake that's on Peter's recklessness.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't think that's out of character for him to keep interrupting him, because Strange didn't tell him, so obviously he would be panicking by that point, being like, wait, no, can we add an exception?
Time, so these events are tied to each other and therefore both need to be addressed. I mean, Strange specifically tells Peter that he could have asked MIT to reconsider and got mad at him that he didn't, so this spell was not the only choice Peter had, like the weird tangent you went on about Dormammu.
What? Those are completely different things. Yeah, it wasn't the only... That's another problem. Madvocate is criticizing Doctor Strange in that scene. Not only... I'm confused. So wait. So the original point is that he says that both Peter and Strange are making a mistake. And Peter, you said that the way he worded it implies that Peter is the one is making a mistake just by asking to do the spell. Or just that doing the spell is the mistake, and not the way that Strange doesn't tell him what to do. What the implications are, and how you have to do exceptions before you start the spell and everything. And I don't understand.
Also, when he says in his video, both Peter and Strange are making a mistake here.
Uh-huh.
When he says here, and he shows the scene of them in the dungeon, I'm like, oh, so he's talking about everything that happens in the dungeon. I'm not thinking about the mistake Peter. I don't think he's talking about the mistake Peter makes by not just going straight to the MIT lady.
Yeah, because he says here.
That's not
has
what
a visual of it.
That's not what I gather when he's saying they're making a mistake here, and he's showing the scene of them in the dungeon.
Uh-huh.
That's not what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, if that is the mistake he made, I mean, yeah, that is a mistake Peter's doing, and it's stupid for Peter not to ask the MIT lady.
Consider and got mad at him that he didn't. So this spell was not the only choice Peter had, like the weird tangent you went on about Dormammu. Let's move on, shall we?
Now earlier,
Okay.
No, hold on.
I'm
So
very confused about this point.
why does he think it's a weird tangent to talk about Dormammu?
Yeah, because it was actually
Because
Doctor
the
Strange's only choice, and that the point is that it's not a mistake if he only has one choice to save the world.
Yeah.
It's not a weird tangent. There's a reasoning for it, my dude. But alright.
I mentioned CinemaSins made 2 actual valid criticisms. This
so
is
you
the
weren't gonna
second
get
one.
into it.
Honestly, this Doctor Strange versus Spider-Man mini Civil War shouldn't even be a challenge, but Spidey somehow comes out on top.
Notice how I repeated that he made two
two
actual valid
yeah.
criticisms.
But it's right after
Kind
this
of,
anyway that you say the video is dog shit, so it's funny.
Yeah, but let's see if he's gonna acknowledge that.
In the end.
And what did Birdman have to say about this?
This comes across as if you think Spider-Man cannot defeat Doctor Strange in a battle, which is weird considering they are literally showing you Spider-Man defeating him in a battle.
What the fuck is this defense? Think, Birdman. Maybe Jeremy is highlighting that based on what we've seen Strange is able to do, the writers intentionally made him an inconsistent moron with his abilities so that Peter can actually have a chance at winning.
I don't know what you want. You try to use the in-universe explanations to attempt to debunk my arguments,
Yes.
and then you get upset when that same universe shows you one character beating another. Because that...
No, that's what we call an inconsistency.
Whoa,
that is a
Birdman,
contradiction.
You almost figured out the
Oh
definition
my-
of an inconsistency. Wow.
So you just
You were so
do you
close.
just accept
You were
anything?
so close.
Do you just accept anything
were
that
so
happens
close.
to you in the film, regardless of how bad it is? This is the kind of person that would enjoy Lucy.
How did he make the Harry Potter point? The magic Harry Potter point where there's an inconsistency and then failed to see it here?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, this is an inconsistency.
You know,
That is what we're criticizing. The thing is inconsistent.
I can use this point against him. So there's something I left out that I was thinking about including in my video, and Sky, I told you about it. But in his counter to CinemaSins video, he says he actually agrees with CinemaSins on one point. When CinemaSins says, it's weird how the whole world just so quickly turns on Peter as soon as his identity exposed and he's accused of killing Mysterio. Birdman's like, oh, you know what? I actually kind of agree with this point. Considering everything Peter's done, to save the world, and being an Avenger, it is strange how everyone was so eager to turn on him and just believe Mysterio. So couldn't we just say, well, no, the movie is showing you that the world would turn on Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's the
They're
same thing.
literally
Yeah.
showing you that the world is turning on him very quickly. So you can't say that it doesn't make sense that they would.
So if
It's happening.
If Peter had an epileptic fit and turned into a Lovecraftian monster that's doing autistic screeches every 5 seconds, he's fine with it because, well, no, the film is showing you, the universe is doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
So is there any film the Birdman doesn't like? Because you can use this logic to defend literally anything.
He hang on Twitter, he literally said something about the Boys Season 3 finale, how it didn't live up to expectations.
Well, but
He
they
literally-
literally show
What
you
are his
things happening,
complaints?
so the things that are happening make it work. So you shouldn't worry about
Let me get the exact thing. He praised Herogasm. I know that.
Like Birdman,
But-
he's way too easy on plot contrivance, especially in the MCU. This isn't even contrivance. This is just characters acting out of character. There will be a contradiction of who they
Okay.
are, not using
So
their
this is-
established rule set. the power set.
This is his most recent tweet. Damn, finale kinda sucked. Probably the best season so far though. Hero Gasm is still the best episode. Anyway, now we wait for season 4. Hashtag the boys finale.
Why did it suck? I want to know his reasoning.
Very interesting if he
yeah.
said, you know, oh, this didn't make sense. Oh, this character went this way. No, they literally show you doing it. But yeah, I think we need more examples. It's hard to find because I don't think any of us like watch his content. But if any of you in chat know of anything, any film or TV show that he's talked about where he criticizes the inconsistencies on it, you can just, you know, go back to this video and point out, no way, they're literally showing the thing happening, so it's fine. He hates Wonder Woman 1984. I'm sure he has some criticism about the consistency of that film, because most people do.
But how can you hate it? It literally shows someone getting raped, so that means it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the universe did it. It's A-okay.
Yeah. It's just so dumb. It's such a dumb criticism.
Someone showing you that a rape can happen.
Yeah.
So therefore it's fine.
They show you that Wonder Woman is the type of character that would rape a man, so therefore it is in character.
And so in this point he's making, he's like, you're complaining that they're using in-universe.
So he's saying you're using in-universe.
Happening in.
So he's saying you are using in-universe logic to say that this thing wouldn't happen, but in-universe they show that it does happen. Therefore, the thing you're criticizing is contradicting you. So he doesn't understand what an inconsistency is, because what you're criticizing is exactly that they're showing a thing that you have. Fuck, Jeb fucking distracting me with his message. But that you're criticizing a thing that is shown.
I get it.
That is contradictory to what we've seen before.
No, I get it. It's just that if we go back to the previous arguments I made, that like I'm talking about how. Hold on, do we even get to it yet?
What
no,
point?
but so far I've been talking about how things are inconsistent because they're not. Certain abilities aren't being used. Fuck, I was trying to get to a different point here, and I completely blanked. But it's just weird that he's bringing this up when I feel like we've already made the point of what an inconsistency is. And it's if it's in universe, acting out of character is an inconsistency.
Yeah, it's not even if it's in universe. It being in universe is the problem. Because it's like you say about the in this same video you mentioned about like the justifications that the writers give for one of the spells. You said, well, even if they had given these justifications, it's not in the film, so I'm free to like interpret it the way whichever way I want. The point being that you can because it happens in universe, that's a problem. If it's explained out of universe, if it's something happened like Feige confirmed something out of universe, like in the fucking third party thing, it doesn't really matter, because what we care about is in universe. That's what the inconsistency lies, and that's where we're gonna criticize the thing for. Because if
no, but as long as it happens on screen, that means it would happen.
Yeah, if it can happen, then if it does happen, it means it can happen, which means it would happen. It's very fine logic.
Yeah.
Spoilers equal victim blaming a cartoon Birdman. Guys, come on, be better. Oh, it's funny.
Explanations to attempt to debunk my arguments, and then you get upset when that same universe shows you one character beating another.
Yeah, that is the point. Thank you for acknowledging the point. We're upset that the film has done something that it shouldn't have done, because it makes no sense for it to have happened. Yes. You have discovered
you are laying out the problem, but you don't understand why it's a problem.
You have discovered what criticizing inconsistencies relies on. It's on things being inconsistent in the universe.
Because that's what I'm saying. That here is the movie showing you one possible way in which Spider-Man can defeat Doctor Strange.
But he shouldn't, because that makes no sense the way he does, because Doctor Strange is acting out of character.
Doctor Strange is overpowered.
Yes.
Let's skip.
And
they are literally in the mirror dimension, the place in which he can control reality to his will without affecting the real world. He can trap Peter there whichever way he wants.
Let's give an extreme example. If Doctor Strange walked outside to fight Spider-Man, tripped over and split his head open and Spider-Man beat him. I don't know what to tell you here. I don't think that's good writing or consistent writing.
Fucking the Doctor Strange, instead of bringing him to the mirror dimension, gives Peter bread, which Peter eats, and that makes Peter pass out, and that's how Doctor Strange wins. It's like, oh, see, that's fine, because that's how they show it happening. So therefore, it is possible that it would happen.
That's it. Spider-Man is simply too fast for Strange and has precognition. This was shown at the end of the film when Goblin tried to kill Strange, and basically all the Spider-Men reacted before Strange could even think.
And hilariously, you referenced the shot where Strange doesn't actually see the attack because he's focused on the box. Two Spider-Men do nothing but stare.
Okay, are you gonna say something?
Oh no, he's face palming.
Keep going.
Gonna say something?
You gotta love this guy's logic. He's saying in this scene,
yeah,
that Strange doesn't see the attack because he's focused on the box.
That is literally true. Yes,
That's-
that is factually true.
yeah.
We can see what's happening. Yes, that is
There's
objectively
something
the
else
case.
happening here.
The film is showing that that's what's happening. Why aren't you accepting it?
Yeah.
So, in that entire time, Strange just is not noticing these attacks coming towards him.
Yes, that is indeed the case.
That's what the film's
Thank you.
showing you.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
well-
is what the scene shows you. Yes, he's focusing on that more than an attack that he's not expecting when he has 3 Spider-Man and Doc Ock to protect him in case Goblin shows up. Yes, he is indeed focusing more on the box.
Birdman, why are you complaining? That's what's happening in universe. I know.
Yeah, it's what they're
Yeah,
showing you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just what they're showing you.
He's just focused on the box.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
Keep going.
everybody else is reacting.
Yes.
And he's just,
No, he's trying to finishing undoing the spell so that he can send the villains back and save the multiverse. He's not just going. I think I think it's kind of a disingenuous way to describe the scene, but just saying he's going. But that's just me personally.
Well, the whole point I made is that he's saying that all the Spider-Men react, and therefore they are definitely faster than Strange. But then Doc Ock is the only one actually protecting Strange from the attack. So does that mean Doc Ock has super speed now?
Well, yeah,
And
it's
precognition?
because he hasn't got to it yet. But I want to hear his response to that because he
Yeah,
paused
I
before he
would love
mentioned
to
Doc Ock. Yeah.
I want to give Birdman an example of Strange not noticing. I'm hard of hearing, right? So I can't hear certain noises or certain warnings, especially when I'm distracted because it all blurs together. But Sky, for example, if they were with me, they'd be able to hear all of it. That isn't me ignoring things. That's me literally not able to notice as someone else can react because they have the capabilities to do so.
Mhm.
This isn't a hard concept to grasp.
Also, before I move on, I just want to say a big rip for our good friend Barry Allen because IGN just reported that Elon Musk has terminated his deal to buy Twitter, which means that we're gonna be blocked by Barry Allen till the end of time because it means the Chinese government's still controlling, Twitter.
You know what was funny? I literally said this at the beginning of the stream.
that he's not gonna finish buying the purchase. It's funny.
Holy shit!
But anyway, I would very much like
Really?
F's in chat for Barry Allen, guys. I think I'm very sad about
We
it.
love you.
Yeah, just drop a big F for him. He deserves it.
We'll sing "All I Want Is You" again.
Oh, he keeps he isn't pinging me actually because I'm not even in chat. Like I'm in chat with the ECUM account. So anyway, big F in chat, guys. Big F. Thank you. See, Barry Allen, this is all for you, man. Yeah. All right, now we can get back to the video.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna focus on this box real fast.
Yes.
He doesn't even look up and hear Goblin saying, "Can the Spider-Man come out to play?"
He might hear it. He doesn't really have to acknowledge it. If he can undo the spell, he will fix everything. And he has 3 Spider-Man beside him who can, take care of one Goblin as far as he knows.
So if Goblin yelled, "Can the Doctor Strange card to play?" Then he would have looked up.
Probably if he called him by his actual name.
Come out to play.
Yeah, that would be funny.
It's
That'd be
basically the
fucking
"I
funny.
sleep real shit" meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can the Spider-Man come out to play?
I love William Dafoe.
People on the post great.
I'm just going to focus on this box real fast.
He's awesome.
So
Yeah.
apparently, Doctor Strange is so focused on his box.
Yeah, the one box that can save the multiverse. He's a bit focused on it, yeah. Just a tad.
He doesn't even hear that. Oh, and by the way, he says the other two Spider-Man aren't reacting, but he shows them reacting.
No, he says
But
they're
they're not
staring.
protecting him.
They're doing
nothing.
Yeah, he says do nothing but stare. We just show them moving.
Looking
Yeah,
at
it's different
something.
between reacting and actually doing something about it.
Yeah, they are looking at something. They are staring at it,
Why
which
aren't
is
they?
Madvocate
Why is
said.
Toby
They
not
literally-
shooting his webs?
Yeah.
They literally just
He
go,
knows it.
Yeah, Toby would be the one
He
to
know-
mostly do something here because he
He knows
what
it can
he's on.
stop them.
Yeah.
And you can't make the argument that, oh, you're agreeing that they are reacting. The point is, you're making the argument that they're reacting by going to stop it when we can see here they're not.
Yeah, because that's the point.
Yeah. Also, this is in response to him saying, "Oh, Spider-Man would easily dodge Strange's attacks or whatever because he's simply too fast." So why aren't these Spider-Men doing anything?
Mm.
Like, why are they not reacting to the Goblin's attacks? Why are they not shooting webs?
Because it's like he says, they're being statued in this scene, but he doesn't acknowledge it.
So they're just staring.
Yeah.
Why wasn't Tom's Peter staring at any of the points where Strange was, trying to get the box from him? Why was he actually doing stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Reaction, moron. What the?
Stop! You're calling Madvocate a moron, but you're agreeing with Madvocate that he stares at they stare at the bombs and they don't do anything.
Also, okay, I'll give him something. That Strange not looking up when Goblin screams that, but that's no longer a question of whether he can react fast or not. That's just Strange being an idiot.
Well, I don't even think he's being an idiot. I think he's just relying on 3 Spider-Men being able to, deal with one
but
Goblin.
he's using this scene to demonstrate that Strange is way too slow in compared to Spider-Man to be able to react to attacks.
Mhm.
But Goblin says that like several seconds before
he
the
attacks, yeah. So
little goblin
based on Birdman's logic,
attacks.
then Strange is being stupid, not that he's not reacting.
Yeah, so Strange is actually being stupid because he would definitely react in those many seconds where the shit is coming towards him.
Yeah,
to
if the
look
point
up.
is that he should have reacted if he was faster. Which, it doesn't matter anyway, because this film establishes that Peter and Strange have super speed, but,
Yeah,
we can ignore that as well.
Normal person could look up in that time where the little slicey thingies are coming towards him.
Yeah.
I mean, Doc Ock does it.
Yeah, that's the point, that he hasn't got you yet, but that is like the big thing that breaks his argument. I want to see if he can counter it. I mean, he can't, but
Fuck do you think the word react means? React to a stimulus. Your eyes react to things that move. In response,
Why
your
didn't they
head
do
may
anything?
move. That's a reaction. You goof. Super weird for somebody to say, oh, they're not reacting to a thing and then show literal video evidence of them reacting to something. I didn't say.
Why are they not protecting Strange then?
yeah, that's the reaction that Madvocate is talking about. Obviously, they're gonna see
Yeah,
it.
that's
If I shoot a bullet, next to you, and then you see the trajectory of the bullet is too fast for you to actually see it, but you're gonna react. Your head is gonna follow the trajectory. That doesn't mean that you're not reacting. You are reacting to the fact that a bullet was shot, but you'll never be able to get out of the way if the bullet was aimed at you, because you don't have that reaction time. The point you're making is that Peter, all Peters, they have the reaction time necessary to be able to stop those bombs or to dodge those bombs, because they are magnitude level, huge levels of magnitude faster than Doctor Strange, but they don't react, they don't do anything, they only stare. Which is if Doctor Strange might have stared if he wasn't trying to undo the thing that was going to destroy the multiverse.
Yeah, I guess I could have worded it better, but I think it's very clear when I say they do nothing but stare. Implies that they're reacting, but if they can react, they're not doing anything about it.
But also apparently
They're-
SK said that you didn't say they didn't react. You said that they do nothing but stare, which then would mean that Birdman is countering a point that doesn't exist. I'm curious now.
Yeah, I guess so.
1539. I'm gonna see if I can get the part where you say it, just to be sure. It's after this. Here.
Shown at the end of the film when Goblin tried to kill Strange, and basically all the Spider-Men reacted before Strange could even think.
And hilariously, you reference the shot where Strange doesn't actually see the attack because he's focused on the box. 2 Spider-Men do nothing but stare.
Oh, yeah, they do nothing but stare. You didn't say they didn't react.
So he's misrepresented your entire point.
Yeah, that's funny. And even there, we countered his countering anyway. So good on you, man.
Yeah, and the whole point of this, the whole point of this is for him to explain why Peter's able to react to Strange's attacks.
Yeah.
In their fight in the mirror dimension.
Yeah, react isn't dodging and not being able to be caught by Strange. This just proves that Peter would stare at the shot.
Yeah, but the 2 Spider-Men just staring is not a good way to show that, oh yeah, he can dodge attacks, he can do something about it. They're not doing anything, they're just watching. Shoot webs at it.
Evidence of them reacting to something. I didn't say they jumped in the way to stop the fucking flying pumpkins. I'm saying they reacted to it. Like, their body moved, and you showed evidence of that. This is a waste of editing, my dude.
Because he said can the Spider-Man come out to play? And so they had time to react. He took several seconds for the little pumpkin slicers to actually get close to them.
Yeah, and what matters if
they reacted? You don't have to have accelerated speed to look when you hear a loud man saying something.
It's also like these bombs are way slower than like Doctor Strange's magic attacks. Like if you're because your point is he can dodge Doctor Strange's attacks or whatever. He's way too fast for Strange, but then all 3 of them would be way too fast for the bombs that are being thrown as well.
I guess my point should have been Strange is just being an idiot here for not looking up, I guess.
Dude, what the fuck was that?
Hilariously, you reference the shot where Strange doesn't actually see the attack because he's focused on the box. 2 Spider-Men do nothing but stare, 1 just spins, and the one who actually does something is Otto fucking Octavius, the normal man currently in full control of the tentacles.
In the comic book world, what? Hold on. Yeah. You might want to actually look up what Otto's arms are capable of. Those arms have artificial intelligence in them that allow them to move on their own.
But he's in control of them. And he was able to react to it.
They are connected to his...
The tentacles grab them.
They are connected to his brain and his spinal cortex. He's... Like, he has to acknowledge that the bombs are coming towards him and that he can grab them before he grabs them. Both him and the AI. Doctor Strange, if Otto Octavius has the time to do that, Doctor Strange would also have the time to do that. They're both normal humans who need to process that information before acting on it.
Yeah, exactly. Or what comes to mind is in Spider-Man 2 when the glass breaks during his first experiment and it goes towards him. When he like puts his arms up to cover his face, his back arms go up at the same time.
Yeah.
So they're reacting according to his brain. They're not kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah, as far as I know, the AI in the arms, it exists with the intent to interpret. Them. Yeah, to interpret what he's telling the arms to do because it is connected like to his brain. That's what I always understood it as. And then the AI gets corrupted by its the main directive because of the shock that Otto suffers.
Yeah, there's a point why I stated he's a normal man and he's in full control of the tentacles, because if the arms were still in control of him, then they could do stuff, on their own.
Yeah.
Because they have no influence from Otto.
Mm.
But Otto is controlling them in that shot, meaning he was able to react to them and make the arms move towards the little slicers.
Mm. Oh yeah, and SK also points that the arms don't block the flare spike that hits Doc Ock from behind and destroys his inhibitor chip. They can do their own thing. Well, I guess at best faith because the cameras for the arms are on like the palms of the tentacles. They were pointed towards the bombs, but they weren't pointed towards the sun when the flare spikes Doc Ock. But I don't remember the scene exactly, so I need to rewatch it.
Without the driver. Otto can absolutely override that AI, but they still act independently of
No, they don't.
the driver. The chip was placed on Otto's neck in Spider-Man 2 to prevent the
Okay, even when Doc Ock
Placed
is
in
knocked
his
out,
neck.
he's still a threat. Yeah, but that's when he is already when the AI takes over after it's shocked. You can't use this. This is the point when he has full control, when the chip is fixed. You're using you're using a fucking reference from after or before, considering he also takes control again of the arms at the end. Before he has controlled them again. The point is when he actually has control. Because the point is that the arms control him after he gets shocked. That's why his like main goal changes from not wanting to save people to just wanting to build the sun again.
Also, is he ever knocked out and the tentacles do things?
Well, it's when he's on
apart from his control?
It's on the
hospital.
The hospital, yeah, when he kills the arms kill a bunch of people.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but by that point, he had already been shocked, and so the AI had taken over his brain.
Yeah, that's post being able to control them.
And I'm pretty sure the arms don't even react that fast in that scene. They're just way too strong to be able to do anything against them. But like they have a fucking saw that tries to cut it. The arms that don't stop it.
Yeah, the arms seem to move, pretty normally in reference to the physics of the normal world.
Yeah,
they don't have like super speed.
Yeah.
They don't seem to move abnormally fast.
them from completely taking over because, again, they can move on their own. The scene you're showing is the arms protecting Strange and Otto from blowing up. You can literally see Otto being moved against his will there.
Against his will? What?
Hold on, what?
What the fuck do you mean he's moving against his will? Citation needed, please.
Against his will. He
Yeah.
wasn't going, no, don't shimmy me to the left, no.
That's stupid. He was even leaning towards the place where he was going. If he was being moved against his will, but based on inertia, his body would be like diagonally to the other side. Right, Jeb?
What's...
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Glad you agree.
So he's
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, so what is the reference in that he's not...
moved against his will there. His body moves like a passenger in a car. When you're the driver of the car, you know the maneuvers you're going to make. So when you make a maneuver, your body kind of braces and, you don't move as much.
Man, you're reaching so far. There's nothing in the film to indicate this. This is some headcanon shit.
But the person in the passenger seat is just flying all over the place. Same exact thing here.
But that's not what's happening here.
Tell me how it happened. You're just saying it's happening. You need to prove it to us.
He's using my close-up shot, so I would maybe if he would put a zoomed out shot of the whole thing, that makes it very clear that he's going against his will.
Yeah, but it's not. There's no way to prove it because he's just making this up. Why the tentacles want to protect Strange and thought they were destructive? No, it's because by that point, it's connected to Otto's brain again, and so his brain has like the drive of wanting to protect Strange. But then again, Otto would need to interpret the idea that he has to protect Strange. Disconnected. Why? Oh well, we lost a few seconds there, but alright. Anyway, yeah, the tentacles protecting Strange in theory might make sense. Because of it still Otto would interpret it. His brain would interpret like, Strange is being attacked. We need to protect him, but that means Otto would still need to react and send a message to the tentacles to do it.
Now tell me, does Otto look like the driver or the passenger?
Play it again.
In the comic book world, we call this getting statue.
He looks like the driver. Yeah, it looks like he's controlling the arms. Yeah.
I don't know why he thinks it's so apparent that he's the passenger.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
It doesn't. I don't know.
He's just.
Could you like analyze his bodily movements then?
Yeah.
Because it just looks like he's
he's just like
he's just
telling
there.
you to do it, being like, oh yeah, you tell me. But no, it's your claim. You need to back it up.
Orders of magnitude slower than your opponent, which means you would probably be killed in a speed blitz. When Peter gets serious, this guy can defeat the likes of Fire Lord, a herald of Galactus.
And that is where I will stop taking Birdman seriously. He says,
Oh no, a guy I've never heard of. Stop taking me. Get to the fucking point, dude. Like, nobody.
She's about to get to the point.
I am.
What? Okay.
That's literally what I'm doing before you paused.
Yeah, you're wasting time. You say something for 2 seconds. But alright.
Nobody cares. Come on.
calling Strange a fucking idiot for not going over the rules of the spell is an out-of-universe criticism, yet he uses out-of-universe content to support his defense.
Oh, his brain broke. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Stephen Hawking moment.
What is these weird cuts? What's happening?
What? Those are two completely different topics.
No, the criticisms about the consistency of a film. And you're using one of them. You're saying an out of universe thing is bad to criticize it, but the other you're saying it's fine to use an out of universe thing to defend it. Those are definitely not different. But let's see how he describes it. I'm excited.
When I was talking about Watsonian versus Doylist, I was talking about characterization. You know, the thing you have a problem with Doctor Strange in this movie?
Yeah.
However, in this instance, I'm referring to ability, as in...
Yeah, the ability is also consistent within its own universe. That's all different. It's all consistency, consistent with its own universe. It doesn't change anything. It's the same principle.
The physical attributes of the characters in question.
Yeah, the characters in question that exist within this own universe, and you're using another universe to justify their attributes. Do you not understand?
Let me keep going.
Spider-Man being incredibly fast is an immutable ability of that character.
But this version has
that's an adaptation argument.
It's yeah, in this universe, Peter is quite fast in reaction, but he's not as fast as you're saying that he can defeat whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. You're using a comic to prove how fast he is in this other universe. It's not the same universe. You can't just prove how he is as fast as a thing. Like, just prove it. Miss Marvel in this universe has powers completely different from how she does in the comics. You can't defend her power level by appealing to comics.
I mean, even in the Raimi trilogy, he uses organic webbing over mechanical web shooters.
Which is, again, different from the comics. Yeah, so you can't argue about like him having to replenish his webs because in that universe he doesn't have web shooters. This is
I got a legitimate comment on the video where someone was arguing that it makes sense that Spider-Man, when he's being astral projected, that he has super speed to avoid Strange, who also has super speed somehow.
Yeah.
Because in the comics, he has 200 plus miles per hour super speed. Like, he's able to run that fast at some point, and therefore it's fine. They acknowledge that, this might be out of universe content, but I guess they think that because it's the same character that it's okay to apply the comic attributes of the character to the movie version, and that's why they think Spider-Man has 200 miles per hour super speed.
Fucking insane.
To which of course I replied, then why is it never fucking used in any of the previous movies? Because it would have been extremely useful, like when he was trying to catch up to the Vulture in Homecoming, or the Vulture's van, and other things. It would have been helpful for fighting Thanos in Infinity War, would have been helpful for the army in Endgame.
To not get run over by a train, he could have run past it, not Far From Home. Peter's, it's funny because this person said wrong, Peter's faster than Flash, as a joke in chat, but, you know, this is the kind of argument we get. I don't think anyone's saying he's actually faster than Flash, but, you know, he has super speed, I guess. Well done.
I can't believe he has the audacity to say these attributes are immutable. That's how it is across every Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Then, I just realized, then we can apply this to Toby and Andrew. Why don't they use this fucking super speed in their own movies?
Would have been good to keep Gwen from dying. But, you know.
like him sticking to walls or having spider sense. Take Thor for a quick example. In the comics, he's a fairly serious character. In the MCU, he's kind of a joke.
So you just...
Oh,
Did you just
so you
disprove
acknowledge
your
that it
own
can be
argument?
different.
He just disproved his
Yeah.
own argument. He just said that
Hold on,
the
let him
adaptation is
talk.
different to the fucking... Oh,
Let's see where he's going with
yeah,
this.
let's see. We'll rewind a few seconds.
Serious character. In the MCU, he's kind of a joke. But that is his characterization. In the MCU, that is how the writers wrote him.
But how does this not apply to
Yeah,
power
okay.
level? It's the same thing. It's different in adaptation.
But you're saying power level from the comics needs to be the same as the one in the movies.
Then surely, in the Raimi, by his logic, by his standards, they're in the Raimi-verse, he thinks that those films are bad because he doesn't have the same powers as he does in the comics because he has organic webbing.
I'm just so confused.
Also true. Hold on, let him keep talking. What is happening here? Where is he
But
going?
comic Thor and MCU Thor both can control lightning. They're both
Yeah, but that's very surface level. Their powers are actually quite
So
different.
you're fucking cherry picking which attributes are immutable from the comics and which are not.
Yeah, it's what I just said about Miss Marvel.
the
She's a
fuck?
perfect example because her powers in the MCU are insanely different from what they are in the comics.
Is it really fair to choose Thor when, like, he's technically a pre-existing character before comics?
That's also interesting, right? Because you need to compare the Thor comics to the Thor lore from like Norse mythology. That's a good
like-
point, Tin.
Because like in Norse mythology, Thor was fucking ginger.
Oh,
And he's and he's
yeah, but
born
that's
everywhere?
not an immutable fact, Tin. You know what are immutable facts about these characters? The ones that Birdman chooses. Because it's convenient for his
You know
fucking
what?
argument.
I chose the wrong term. It's not cherry picking. He is gatekeeping which attributes should be immutable and which ones don't.
Yeah, this is what Jeb said earlier, right? About the community being very like condescending in terms of like, oh, we read comics, we know better than you, so yeah.
Also, like, what comic line do we go by here? There's so many.
Yeah, there are many comic universes.
both incredibly strong.
Fucking keeps jumping around.
What's happening?
They're both incredibly strong. They both wield Mjolnir, something most people in that universe cannot do. Therefore, I am justified in using the comics to at least explain.
No, there is no
No,
line of
you're
logic
fucking
there.
not.
What?
This is whataboutism at best, and just
Birdman,
incredibly.
you are a moron.
Yeah.
There's so many
Plain and
differences.
simple.
It's all well and good mentioning the overall powers they have, but there's so much more specifics in terms of how the powers work and what
Yeah.
abilities come with them. You can't just go to the comics to just say, "Oh, that's how this works."
Well, I
No,
guess it's fine if they ever do like the Miles becomes Thor because it happened in the comics. So, you know, it has happened, so therefore it's fine if he has the abilities to be Thor. Like
Of course.
across the Spider-Verse, he just gains Mjolnir out of nowhere and Birdman's gonna be it's fine. Didn't even a comic about it. Oh, but
Because
only
the
time-
comics exist, Gwen should be fucked by Norman Osborn.
oh my god. Norman Osborn fuck Gwen and has him chew off screen.
Yes.
This is insane. So Mjolnir can rewind time. Can it do that in the comics? Because if it can, that's funny. Because this is definitely cherry picking.
I
Cherry
wouldn't be
keeping.
surprised.
Comic Spider-Man powers is like magic spider powers. I mean, yeah, the comics go kind of insane at points. But again, he's cherry picking what the thing is. By Odin's Fade, yeah, I love it.
The power set. Do you see the difference now?
No, there's no difference. You're cherry picking your
No,
points.
you're using you're using comics and saying only the powers are immutable,
Yeah,
but the characterization can be different in the movies.
Yeah, the characters can be
That's
different,
fucking
but the
stupid.
power level is the same. It should apply to it applies to just one thing but not the other.
Does he consider Miss Marvel not canon then if her abilities are completely different from the comics?
Yeah, she's not even an
That's the-
inhuman
what do
in the show. She's an inhuman in
What does he
the
think
comics.
about that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
in
he
the
doesn't
show she's
consider
a
it.
dimension.
Well, he watches Avengers and he must lose his mind because Coulson isn't even in the comics. He was created for the MCU. So he's like, what the fuck? Who's this guy?
And Nick Fury's black.
No, as long as it's just the power levels or
Oh,
the
yeah.
power set.
Oh, then I
Speaking
guess
of
the Kree in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Like a common thing I've heard about like Ghost Rider and Angel Shield people is like a lot of comics fans say like their powers are way different.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's because
Angel
Agents of
Shield
Shield made it so that it's much easier to keep
compared to comic
consistent. In the comics, he has some insane powers.
like there is very clearly a difference. So like, is that bad?
I guess
Hmm?
by this logic, but so I don't even. He's not even saying it's bad. He's just saying he has those powers. It's just like a given. So I guess
Yeah.
Ghost Rider in Agents of Shield has the same powers as he does in the comics, or fucking Miss Marvel has the same powers in the show as she does in the comics, even though the show shows completely the opposite.
He reacted like all the fucking like I brought this up in my last stream. I think how like that restrain all powers Superman had because he was pulling out new powers all the time, like how he could throw his emblem across and that'd be like a shield, or how he can shoot mini versions out of his hand.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Christopher Reeve, Henry Cavill, all them lot the Sydney one, they can all do that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's how it works now.
Yeah, because it was done. I guess if you could argue that Henry Cavill could have run around the Earth and made time rewind, because it's been done in a previous adaptation. So,
Christ almighty.
Characterization versus power set. Not once did I bring up the comics to explain personality traits, and you can only discount the comics when discussing the movies if the movies themselves contradict that power set.
And it did, because
They-
it did. That's the
Where's the 200 plus super speed?
yeah. Show me when Peter has it. Then you're just
Yeah.
and then we go on about the characterization about how this Peter is retarded for never using that power. What? What's the point of this entire tangent? He just said, "Oh yeah, I can use the comics, except when the films contradict the comics. Therefore, I shouldn't really care about the comics because what matters is the continuity of the films." But all right.
Power set, that's it. That's all you need.
Like Miss Marvel.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, so he did mention Miss Marvel. So I guess he countered
What?
my point. Oh my god, I guess he's right now. I guess Miss Marvel, he can't use the comics. But then, it's one thing that a lot of people say about the MCU is how inaccurate it is to the fucking comics. So surely you'd argue, you would say that the MCU is all not taking into account the power level from the comics. I mean, everyone would say that, everyone who has a brain, because it is a different universe, but I guess not for you, Birdman. I guess he doesn't understand what the concept of an adaptation is, because an adaptation is you're transferring a story for another medium, so you can't change the things that are necessary to fit within your own narrative. It doesn't have to be consistent with the adaptation to be its own story, only if you're making like or if you want to make a very faithful adaptation, but that's not what the MCU has done like ever.
Well, could you go back? Why did he bring up Miss Marvel?
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. He said that unless the adaptation contradicts the comics in terms of the power set, that we can take the comics into consideration. And then he used Miss Marvel as an example of how it contradicts the comics here.
Movies.
So it has to be like blatantly obvious that it's not the same as the comic for that argument to hold up.
But then that argument must always hold up across the board because it's an interconnected universe.
Yes. Surely, yeah, because if Miss Marvel is in the same universe as No Way Home, it kind of proves that this universe doesn't really have the same power levels as the comics. Because it is the same universe, it's a shared universe.
He fucking said, we have to assume that the power sets are the same as the one from the comics, as long as they don't contradict what's in the comics.
Yes.
Okay, fuck this. Move on.
Not once did I bring up the comics to explain personality traits, and you can only discount the comics when discussing the movies if the movies themselves contradict that power set.
Terrible argument.
Like Miss Marvel.
Oh, my bad. The following sin is also valid.
Fine, I'll buy that Peter somehow uses his Parker prescience combined with geometry to figure out how to pull this off. But why does that immediately mute Strange's ability to bend this dimension to his will?
Just like Thanos in the Infinity Gauntlet, you're not understanding one needs to use hand gestures to perform magic.
No, they don't.
Are you ready? You guys are not ready for what he's about to say. I don't think you guys have any idea what he's about to say. Shandy shared it with me. It's one of the few points that Shandy allowed himself to spoil because of how bad it is.
All right, let's see.
Oof.
Let's go.
Really do want to go.
Fail.
So, what are the moves that break this fight entirely?
Why is it a fail?
Wait, hold on. Fail.
Are you guys ready?
You're showing interdimensional portals, which, while admittedly are inconsistent in the MCU at best, they are not magic.
What?
How the fuck are they not magic?
It just says mystical wormhole right now.
So,
And master mystical.
let me just read this. An interdimensional
It
portal
says
is a
magic.
portal. Hold on, Jeff. Is a portal that acts as a mystical wormhole, creating a gateway between two locations in space-time. The masters of the mystic arts have the ability of opening these portals using sling rings. It is also possible to create these portals using either science or other types of magic. The reference he's using calls it magic.
Yeah.
How did this get through?
Either
all the way to
science
this
or other types of magic. So
when does science ever
isn't that
do
insinuating
it,
that
anyway?
the sling rings? Isn't that insinuating that the sling rings are magic?
Yeah. Well, it's like
or maybe it's just calling the portals magic. But either way, the sling rings is not fucking science.
Other types of. Yeah, you guys were not right. They were not. No.
It's a fucking ring, and you have to do a little hand gesture to open a portal.
And it's used
But
by
then
the masters of the
they contradict
mystic
that.
arts. Yeah.
Then they contradict that.
I'm so
Because
confused.
they are wormholes and can be opened through science.
Show me when they're open through science.
Hey, but just
I
because they
dare
can
you.
be opened by science in other methods doesn't mean that using the sling ring doesn't make it open through magic.
I'm
They
curious
fucking get
what
it.
their reference for being open with science is.
I know what the reference is. Do we tell what the reference is?
Sure.
It'd be probably like what they did with the Tesseract and stuff.
Leads later open a portal from. No, that's not it. With the Tesseract, no, but that's not the different thing. Oh, I guess it's putting the same, but they're not the same types of portals. One is using
Exactly.
One is using but the Tesseract is also like magic. It is magic. They just used a scientific method to utilize that magic. But even then, they didn't because the portal was opened by Loki on the other side. So it was opened by magic because they used another Infinity Stone to open it.
But the MCU technically, it's confusing, isn't it? Because it considers that science.
Sure. Okay.
So he's going to argue that the sling rings might be science based.
I guess.
When it's literally just like a piece of metal.
Well, it's not even just that. It's they explain in Doctor Strange 1 how they have certain tools that they can trap magic inside and use the magic from those tools, which is which is literally the cape. Also, I gotta show something on screen, so give me a sec.
Yeah, prepare for another F, chat.
Another F for good old Barry. It's gonna break his heart, but you know it is what it is. Updates: Twitter is suing Elon Musk, so F's
It's
in
the
the chat.
Chinese at it.
Oh, the goddamn Chinese. Yeah, F's in the chat, boys. Rip. Poor Barry can't get a win today.
So let's see this history. Oh no, not Interdimensional Gate, that's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It might be referencing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. partially.
Oh. Oh yeah, because
Yeah,
of
it does.
because of the Darkhold and Ada. Yeah.
Yeah. So
in season 4, that's the only time they actually use science. But Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't even canon.
hey, they seem to be unless this is because of Endgame, but they count like loads of people as well.
Well, they're counting people
yeah.
that went through the portals. And in Endgame, a lot of them went through portals because you know.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, it could only be season 4 stuff because the rest is all Doctor Strange and Morgan Le Fay, who's a sorcerer. So
Wasn't there a whole subplot about Doctor Strange saying he couldn't do magic because of his hands, and then the initial one showed the guy without a hand doing it? Yep, there was.
Thor says he comes from a place where magic and science are one and the same.
Well,
says
yeah.
SK.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that's something we mentioned earlier. It's how the MCU has established multiple times how magic is just science we don't understand. But it is operating under the same system, this magic, because of it being sorcerer magic.
Why does that disprove my points?
Well, actually, wouldn't Multiverse of Madness even confirm that? Because they say that it should get you... What's the place called? The fucking shrine. Wong says we can't go further because it wasn't a place like that they'd be able to allow sorcerers to get there, and Wanda can get there because her magic is witchcraft. But the portal can't open there because the portal is not witchcraft. It is like sorcerer magic. So it actually confirmed that we are right. Not that we needed more than that. But anyway.
All right, can we? Yeah.
They are not magic because they are wormholes and can be opened through science. However, Jeremy was not talking about these portals. You literally play him saying, bend this dimension to his will.
Yeah, but he's talking about your point. You said they need hand gestures. This film proves that you don't need hand gestures to do magic because portals are magic.
Also, he could just open a portal where the webs are to cut them in half.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of where I was also leading to. I guess I should have explicitly stated it to make it clear. But yeah, the point was to literally show him that you don't need hand gestures to perform magic, because he didn't say you need hand gestures to, tamper with the mirror dimension. He just says magic, period.
Which, by the way, I don't remember specifically Doctor Strange 1, but I'm fairly certain there are moments where they control the mirror dimension without moving their hands when they're Caecilius and everything are running after Strange.
Meaning he's referring to the mirror dimension.
Yeah, but you weren't.
And how does Strange manipulate the mirror dimension? Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's opening the mirror dimension.
Yep.
Hey, you did show this film. Thank you.
Not the point, though.
Yeah,
we're
it's not
talking
the
about
point.
magic in general because that's what your point was.
Yeah. I'm gonna look in the Doctor Strange film if I can find the reference I'm looking for, but let's continue.
Why did he bring up the fact that the Infinity Gauntlet, you need hand gestures to be able to use it, if the Infinity Gauntlet has nothing to do with the mirror dimension?
Wait, he brings up the gauntlet in the point? Oh yeah, he brings up it in the origin.
Yeah,
doesn't he just compare
Yeah.
it? Just saying like, oh, you need for the Infinity Gauntlet, or did he say something else? Like, what did he actually say?
He said, just like Thanos in the just like Thanos in the Infinity Gauntlet, you're not understanding that one needs to perform hand gestures to perform magic. So he's talking about the magic from the gauntlet as well.
So I guess if
he's now saying, hold on. If he's now saying it's only about the mirror dimension, why would he bring up how magic is performed with the gauntlet?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not relevant? Because this is kind of implying that, I don't know, does he agree with the fact that, yeah, the portals don't need hand gestures?
Yeah, I guess he's saying that, but that it's not magic, but the hand gestures are supposed to, like, the hand gestures he means in this video, even though he didn't make it clear, are about controlling the mirror dimension. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, the mirror dimension, not just magic, period.
Yeah, let me see something.
And I agree. I think they should have been consistent with how you need to open portals with a hand gesture, but then they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't do that twice. There might be a third reference, but those were the two I remembered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still looking through Doctor Strange to see if I can find a moment about where they move the mirror dimension without but anyway.
The mirror dimension, where I'm in control.
Yeah, so that's fine if we're talking about just the mirror dimension. Maybe I should have just been clear and said he could summon, energy weapons to cut the webs off, and he can summon portals without moving his hands, as we see in this movie.
Yeah.
So that, maybe, I don't know if that was implied, but should have been explicit with it, I guess.
Yes. Okay, there's another mirror dimension one. Yeah, he does use their gestures. Sure. There's also the fact like he doesn't really use the mirror dimension to its full capacity, even before he gets trapped, which is a big point against him. It's like, yeah, he like Madvocate is countering your point, but even before that, we can definitely talk about how dumb it is that he doesn't use the mirror dimension properly. He just has some weird things happening, but it's still allowing Peter to do shit when he can literally change how gravity works within the mirror dimension, as shown in Doctor Strange, because he has full control, but he just doesn't control it fully.
Let's look at other instances of magic being used in the MCU.
No, that's witchcraft magic. It's different. The MCU explicitly states that in Multiverse of Madness. So, yep.
And in WandaVision.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because
it's known as chaos magic.
Chaos magic, yeah.
Also, I want to say he can bring up like a million references to sorcerers having to use, you know, the wizard magic to do things, but I'm highlighting how as soon as they show that you don't need to open the portals with hand gestures, you know, twice, meaning that it is possible to not do it with the hand gestures. That's called an inconsistency, Birdman.
Mm-hmm.
And once it happens, it kind of establishes that it's possible from there on out and previously.
Again, chaos magic.
Mind control.
Stop using WandaVision! This all chaos magic. This is all chaos magic. Can we please stop using this?
Just keep going, just keep going.
Yeah.
So I think putting those two together made me uniquely qualified for making the gestures for the magic moments in the movie, which you're doing boxes and shapes with just your fingers. JoJo is doing the fight scenes. I make the gestures to materialize these weapons and powers, gestures to materialize these.
Okay, that's fantastic and all, but
you're not countering the point.
It's possible to not use hand gestures to perform magic. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And also, you're using out of universe content again.
Yeah,
to explain this.
These yeah, and this is about I guess it's about power set, but it isn't arguing from the comics, so I don't fucking know what the standards are. I'm very confused.
Yeah. Also, all the Wanda references are moot because that's witchcraft.
Yeah, that's chaos magic. Yeah, it's different.
Weapons and powers.
So, what are the moves that break this fight entirely?
Why was he referencing dark magic as well, though?
What do you mean?
So I was just doing something. I just noticed Caecilius on the rest surrounding, and they're doing dark magic in that situation with those gestures.
Yeah, it would be different type of magic because it's drawing it from the dark dimension.
Yeah,
it's good question.
Prove the Birdman's defenses. Yes, you saw that correctly. Strange doesn't need to manually take away the box from Peter.
Listen, like, you can't be serious. He literally shows Strange using magic gestures with his hands when you're actually seeing instances of magic. Again, those portals are wormholes.
They're created through magic, yes.
Yep, magic.
I think the wiki...
Like, the fucking... do you think that the, like, the fucking whip he can create with his powers, that's, like... What? It is made of energy, that's what they explain it as. Like, yeah, it's also, like, scientific in that sense, but it is created through magic.
Even says that you can manipulate those through science. They're not exactly magic, and they need the usage of a sling ring, which is a plot point in this film. But you saw Strange using his hands along with the other examples I just showed. So what's wrong with this guy?
Yes, you saw that correctly. Strange doesn't need to manually take away the box from Peter because he can just individually teleport it off or force pull it from him, comboed up with the fact that Strange can also take an object and turn it into an incarceration gauntlet, and Peter is done for. There is no fight, and the villains are sent home. If you want to argue that Strange can't just convert any object into an incarceration gauntlet, I mean, it doesn't even matter because he literally has the gauntlet Peter used, so Strange could have just put it on himself, but he doesn't use any of these moves to—
Whoa, no. He did not have the gauntlet at that moment.
Yeah.
You
He
literally,
took it off.
you
Yeah,
literally
we just
saw
saw it.
Strange taking him off.
And where did he put it then? Did he give it to someone else? What the fuck
Up
is
his ass.
I was gonna say up his ass as well. I'm very confused. Hold on.
Hold on, let it play.
Yeah, I want to see how he's gonna argue. this.
No. He did not have the gauntlet at that moment. All he did was teleport it from Peter's wrist.
And why would he teleport it to his
The
own
argument
wrist?
is that he could have put it on himself.
Did he just miss? There's so many factors that you just put out. This is the one thing he's pointing out,
Holy
which is also
shit.
part of your criticism.
Like, you can actually see that Strange does not have that gauntlet on his arm.
That is indeed the criticism. Well
I
done.
fucking
That's the problem.
Oh my god. Yes, so where is it, Birdman? And why doesn't he put it on himself? That's
Why
what I
doesn't he
said in the
fucking
video.
use it? Yeah. Oh my Christ, you're fucking thick. I swear to God.
All he did was
Get the
take
gold-
it and
gold
put
face.
it in the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Why did he?
Why would he do that?
I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
So, this is an example of Doctor Strange simply underestimating Peter and his ability.
Why?
Yes, but the minute he sees that he has spider sense and can dodge his fucking attacks with super speed, he should be like, you know what, fuck
Yeah,
this.
do you not
Take the
think that
box."
Strange doesn't want you to get the box? Do you think he thinks it's fun when the Peter's body, not even having the soul inside, fucking making a mockery out of him? Do you think he likes that? He wouldn't. Oh my! I hate it. I hate life.
I don't get why he wouldn't
Sorry.
just. Yeah, I just don't get why he wouldn't do it when he already fucking did it earlier. What is it like playing a game?
Yeah, why the fuck would he take... Okay, so he's saying, whatever, does this look like a guy who respects his opponent? Why would he take away the gauntlet then and not just accept Peter shooting it at him? Or, you know, maybe dodging it, putting up a shield to avoid it? Why does he take it away if you think he would use, you know, far less overpowered abilities?
Yeah,
And
there are many points
the
where in
multiverse
which
is at-
yeah,
the
I'm gonna
multiverse
mention
is at
that.
stake, according to Strange.
Yeah, and the film Strange acknowledges, and there are many points in the fight where it's like, no, I'm gonna do this, and then I can get you back. Like, it doesn't really like I need to do this before like putting you in danger. Like, there are moments where he is in danger of losing, or Peter is trying to actually appeal to him, is trying to run away. It's that point where he gets too much because he wants to fucking send them back. This is just out of
He's
character.
trying
It
to
goes
take
against
away-
his motivation.
He's trying to take away a box that will fuck with the fabric of reality. He's not trying to get his phone back.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
he's
this box is
arguing as if this
destroyed-
is like that scene in TASM with the small knife bit, you know, where it's just this isn't that's the same. The stakes in the scene are the multiverse. It's a bit more. And if it is him just underestimating Peter and being arrogant, then that's out of character because he wouldn't do that with the multiverse at stake. As evidenced by Infinity War.
It's unbelievable, man. Like, he's willing to throw Peter into the fucking mirror dimension and throw trains at him and shit, but he's not going to use a gauntlet to throw him in prison. Like, yeah, all right. Definitely makes sense.
Yeah, if he underestimates Peter, he wouldn't use the mirror dimension because it's the one overpowered move he has.
And his
Yeah,
abilities.
why would he send him? Why would he send him into the astral plane if he, you know, underestimates him?
Mm-hmm.
He literally thinks by putting him in the astral plane, he's going to be able to just take it away from his hands.
Yeah, and then he tries it. Then when he realizes he can't, that's when he should have, you know, you use the fucking teleporter thingy again.
Yeah, he could have and probably should have used the gauntlet that can just teleport him into the prison.
Yep, the multiverse is at stake, remember.
Yeah,
But again, he's underestimating Peter Parker here which
Why?
is exactly in line
It is
with what
not.
I was saying about him not doing things correctly.
Yeah, it is in line with your wrongful interpretation of Doctor Strange's character in the MCU. However, if you are to argue about him being consistent, which is what we're talking about here, unfortunately, your point kind of falls apart. So, I am sorry. Anyway.
The first time. That's my whole point. Is the reason why you included me in this fucking trash ass video.
Trash ass video. You've watched.
You saw
watched
ironic.
Yeah, watched almost none of it. Yeah, and it's ironic considering how bad this response is. Jesus Christ.
You know what, Birdman? I think it's a bit of disrespect.
Oh yeah, that's also a
to
good
do
point.
this.
Just real quick, SK mentioned why would Strange play the long game? He doesn't know how many of these villains are out there. It's a point that Madvocate actually points out in his video that he should be worried to do it as fast as possible, considering how there might be other people out there like Venom and the 2 other Peters that he doesn't know about. So, considering he wouldn't know if there are other people, he would be trying to do it as fast as possible. He wouldn't just be underestimating Peter, because a lot of people might die if there are more villains like these out there that they couldn't stop in time.
Yeah, imagine instead of Toby, Andrew, and Eddie coming through, or I guess Eddie's fine, but what if he becomes Venom?
Mm-hmm.
What about instead of Toby and Andrew, it was fucking, I don't know, Scorpion
Then the Hunt
and
Harry.
Craven.
Or yeah, also that. Like, there are many Spider-Man villains that could have come through, and they could have just killed a bunch of people for no reason.
We literally see how it all kind of nearly all collapses because they keep dragging it on longer.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
And
Hi.
don't pull a Birdman and say Peter is too fast and would have just dodged the shots, because A, he failed to react to it earlier, and B, there are several moments.
Terrible fucking logic. Your logic is, Jesus Christ.
My logic is, whatever, let's just play. I don't care.
Let it
He's
play,
dumb.
let it play.
Okay, so what you're saying is he failed to account for something in a non-combat situation. So Peter wasn't trying to fight. He didn't have his attention on Doctor Strange.
He was talking to
Spider
Doctor
Sense, though.
Strange. Not only that, he was talking to Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange pointed the thing at him. The entire point was explaining how the thing works to Peter.
Fuck all that. Just earlier, this man said Spider-Man could go super fast.
Yeah, he said he's so fast that Doctor Strange wouldn't even be able to react before Spider-Man moved. So you're contradicting yourself. This is not... Oh my Christ, you're so dumb.
Yeah, if Peter doesn't know what he's about to do to him, don't you think his spider sense would be like, oh shit, you're about to get shot by an energy rope. Like, I'm gonna make you dodge out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what's about to get done to him. I can believe he wouldn't react if Strange was like, this is a device to teleport the villains into the cells.
Yeah.
And then demonstrate it. I guess that would make more sense, but he doesn't know what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't know what the fuck he was doing with that on his arm, and you're somehow using...
He didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Kind of seems like something you would pay attention to and probably try to dodge out of if you don't know what it is. Like, if he doesn't know, that just goes for our point that he would dodge it, because why the fuck wouldn't he? Ugh.
Whatever, if we go to the next 2 points, I wonder what he'll say.
Yeah, if Spidey sense is only worth a damn when Peter's expected to be attacked, it is very useless.
As an instance of Peter can be caught with this thing.
Wait, no, that's just... Wait. Infinity War, he gets the Peter tingle when he senses that the ship has arrived on Earth. He isn't actually being attacked. That disproves his point, so I don't care.
It's incredibly stupid for a variety of reasons, but I'll just leave it at he wasn't in a combat situation, and it's very hard to tag Peter Parker with something twice. Okay? You might get him one time. The second time, though.
Okay, let's
Good luck.
see the next 2
B,
points.
There are several moments throughout the fight where he is compromised and would be unable to avoid it, like when he's stuck right here while he's being astral projected, like when he's stuck here.
This is another stupid point. Strange caught him when he was stuck right there.
Yes.
This is the scene he separated him from his physical body,
Yes.
and he again underestimates Peter and his abilities, losing his grip on him.
Why would he...
Why doesn't he shoot it?
Why doesn't he shoot it?
Kind of like how he did with Thanos and the time gem.
No, he didn't underestimate them. He actually really understood the level of threat, which is why he used the time stone. I think you're misremembering Infinity War, but we already talked about this point, so I don't fucking care.
He literally puts an enchantment where
even if he
he's not
dies,
even
the thing
allowed
is going to be stuck
fly.
to his body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would he do that if he's underestimating all his enemies?
Mm-hmm. If he's underestimating all his enemies, he wouldn't use the time stone, because he even says it might be our only hope against Thanos. Kind of seems like he understands the level of threat, doesn't it? Why would he underestimate him again? Also a good point.
Jumping in without necessarily thinking. That's my point.
That you're
That's
dumb.
what I'm
Point's
saying.
stupid.
Yeah,
I'm
your
sorry.
point relies on very dumb arguments to reach that conclusion. But anyway.
It's his characterization.
Being astral projected, like when he's stuck here.
And I just want to point out here that Peter is not stuck.
What?
So why does he hold on to the webs?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just jump off and grab the cape with his hands?
How? Yeah. How isn't he?
Why is he
stuck?
kicking it?
I'm confused.
Like you can literally see he's shooting his own webs. He can release those at any time.
Yeah, but
so why doesn't he?
Oh my. Oh yeah, his spidey sense also went off when Goblin came out in that scene, and he wasn't in a combat
he wasn't
situation.
expected to be attacked.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
even
what
in
the
this
fuck,
film.
Birdman?
Yeah,
What do
I
you have to
didn't.
say about that?
Yeah, he didn't even need to cite Infinity War. It's this very film. That's funny.
Also, another explanation for here is Peter's like actively facing the other way, trying to kick the box out of the cape. You know, there are certain moments where he's not paying attention to Strange.
Mm-hmm. Wait, why doesn't the
you know,
cape
and it
just
could
fly
work.
away with the
He
box?
doesn't try. Strange doesn't even try.
Yeah.
He's not stuck.
And the cherry on top of the Strange is a moron cake. Instead of immediately pushing the button once he has the box, Strange takes 14 seconds to tell Peter he'll come back for him, open a portal, and stop to watch Peter's web creation before getting caught in it. Not to mention he chose to...
It is funny
And
how
there you
dumb
have
that
It
is.
is fun.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
A CinemaSins level deconstruction of a scene.
Wait, what?
What?
Why?
Why?
Well, CinemaSins is shit. He didn't even acknowledge this, which is kind of the point. But Madvocate's making, showing how the extent of the dumbness.
Just like Jeremy, this baloney sandwich of a YouTuber is failing to understand something that is happening at the same time. While Strange is flying away, Spider-Man is doing his thing in the background. They can't show you this because this is a movie.
Oh, so he's saying it's
Oh,
montage.
oh my
Oh, is he arguing it's a timing thing?
Yeah, it's saying
that,
it's
that
montage.
it's not actually happening in 14 seconds. Oh, you fucking idiot, Birdman. It's happening in front of you. Strange literally looks up and around.
I was gonna say, let's just play this
Strange is
again.
looking-
Let's see from their perspective.
Fucking
if it works.
hell.
He's not stuck.
And the cherry on top of the Strange is a moron cake. Instead of immediately pushing the button once he has the box, Strange takes 14 seconds
All right, so he's
to
doing
tell
the things.
Peter he'll come back for him, open a
Look at that.
portal, and
He opens the
stop
portal.
to watch Peter's web
It's many
creation.
seconds there.
You see him looking around.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter
Why
if it is
did-
14 seconds, because if he just opens
Why
the
did he
portal,
let
should
go of the
disappear.
box?
That's also a good point. He should just disappear
Where's the-
instantly when he opens the portal. It shouldn't even take any, like, he shouldn't look around. He should just go through it instantly. Whether it's 14
Why is he not
seconds or
holding the
two.
box?
Yeah. And either way, the portal's already open. He can tell the portal to come to him, because we know from Ragnarok that portals
Yeah,
can
he
do
opened
that.
it so fucking far away from him.
Which is stupid, but yeah.
Before getting caught in it. Not to mention he chose to...
And there you
Such a
have it,
condescending
folks. A CinemaSins level deconstruction of a scene. Just like Jeremy, this baloney sandwich of a YouTuber is failing to understand something that is happening at the same time. While Strange is flying away, Spider-Man is doing his thing in the background. They can't show you this because this is a movie.
I mean, they
Okay,
just
let's
had a
subtract
wide
like
shot
5 seconds
and-
from that. That's still 7 seconds of Strange doing nothing.
9 seconds. Well, did you say 5 or 7?
Oh, 9.
Oh,
I said if we take off like 5 seconds
then we have
to
9
assume
seconds
that.
still, yeah.
Because it's
Oh, I
14
can't fucking do
Yeah,
math. I was
14, yeah.
thinking 12 minus.
That's why I was confused, yeah.
All right,
You
sorry.
bologna sandwich.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
I'm fucking
bologna
a
sandwich of a
bologna sandwich.
YouTuber.
Yeah. Also, so explain how this is not, or how this is a CinemaSins level nitpick. Do you know what happens if Strange pushes the button, Birdman? Did you watch the movie? Do you know what happens if he does that?
And it's also like he can just press, as you said, he can press the button. It doesn't take a second to do it. It's pressing a button.
Movie, and there's only one screen, so they show you two events and then the outcome of those events. What you're asking for is for them to have a fucking split screen.
No, you can have a wide shot.
No,
You have
I'm
heard of
not.
the concept of a
Straw
wide
man.
shot, right? But either way, this is a straw man. But even if both things needed, like I was asking for both things should be shown, or Madvocate was, a wide shot is a thing that exists, and they could show both of them happening at the same time. That is a you do know, whatever.
And show these two things happening at the same time for you to understand that they're happening at the same time.
But 10 seconds of them are definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have confirmation that Strange was just looking around at the webs forming to trap him.
He's out of focus again.
And he was opening the portal, remember, for like 10 seconds. Why is he not addressing that? The fact that
let's
he's
see how long
deciding
it
to open a
takes
portal
to open the portal
instead of pressing it.
Let's see how long it takes to open a portal.
He's not addressing that.
Pushing the button once he has the box. Strange takes 14 seconds to tell Peter
So here, 4:28 is when opening the portal
he'll
starts.
come back for him, open a portal, and
He took 5 seconds to open a portal. 9:28 now was when they cut away. So it took 5 seconds to open a portal, even though he could do it like instantly, and he could have opened the portal right next to himself, and he could have had the portal go towards him. There are many things he could have done. Interesting, isn't it? Fuck off, you fucking... Oh, he's so dumb.
It's because this is a movie and there's only one screen, so they show you two events and then the outcome of those events. What you're asking for is for them to have a fucking split screen and show these two things happening at the same time for you to understand that they're happening at the same time. Jesus fucking Christ. You can't even understand movie events that are happening non-linearly.
You can't understand a wide shot.
You can't understand cause and effect, idiot.
Yeah. Question, can Strange astral project from inside the mirror dimension? If so, can't he tell Wong to come and get him once he's trapped? I imagine no, otherwise he would have done it. So, yeah.
To take what you say about this movie seriously? Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Why did he open the portal? Birdman, you didn't answer that. Oh, the video's over.
Yeah,
he completely cut out the part. He completely cut out the part where I say CinemaSins is dog shit, and that this was the only points he made that were good.
Yeah, let's go back to the other Watch Together and get that little clip. Because
you were a fucking hypocrite.
I actually know when you say
so
it.
some folks want.
Wait.
Okay, it's hard to rejoin that one.
I'm curious.
Wow.
Oh no! Wait,
and he calls me.
Did he?
And he calls me out for not including his fucking what if example.
Wait, so he just
which is not that relevant.
All right. It's around here.
Man, the Birdman. What a shitty organization.
Yeah, let's see what Madvocate has to say about CinemaSins. Are you all here?
Yeah, this is what the Birdman doesn't want you to know, guys.
Strange will also forget regardless. And just to be crystal clear, CinemaSins' No Way Home video is dog shit, as expected, but this is one of like 2 valid criticisms he made that Birdman should have just skipped over. Now, what about...
That's an interesting thing you said there, Madvocate.
How fascinating, yeah.
You know what? He could have done the most basic, insignificant amount of research, checked my channels page, and see that I'm not even fucking subscribed to CinemaSins.
Oh yeah, because your subscriptions are public.
my subs are public. All he had to do was click that channels and see if I was actually on board with this.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that was a terrible video. And anyway, he didn't acknowledge most of your arguments at the end.
No, why did he open the portal?
Yeah. You just skipped so many of them, like, because you say not only about the fucking gauntlet, but about a bunch of other shit he could have done that he just doesn't. You're like, and he just ignores it. Fucking hell, that was dumb. It was very bad. Hell, even watching the complete video now, that's too much research for a bird person.
The only, I would say the only point that I agree that I would apply retroactively is further explaining how I'm not just asking for Strange to bend the mirror dimension when he's trapped, but to just like conjure up a portal or an energy weapon to slice the webs open.
It's insane
Yeah.
to me because this is a live stream, so we don't have all the time in the world to do the research. We don't have a script to go by. We're doing it from the top of our head. We have throughout this have done consistent research on the scripts of these films, what Madvocate said, repeatedly go back on his points to make sure we represent him correctly, and he can't even do the bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. So many points, like we said, this fucking huge strongman about the one the fucking split screen and whatever.
There's a very good reason why the Birdman goes after CinemaSins and still continuously fucks that up because he hasn't got the intellect to go any higher.
Yes, and since it's low hanging fruit, it's something that I actually meant to talk about earlier. I don't think we've ever covered CinemaSins on ECUM. If we have,
no, and I don't.
Yeah,
it was like an extra that we did, like the first ever one, but we got rid of it because, like, I don't know, we wanted to clean things up.
Oh yeah, that was the Jaws one. We did as an ECUM extra.
Yeah.
That was
we didn't catch.
That was way back.
Yeah, because Soapy still existed, so that was why.
And I wasn't there because I never want to. Because I feel like if you're covering CinemaSins, it's got to be beyond their level of typical bad.
Yeah.
Because they're so atrociously bad.
Yeah, I'm looking through our channel. We don't think we have covered them. It's just like, I think it's just low hanging fruit. It's not really the kind of thing I care much about. But if you want to do it, if you want to prove they're wrong, go for it. My point being more specifically that if you are going to cover their videos, making sure to counter them in a way that makes sense is, the least you could do. And somehow you got like those 3 points wrong, right, that you had in your video, Madvocate. And when defending them, he just made his own argument sound way, 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 way worse. So, well done.
Anyway, what do we think, lads?
It was a great video.
Awful.
Fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, I think my favorite part was when he further explained his points and said that Mordo became a villain right after he was, rewinding the apple.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's hilarious.
Got him upset, and that's what made him become a villain. Cause and effect.
Not the end.
I want to make 2 things clear. If Birdman ever sees this, I don't think he's ever going to get to the end anyway. One,
I don't think so.
Anyone that harasses you is responsible. We're not responsible for. We do not want anyone to harass you or anything like that.
Yeah. Even though
he didn't say anything about his fans should not go to my channel and harass me, right?
Well, yeah, but
even though the it seems that the dislike ratio has increased rather quickly since it actually went up by 0.1.
I'm not saying these people.
It's completely slowed down.
I'm not saying the audience will harass him, but we're clearing our thing in case anyone that comes across this in the future or whatever. Secondly, if you do cover us, we're not going to reply. You're low-hanging fruit. The only reason we attacked this was because you were such low-hanging fruit. We had to show other people because you have a large following and you deliver them shit after shit after shit.
You have literally that. You have a large following. You're literally lying about another creator without doing the bare minimum research to respond to them. I think that's quite disingenuous. IMO.
Wouldn't be fucked to even watch the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're low hanging fruit at this point.
Yeah, I have made one response video on my channel. The video is like 90 minutes long, so 9 divided by 2, like almost 5 times as long as the original video was, because it was a 22-minute video. And I watched the video back to front many times. I knew all the intricacies of it. I knew quite a bit about the channel before making the video, so I could actually talk with a little bit more insight. You didn't do any of that. You didn't even watch the full video from Madvocate. Well done.
And no, it's fine if he doesn't want to watch it, but I'd say you should do that before responding to it, because there could be more context, which there was, to my feelings about the movie, or what he's trying to counter. So he completely missed that I do like the movie, and I had a section dedicated to the highs. And not only that, but he failed to watch the part where I said CinemaSins is trash. So that's
And it's
why he
also-
said
yeah.
I dick suck for them.
Yeah, and also says you hate this film despite saying you liked it 2 times in the video. It's great.
No, he knows that. He doesn't believe it.
Yeah, he doesn't believe.
You know,
Because why would he take you
'Cause
at
he
your
is-
word? You're clearly a very bad influencer who's
he is
lying to your
clearly
audience.
of the higher authority.
Of course, he knows you better
of
than
wisdom.
yourself. Yeah.
Exactly.
He has a profile picture of him on a car that he probably doesn't own, but him on a car.
Oh well. I guess that's it. Well,
We
some
could
people are
read
talking
the
about the comments. Yeah, we could go
comments.
over it.
Yeah, we have time. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff still
Uh-huh.
hasn't fallen asleep, which is quite impressive. So let me open Birdman's video and go to the comments.
Oh, good. Maybe I want to hurt myself even more.
By the way, don't harass these people either. Please don't let them
Alrighty.
put us as harassers.
Copy the link.
Imagine if Birdman tried to respond to my whole video. If there are gonna be more points like this, then I'd rather not. He just put out another shitty video.
Alrighty, I have it open. I'll just send the link so you all can like open it yourselves, and we can go through the comments because the order should be the same. Alrighty,
Right, just
let me
click on
just
it.
take the cover away. Alrighty, many Call Me Kevin videos showing up on the right because he's always showing up on my recommended. So go watch Call Me Kevin.
Yes.
Yeah, alrighty. So, I guess this first one's from Goat Forest. So let's take a quick read. The part where Peter gets
You
shot.
putting it on screen?
Yeah, I have the comments
okay,
on
I see it.
screen. But I also sent the link if you want to open it yourself. The part where Peter gets shot with the teleporter magic, I would also like to point out that Peter and Strange are friends. Peter's spidey sense has no reason to go off because Peter himself and subconscious and upper perceive Strange as a threat at that moment. Yeah,
What?
but he doesn't.
What?
But Goblin in this film is that Goblin. He doesn't perceive him as a threat, and then he realizes that something fishy's gone on. Like Birdman said, they were out of combat. So was Peter in Infinity War when he felt the ship showing up. Had Strange attempted it during combat with Peter, his spidey sense would most likely triggered, alerting him to the attack and giving him the possibility to dodge. Not when he was like mid-air, which is what happens many points, or when he was like stuck and suspended, which is something that Madvocate shows, but sure. It is possible for Peter to be caught off guard. That has been established since the beginning of the comics and films.
I don't fucking care about the comics.
No, but this is good. He's agreeing with Madvocate. It is possible for Peter to be caught off guard. Therefore, Strange
Yeah.
should have used the thing. Yeah.
But stop saying comics.
Wait, he can choose to ignore his sense. If you're aware of something, you'll be more likely to react in time. It's simple logic. How does Madvocate not get what?
Ignore his sense.
What?
Why would he ignore his spider sense in a situation where he thinks he won't be attacked? Shouldn't that be like the optimal time? Because he's not expecting it,
Yeah.
and something could happen to him.
Also,
You got
he
to
says if
discuss
you're
how
aware of
people
something, you're
lie.
more likely to react in time. It's simple logic. He was talking to Strange when he gets shot. So he's aware of something. Is it not? Is it Spider-Man sends Goblin on the bridge and has no relationship or knowledge of the Goblin? It doesn't matter what he already believes. Oh yeah, that's a good point. He did sense Goblin on the bridge. I didn't remember that. I was thinking in the apartment, but yeah. Yeah, CinemaSins said manipulate the mirror dimension. That is in pretty much every instance requires hand movement. Yeah, I checked the film. It does require hand movements, but it also the fact that Strange didn't use it before he was trapped, which is dumb, but whatever. Portals do as well, even though it's inconsistently applied, so they don't, which is the point. It is applied even during this film, except when it's not, which
Yeah.
Madvocate shows, which is the point.
Oh my god.
You
That Wong bit was literally in this movie.
Mm-hmm. He argues against the characterization of Strange, in which he's wrong. Oh, damn. The reason he didn't immediately get the box is because he's underestimating Peter's abilities. That's untrue.
Yeah, we already talked about this.
He learned in the first
done that.
movie that not everything revolves around him, but despite learning that lesson, still has much pride and overconfidence. He shouldn't,
What
and
the
he
fuck?
doesn't in other films. he only shows up in this film because of this fucking... it's fucking dumb.
So why does he put the protection over the Eye of Agamotto?
Yeah, he
Why
should be
didn't he just let his
yeah.
pride and overconfidence think that he would definitely win the battle?
Yeah, kind of weird, isn't it? Strange consistently makes mistakes and questionable decisions. He almost broke time in Doctor Strange 1, and as a result of him using it and perverting the natural order, Mordo turned against sorcerers. So he almost broke time by accident, in which he later realized was a mistake, which you just saw. And the perverting the natural order is what turned Mordo against the sorcerers.
Why is he just repeating what Birdman said? We already tackled this.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's just repeating, but anyway. Point being, this person also doesn't remember how Doctor Strange goes from like just the runtime of Doctor Strange, because he is misunderstanding the order of events for Mordo to turn into a villain.
For context, this person always jumps in to defend Birdman.
Oh, did he jump in on Twitter as well when you were?
Yes.
Oh, this guy, Cinema Buff.
Yeah, he's also a member.
I mean, who am I to argue with one with that kind of name?
He definitely knows cinema more than you, so.
Also, I'd like to point out that I guess we kind of hinted at this, but the fact that he has to face consequences for using the time stone, and that consequence being Mordo turning into a villain. If Mordo wasn't there to witness any of that, he wouldn't know what Strange did, probably.
Yeah, the thing that I find interesting is how Mordo is like, yo, this won't be without consequences, and the consequences are Mordo turning evil. So Mordo is the consequences for itself, like for the thing itself. Like, I think that's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, where Mordo says it, and he becomes the bad thing that happens as a consequence. That's what I find interesting about the little bit in Doctor Strange. But like you said, if he wasn't there, then there wouldn't be consequences. So it is not really like a Doctor Strange making a mistake that causes this. It's more Mordo's character.
He reacted to something Strange did that wouldn't have a consequence in itself. Fuck.
It's the same thing when people say, well, look at what Tony did with Ultron, so defend what he does with Edith and ignore the character development afterwards, or the weapons he misplaced in 2008. Yeah, exactly. It's like, the point is that he grows from those situations, but I guess people forget that. I guess people like Doctor Strange for different reasons than I do, but whatever. Once he has to face consequences of his actions. In Infinity War, he looked into the future and saw over 14 million outcomes from a certain moment. If he looked into the future from a past point in time, he would have seen way more outcomes that stem from that specific moment. We already tackled this. Looking is still reacting. Madvocate never said it wasn't. The two Peters turned around and reacted as a result of Goblin yelling. Yeah, we already tackled that. Good on you, Cinema Buff, for repeating what he said. Well done. It seems as though so many people think that just because Doctor Strange got his powers, he stopped being arrogant. No, he grew from his arrogance. He's still somewhat arrogant, but he's grown so much from that, because that's his arc in the fucking film. Like, he literally has a conversation where with Ancient One that talks about him not being arrogant and how it's not everything is about him. Yes, he's not as bad as he was, but he's still clearly there. He thinks he's more and more powerful than everyone, even with one hand tied behind his back, probably. The truth is, as you said, he underestimates a lot. He shouldn't. When the stakes are this high, he wouldn't do that. One got made Sorcerer Supreme to attack technicality. I still think Steven wouldn't deserve it because of his arrogance. What are you, retarded? Whatever. Like, he was chosen by the Ancient One because of like him being like the best of them, as she says in Endgame, because of his
why the fuck does it matter if? Sorry, why does it matter if Chris G thinks they don't deserve it?
I don't fucking.
If he doesn't deserve the title of Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah.
If the movie shows him becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, then it must mean he deserves it, right?
Yeah.
It happened.
It did happen. It's a good point. Never heard of Madvocate before this, but he's clearly fucking clueless. So you got on Madvocate. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll recover.
Yeah. Jab, can you read this next comment? Because I have to drink some water because my throat hurts.
Yeah, me too.
Whose comment is it? Is it Sputnik, man?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is a bit of a long one. I'd argue that use in the comics to analyze MCU fights is only partially applicable, since the MCU's version of the characters' powers generally seem to be toned down to an extent, or at least the characters themselves do not know they can push themselves to the extreme shown in the comics. That means they're not at all applicable.
Yeah. But anyway.
Like for your Thor example, I'm pretty sure Thor's physical strength and durability in the comics massively outclass MCU Thor. I could be wrong about that, but that seems to be a pattern with adapted comic book to movies and TVs. The same thing was done to DC in their movies and TV shows, as well as Marvel's earlier media.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Disproving.
Yeah.
That's very, because it's very upvoted. But it's countering Birdman's point. Very interesting.
That being said, I suppose if everyone is toned down to a reasonably similar degree, which I'm not sure of, then you can assume that specific characters that could be other specific characters in the comics could also beat them in the MCU. No, they're not directly proportional for a start. That's a really big reach. I don't know where I was going with this, to be honest. I don't know where you were going either.
Yeah.
You seem to agree with us.
Oh, Birdman replied to this one, actually. Let's see. You're not wrong. My point there was simply to state that the use of the comics for abilities until contradicted. This has been my position since the beginning, and it served me well. Well, how would the fuck would Madvocate know? He hasn't seen any of your videos prior, and you just said the same thing about his videos. He doesn't have like a track record to go off of. To what degree their strength varies is nitpicking. What? They're both superhumanly strong, so this means they're following the comics. To a degree. What? That's insane. No. Just because they're both more strong than a normal human doesn't mean they're following the comics. By this logic, Miss Marvel was following the comics, which he said it isn't. The vast majority of these characters are not just being made up as we go along, like Miss Marvel. But you just already contradicted the Miss Marvel point, but whatever. Well done, Birdman.
It's like you're arbitrarily picking a line where it's being planned out in relation to the comics the way it isn't, when actually no, there isn't. It isn't really arbitrary, like at all.
Yeah. Favorite part of this response is the fact that after No Way Home, there was an entire Doctor Strange movie where even in different universes, Strange messing around with magic without first considering all the consequences is damn near constant. So anyone acting like he's out of character must have missed a part where Strange is arrogant. That's a character flaw, not an inconsistency. This is assuming that Multiverse of Madness is a good film, which it isn't. And also, not a good film, but at least inconsistent. Yeah, but anyway, do you remember, Jeb, you specifically, do you remember Illuminati Strange, what he did?
Yes, he saved.
He saved his universe.
People.
He saved his universe by using the Darkhold because he wanted to find another way to beat Thanos.
And he actually destroyed another reality, and then he told the people.
Yeah,
and was willing to die.
Yeah, he was willing to die because of the mistake he made, because he realized how big of a mistake it was. But they still used it to defeat Thanos. It was actually quite pragmatic in what he wanted to do. He wanted to find another way in which people didn't have to die. But whatever.
Also, well, not only is that referencing a movie that hasn't even come out yet, chronologically.
Yeah.
But also they even say different universes, different Stranges in different universes. So you can't just say the Strange from, what is it, 8-6 something, whatever. All of them that are not from 616 are essentially the same Doctor Strange. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, they're different versions of the.
Yeah, they're not.
Of the character.
They've gone through different events.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the. Of the word they use in Loki, but yeah.
Also, it's quite interesting that they go, all strangers are arrogant, but the one that causes the incursion, he wasn't really arrogant. He saw that every universe that didn't have Christine was sad, and he wanted to kill them.
Yeah, it isn't arrogance there, it's just retardation.
Yeah.
Anthony West and Yahtzee Crosswell like to choose scariest people against whom you'd never win an argument about movies or video games. I have no clue who those two are. Because in somehow always make the best counter arguments themselves. As Aaron Eckhart once said in arguably one of his best movie roles. It's the beauty of the argument, because if you argue correctly, you're never wrong. But yeah, that's the Thank You for Smoking. It's a good film. I recommend. But yeah, it's kind of useless. I don't see the point of this. This comment. Then when you respond to people, you don't just prove them wrong, you tear them apart. I like how savage you can be. Adds to the experience, but he was wrong, but
he didn't.
Yeah. Tony Sonic. If you watch ECUM, I hope you realize how bad this was as a response. I love how he says there's no way.
Didn't even.
Sorry.
Oh. No, never mind.
All right. I like how he says there's no way Spider-Man could be Doctor Strange. It explains Spider-Man's not reacting in a way that proved that Doctor Strange would be dead if it wasn't for Doc Ock. When he can kill Doctor Strange, no problem. No, it's because the Spider-Man should have also reacted. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, the whole point is to show that the normal guy is reacting to the attack.
Yeah.
So it's not just the Spider-Men who are capable of reacting to it with enhanced speed.
Yeah. A grenade can kill Strange, no problem. That's okay, but a superhuman with precognition can't. Those are completely different. One is a fucking explosion exploding him. Another is a being that shouldn't be able to dodge things that he didn't dodge previously. What a fucking stupid argument. I mean, it's not even like Strange wanted to kill Peter. They're kind of friends. He just wanted to the box and then and had to be careful not to destroy it. He wasn't really that careful by putting him in the mirror dimension and making him fall around and shit. No, under these circumstances, Spider-Man can defeat Doctor Strange, as the movie showed. Man, you're fucking seal that claps at anything, aren't you? Yeah, that's what the film showed. It annoys me because that scene is like the worst scene of the film, as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate you, Birdman. You remind me of the double-toasted crew. Not only do you look at movies for what they are and how they're supposed to be received, but you actually pay attention, except he got many things wrong.
Oh, shit. The good old you're watching movies wrong argument.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Thor Ragnarok does this way better. What aspect are you talking about, SK? You critique them for the good and the bad. Add little personal commentary if it's a movie you particularly like or had high expectations for, and then you leave it at that. A lot of people on the internet like to pick apart beloved media and expose its private parts for the supposed corruption, wokeness, and degeneracy it is. And every time, it's just them talking for half an hour, and then by the end, they've said nothing at all. Waste of breath. It's interesting they say this because this does not describe Madvocate's video at all.
Yeah, do they think they watched a Nerdrotic video?
Yeah, you even make fun of Nerdrotic in your fucking video, yeah. It's funny.
I did, but you think any of these people watched my entire video? Fuck no.
He throws a part of it.
They have no context on me thinking CinemaSins is shit.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing
First
wrong.
in video's an hour as well, so not half hour. Get fucked.
There's nothing wrong with disliking a movie, but is there really such a need to tear it asunder? Why can't we just like the things we like and dislike the things we don't like? I guess there's always got to be a message, huh? Man, that's so We can talk about how good
message.
There's no message. Madvocate's like, this film's pretty bad, but I like it, and I want to talk about it because it's interesting to discuss.
Pretty much the message.
Yeah, it's like I like to discuss media, and that's the message that I get from Madvocate.
Yeah, I have a standard. I'm trying to be consistent with it across the media that I want to cover, and that's it. That's all this channel is.
Cameron, I don't mean to be offensive, but are you generally retarded? Because Madvocate just made a video critiquing a film, and a Birdman saw that he got critiqued somewhat. His ego had a frenzy, and he's just made this video not allowing Madvocate to dislike what he wants to dislike.
That's actually funny, yeah. It's actually funny because this video was half an hour, and then by the end he didn't really say anything because he was wrong at every point. That's really funny. He accidentally described Birdman's video.
And left out a key moment that would entirely disprove, like, half of his pinned comment.
Mm-hmm. I don't really like the character X could never beat character Y, so it's stupid that they even do this in the movie. I think I read an interview where somebody says something like, I'm always asked who will win in a fight between these two characters, and I say the winner is the person I want to win, and whose win will serve the story. Yeah, that Stan Lee quote, it makes sense when you consider that he is a writer coming up with a new universe in which these characters would fight. Because he wouldn't just have Peter and Doctor Strange in this universe fight them. Because if you are, you have to keep consistent, otherwise you're contradicting your own rules. And if Stan Lee did mean in the same universe, then that's a very, very bad quote from him. Even though I very much like Stan Lee, that wouldn't really work all that well.
Like, I don't know how to explain it to people, but like we know that, especially when a character that is a lot weaker than another character, like David vs. Goliath, you can still write in a way that requires for example, the weaker character to use their ingenuity to exploit the stronger character.
Yeah, and it's what this film thinks it's doing with the geometry thing, but it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because Strange can control all of the mirror dimension, but I guess geometry, so fuck off. No.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Birdman replied to this with.
Probably your dick riders of Madvocate.
So there was a reply to the original comment saying that's a problem with biases, though. It shouldn't be up to whoever the writer likes more or wants to win when it comes to characters with pre-established powers and capabilities. Very based. Strange should never lose Spider-Man unless it's cosmic Spider-Man, and even then 616 Strange could probably still beat him. Very, very good comment. I'll put up with you. Very based pleb. Very, very based. But Birdman replied to that, "Fam, that's how comic books have always worked. The W's are up to the writer. They obviously try to make it make sense, but in the end, you're dealing with fiction, and in fiction, shit happens. Now, in versus threads, shit gets interesting. But isn't the entire point of these like versus things, like these communities are about like, oh, what if we pitch X character against Y character? Should like talk about how their power levels, how one would face off against the other.
Exactly.
Like, just see how one would logically beat the other, not just be like, oh, whatever. Like the fucking Superman versus Goku debate. That's the point.
Well, there's a better example I like to use. Use Batman versus Superman. There's a reason why that is so compelling. Because
Chester
Superman's obviously... Chester was so low. But Superman's like he's basically the typical invincible superhero. But Batman's someone with insane ingenuity and resources and planning, and he has certain attributes that Superman has never had because of how they were brought up, and their morals are quite different. And this causes a really interesting clash. It's like the same with if you did Captain America or Tony Stark, right? If you did them right, they clash really well.
It was Birdman all along. The W's are up to the writer, but power scaling is up to consistency. Agreed. What were we just saying, Madvocate?
Oh, sorry. When you're done with this comment, I have something to say.
I think I've read the comment. Yeah, I'm done with the comment. Go on, Madvocate.
Oh, okay. Just that I see a comment down there that's from 17 hours ago, edited by the Birdman.
Yeah,
and
wait, is this the one we read? I don't think so. I think that was
this.
Oh, that was another one that we were gonna read, but we didn't. We went through it. I guess we can read it.
This video come out like 2 days ago. Didn't he say that he really doesn't care and that he would stop responding?
July 7th, so a day ago. Over a day ago, because they're comments that are a day old.
Interesting how he's still trying to defend himself when he said he doesn't care and that he needs to stop responding to stupid. So
he does this all. He did this to me, and he spent his entire day doing it. Now I did as well, and I'll self-admit that's pretty sad. But I did it to call a bluff.
Yeah.
I wanted to prove a point that you're going to back down first. And he did.
I'm curious to read this comment though, so let's see. I'd like to address a few points that are being brought up in the comment section. The portals, whether or not the portals are, and the conjuring of this portal is magic is immaterial. The point of that part of the video is that Strange lost the usage of his hands due to being immobilized and couldn't perform magic. Madvocate tries to counter this with scenes of portals opening and closing, seemingly without the usage of one's hands, but is immediately countered by the fact Strange couldn't open a portal in mirror dimension to free himself from Peter's webs. The portal was already open. Whatever. And he could have still tried to open another portal. The problem is that he doesn't try. If they could simply will those portals in existence, he had done so, but he didn't, so that's my moot point. Yeah, but we can see that they can actually open portals with will, because Wong does it in the film. Cutting off Madvocate. Apparently a lot of people miss where I stated...
What? Wait, he's pulling the same... They're showing you it happening, so therefore it's fine. By
it's pretty much
doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Since it didn't happen, it means he couldn't do it.
Pretty much.
Fuck this.
Apparently a lot of people miss where I said this video would be about me addressing the points made about me specifically. I couldn't care less about defending this movie from a Mauler-esque style long-form critique. I don't do that, and I have over 500 videos on this channel showing that I don't do this. My goal here is to respond to things said about me, and that's it. To that end, I played every single thing he said about me, so it's strange to me that these people keep commenting that I didn't respond to the entire video. No, I think the point is that you cut him off, and then you started talking about how he decried CinemaSins despite saying he thinks CinemaSins is garbage. What? I don't care about his video nor his criticisms of the film. I care about what was said about me, my arguments, and me alone.
But you're whining that he was criticizing the film, my guy. I think you care. I think under your skin.
Yeah, and I don't think he's the only one who thinks about those arguments. It's possible that I'm sure many of people have made the same defenses he made, against those 3 points that I brought up. So it's not really just about him. I mean, it's his video, so I get it, but
yeah, it's like you including
I was
the
more so
nerd
addressing
bits. It's to address arguments that you've seen made that could be potential defenses to things you criticize.
Yeah, I guess I could have. I guess if to not get his panties in a bunch and cripple his ego, I could have just used the nerd and then just take his script from those 3 points and just put it over the nerd, and probably nobody would have.
People wouldn't have known
hit
that
him
it was
up.
him. Yeah.
I want to clarify something. Based on that comment saying defending this movie from Mauler as a longful critique, I will not assume that he does not like Mauler or takes particular issue with that type of critique.
He just doesn't want to reply to this style of critique, which is definitely just a preference. It's fine. My tone, LOL, it's a funny one. Apparently people are concerned with how I said what I said in the video as opposed to what I said. I think I mentioned how you were condescending in a moment, and how you're being a bit of a cunt when mentioning how he cut you off, even though you can realize how obvious it was why he cut you off. But yeah, I don't think this is really like that worth bringing up. But anyway, the reason this is amusing is because they're clearly ignoring this person is not only obviously and needlessly aggressive towards me, but is mocking me in this video, literally using my real face when he could have opted for my avatar. What?
I couldn't crop out the avatar because it's like a giant beast thing. I looked Birdman up and I was like, I don't know what to do with this profile picture, and then his WikiTube or whatever that site is popped up, and apparently he had shown his face because it had a real person appearance. So I was like, oh well, there's a head of him. He's shown his face before, so it's out there.
Yeah, I don't see the issue in it, but alright. I don't even use my real face in my Everything Wrong With video, so that was weirdly antagonistic. It's not antagonistic. You used it in this video, so now so it's fine in our thumbnail that we have this because you used it in this video. But if I was responding to any one of your Everything Wrong With videos, then I guess I couldn't use your face because it's antagonistic.
I literally just looked up Birdman. That's it, and I saw his real face. So I was like, okay, it's an actual head. It's not a giant cartoon beast. So I'm gonna use it.
I suppose his ego didn't want his face being shown.
Yeah. Also, Madvocate isn't being needlessly aggressive towards me. He's saying that your points are dumb. But you, as a person, I don't think we really had an opinion on you personally before this video. Now I think you're a bit of a cunt, but that's just
of the
impression you gave
like I said, I literally recommended his video in the recommendation corner because overall it's a good video. It's just those 3 points were terrible, and so I responded to it. So no, I didn't have anything against him personally. Thought the video was fun. I went in excited for him to roast CinemaSins. That's why I clicked on it.
I have something against you, Birdman. You're a massive cunt.
Yeah, we've had prior experience. Yeah, I'm far more well known for my blank avatar, but you're assuming Madvocate knows that, which is just not provable. But okay, so he made a conscious decision.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's saying I'm far more well known for my blank avatar, so he made a conscious decision to get a cutout of my real face from my Instagram or the wiki on me. Imagine, why the fuck would you say Instagram? It's obviously if you Google your name, it's one of the fuck. I googled the Birdman when I was getting the fucking for the thumbnail of this ECUM, and I just saw your face because I thought the logo, the profile picture wasn't that great to use it. And so I got one that was a PNG to show that is your channel, and then I got another one that is from YouTube. It says youtube.com. Let's even see where this link leads. Oh, it's
I
to
didn't
your
go
channel.
on this extensive manhunt.
Wait, it leads to his channel. Look
What
at this.
channel?
His channel. The photo I got on this for this ECUM. Let me get the screenshot. So the point being, it's like if I search your name, search the Birdman, the first 3 photos, 2 of them are your face, 1 is your avatar. Your avatar, it isn't that great to include considering like fucking colors or saturation and being just a weird monster thingy. And the one I got leads to his YouTube channel. It's like he believe it or not, none of us had to stalk your Instagram for this photo. You even had your fucking face in this very video.
It was one Google search.
Yeah.
Also, I think it makes more sense to put a real head on a real person, which is what I did on Pa Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would I put the beast when I know there's a real Birdman out there?
Real Birdman.
Yeah.
To top it off, there's no reason to feature me in this video. It's not the topic of discussion. No Way Home is. Your points against CinemaSins we already talked about this, the defenses that could have possibly made against the point. So anyway, I cannot possibly understand why in his question shit on aspects of the film he dislikes. I am even in this. We already explained, so whatever. Do I have to do with No Way Home aside from the fact that I'm one of the thousands of YouTubers who made a video about it? We have literally no connection to each other, and not even timestamp in the fucking video, nor is my video credit in his description. I was dragged into this, unprovoked, mind you. You weren't dragged into it. You made the decision to make this video. You didn't have to.
Maybe all of his fans saying to respond to it was him getting dragged into it.
Yeah, but it's not being dragged because it's still his choice. I don't fucking buy that. It's like people who start video like, I didn't want to make this video. No, you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it.
And again, I saw his video in my recommended, thought, oh, this will be fun.
Mm-hmm.
CinemaSins is easy to criticize. He did it. I saw 3 points that I thought a lot of people would probably make to defend Strange, and I'm like, okay, I'll use this since I don't have to repeatedly use the nerd.
Yeah, it helps to keep the variety. Otherwise, you're just gonna be repeating the nerd thing a lot. It helps with the pacing of the video. I've never heard of this person. I've never seen a comment from them on my channel, so I'm completely blindsided here, dealing with someone being antagonistic towards me for no reason. Not antagonistic towards you. Your points were bad. Anyway. Oh, and the army of fanboys that came to my channel to shit talk me for the past couple of days was a nice cherry on top. What I'm saying is, it was much nicer, being much nicer than I usually am. No, you weren't. You called Madvocate a fucking moron. You called him like you called him a bologna sandwich. And you never said people not to go to his comment section and send harassment his way either. I
never told anyone to do anything.
Yeah, and also if you think that his fans going to your channel is a bad thing, then why would you want to have linked your video in his description? It kind of makes it seem like you linking his video in your description is you sending your fans towards him. If you think that his army of fanboys coming to your channel was his doing, because obviously the army of fanboys from your channel going to his would be your doing. So well done.
And you know what? I think I might have subconsciously thought, you know what, if I don't link his stuff, because there's always fucking people that get their panties in a bunch.
Yeah.
But by not linking the channel, people wouldn't be able to easily find him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want that.
Yeah.
I mean, and plus, how many subs does he have?
193,000. I checked.
Yeah. So I thought I don't think he needs more my audience's recognition.
Especially when the recognition would come from it would come from someone who has shown how bad his arguments are. So it's like he's getting people who wouldn't like that type of argumentation to a channel that features that type of argumentation. It kind of seems like counterintuitive. So I can get why not do it.
And again, I said there were only 3 points CinemaSins made that were actually valid, meaning that every counter Birdman provided against CinemaSins, apart from that, was good.
Do you think if we make enough EFAP references, we can summon the long man? Yeah, Muller's just gonna appear. He liked the movie. What the fuck does that have to do with incorrect stuff he said about me? Which I will remind you is the purpose of my response. Whether you liked or disliked something doesn't matter to me. I'm only here to respond to the smoke. Then why the fuck did you claim that he didn't like the film, that he's an MCU hater, all the shit that you said? At the
He
beginning of this
didn't
video,
believe it.
yeah, at the beginning of this video, I state that he comes across as someone who doesn't like the MCU or aspects of the cinema in particular. Also added that I don't even know who this person is and that what he likes or dislikes doesn't even matter. So that's why you said earlier, which we did read on stream, that you don't believe he likes the film. But if you don't care, then you wouldn't have said anything. To continue writing, he liked the movie, you completely missed the point of this vid. Well, you kind of missed the point of why people were writing he liked the movie, because you're making false claims about him and the
Yes,
film.
people are writing that because you said I'm just here to hate it.
Yep.
You fucking dunce.
Let's see. Do you guys see any comments that are worth reading? Because if not, I'm gonna get that comment that Tin sent way earlier today. Here.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that one's just hilarious.
It is. Hold up, let me take off the cover. Zoom out. Ah, I pressed it on the wrong thingy. I need to do this. There we are. Alrighty. Zod, why don't you read it?
Oh, okay. I just watched the Birdman's response to your criticism of his criticisms, and I have to say, what the heck, dude? I enjoy channels like yours, but for you to make that many inconsistencies and flawed points, and then to have the nerve to attack someone else whose radar you're not even on, and whose points far supersede your own, makes no sense. I gather from your video that you are courting accolades from CinemaSins, which is great if you're just joking around, but you seem like you're trying to be sincere, in which case you might want to brush up and formulate your arguments a little stronger.
What?
But I did. Birdman is the one who didn't understand them.
Yeah. So first off, arguments weren't inconsistent or flawed. If you actually think the Birdman's response is good, fucking hell, good luck. I'm trying to exist in life. He didn't
I could have
attack.
elaborated a little bit on one of them,
Yeah.
which is like the one point I'll concede on.
Yeah, and Madvocate didn't attack Birdman. He attacked his arguments. It's a very big difference. When you say, like, oh, Birdman is stupid after reading an argument, it's not that he actually thinks Birdman is a not smart person, is that argument is stupid. I think it's very bad faith to think Madvocate doesn't like Birdman as a person. Well, didn't like when he made that video. And his points didn't supersede any one of the points Madvocate made, but whatever. Courting accolades from CinemaSins. I guess he thinks that your channel style is like CinemaSins, but I don't really understand that because your videos for me are way more like Mauler style than CinemaSins. But I guess CinemaSins is just the criticizing logic, but CinemaSins has never been that because his videos are garbage. He criticizes the weirdest fucking shit and he praises the weirdest fucking shit. Yeah.
I don't even have like a timer or a tally of the amount of mistakes I've found.
Yeah. It's very weird to say that it's trying to be CinemaSins. Because
I have like actual categories even that jump back and forth from beginning, middle, and end.
It's very weird. But I think that is all the things. I think that's all we had to go through today, so yeah. Been fun. I hope you're happy, Madvocate, with watching that video and going through a lot of very smart and well argued points that completely didn't miss the point of what you said.
Yep, I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Flash videos were little CinemaSins, like, yeah, because in those I actually go from beginning to end. I'm mostly talking. I was talking about this video, and I guess the WandaVision one was like that as well.
Yeah. I guess it's a good point to say that those videos are kind of like CinemaSins like, but even then I'd still say it's a very different style because you're not just like making jokes and everything. Like the entire point is to show Barry being very inconsistent with the usage of his powers and how it leads to massive ramifications by the end of the season. It is somewhat more like CinemaSins than it is with than it is Mauler, I guess. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, but I'm not saying like how the fuck was this brick thrown through Peter's window when they're like on several stories high. I don't fucking say shit like that. Unless the brick landing inside like completely affects the plot or characters, then I'd probably point it out.
Yeah, but I think that is all we have to talk about for today. I hope many of our new viewers and subscribers that came from Madvocate will stick around, because if you like Madvocate's content, especially his Flash videos, we have been reacting to Flash Season 8, so should be interesting.
We have. It's so much fun.
It is very fun. We watched up to episode 15, so yeah, we're excited to finish the season soon. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope to catch you all next time. Thanks for making this our most viewed stream, at least live. Kind of insane, going over 100 viewers, never happened before, so thank you very much. And we will talk to you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.